those clutches out all the time.
Are you ready to fight?
No problem.
Good.
No
now get
problem.
out of my way.
I'm insane, bro! I'm insane! I'm the best. I'm the best. I pull those clutches out all the time.
Are you ready to fight?
No problem.
Good.
No
now get out
problem.
of my way.
Hello? 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 Hope everybody's doing all right. We should be up and running here. Let me double check quickly. We should be up and running on Twitch and YouTube. Everything looks to be in order. Mooster coming in and dropping the sub. Probably between the last live stream and now. We might have a few of those funnel in. We appreciate you guys. Hope everybody's doing well. Tonight we're jumping back into some Dune Awakening because we've got about... what is it, like 10 hours until the reset or something, but we got something else going on as well. Let's go ahead and take a look. As you can see, or as you can't see here for a second, should pop in, surely. There it is. Hey, there it is. The servers will be offline with an hour-and-a-half downtime expected to be happening at 8 a.m. UTC. If I'm not mistaken, that's 4 a.m. Eastern, 2 a.m. our time. It's going to kick us offline for an hour-and-a-half. It's going to let us back online, and then it's going to boot us offline again for the Deep Desert wipe. So, bit of a jumbled night going on tonight, but thankfully we don't got a whole lot going on. As the title says, we're going to be setting up the Ornithopter bay, or at least like laying down some ideas for it, I suppose. Let's go ahead and jump on into it. Mordred, hello. Let me know if this mic's coming in a bit low. Any clue what the cave loot is this week? You know what's funny, Arcadius, dumper wizard? No, I have no idea. And neither does the website. And speaking of this week's role inside of the Deep Desert, it's not anything freaking fantastic. You know what I'm saying? The best thing I'm seeing out there is the pincushion chest piece. Let me know if I'm missing something. Donatello! Hey. Very nice, very nice. David, what is it going down for? Hey, what's it going down for? The patch. I have no idea, bro. I have no idea what they're doing for the patch, to be honest. Yeah, it's a pretty bad loot week this week inside of the Deep Desert. Nothing fantastic coming out of it. A pincushion chest piece, I suppose, but even then, it's like, I didn't see anything else. Freaking no access to this thing again. Let's go ahead and see if we can fix that. If we just do what we did yesterday in order to fix it. I don't know what the hell's been going on the A row, but yep, and here we go. We just got permissions back. Doesn't make a lick of sense how that bug happens or why removing somebody from the permissions fixes it, but it's freaking insanity. David, that's exactly what I was thinking. It's going to be a good week to grind, stack out some materials. I'm thinking we try and get the Ornithopters out and we cause some, like, we get into some dogfights. Like, let's go lose some assault Ornithopters in some dogfights out here. You know what I mean? Let's get down is kind of what I'm thinking. And yeah, stack up the materials for sure. That's why tonight we're going to be setting up the Assault Ornithopter Bay where hopefully we can get a centralized location as to where we can fly out, ride out in style. You know, I freaking thought I was going to be sitting down for a while because that's what I thought, but we're going to stand up. Give me a minute. Is the mic back? We're not getting any sort of crazy feedback. Yesterday we had some insanity happen with the mic. Trying to keep a close eye on that so it doesn't get all wild again. Jen, hi, how are you? Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, Mordred, there's actually a post that they made on Steam as well that they go into a little bit more an emphasis on a little bit more detail as to what their like future visions are, and there's like a few decent details in there. Leave it to fucking Dune to end up not putting that in the roadmap, but instead posting it on like another media in general, like just entirely freaking insanity. Well, and that's why I'm bringing up inside of that Steam post, Mordred, they are talking about a vision of like no-fly areas inside of the deep desert or somewhere, or whether that turns into instance. Like I said, they're vague on that post as well. That's why I didn't go too deep into it. Plus, I was pissed off that they put it on the Steam page and they didn't put it on the roadmap. I was pissed off. Why, bro? Why can't they just centralize their information? It's crazy. It's crazy. Carrier storage is going to be actually massive. I think, honestly, I'd be a little bit concerned. Get it, buddy, get it. I'd be a little bit concerned that the, like, people are losing items with the assault ornithopter storage. So now we're gonna triple the storage, and then it'll definitely be interesting. I'm hopeful for I'm more hopeful for the future of Dune Awakening than I have been in a really long time, and that's mainly because I'm really hoping that these guys just stop, and now they're at the point where they don't need to cater to the PvE audience anymore, and they can incentivize PvP properly. They can balance some of the mechanics of PvP properly. Not so much balance the meta in PvP is what I'm saying, but stuff like being able to spawn on top of the loot chest inside of the PvP, just like stuff like that needs to be addressed. And I'm hopeful that they're going to be able to address that. Mordred, all of that is totally up in the air. Like I said, they give no extra detail, as they just give like a vague vision as to what they want to see it look like in the future. As to whether or not and what that actually ends up looking like, totally up in the air. That's the point right there, is they're actually making an attempt there, Arcadius. You're right. Finally, bro. Finally, dude. Yeah, I woke up and I was surprised to see that. And then I ran through and found the... It's just, yeah, I was surprised. It's good. Tanit, hello, hello. Hey, we appreciate you. We appreciate you. There's a bit of some information that we didn't bother to cover, but I think we hit just about the gist of it. They give a little bit of a vague interpretation or expectation as to what their possible vision is inside of a Steam post completely detached from the roadmap. It's not even the respawn beacons, though, that's happening, Wazzy. I agree, the respawn beacons, they should have like a limited amount of uses as well. From what I understand, you can just use them over and over again. But let's take into, for example, G8 right here. This is the PvP ship that everybody's holding down all week, right? If you get into this PvP ship and you grab the purple key and then you make it into the loot room, guess where your ass respawns? Guess where the checkpoint that you have is? In the loot room, right on top of the chest. That's madness, dude. That's madness. So stuff like that really needs to be addressed. And I'm hoping that now that PvE players have what they need down here and up in here, that they can just potentially swap over to focusing on balancing out PvP. But I'm still convinced the first expansion is going to be PvE focused. I'm still not sold that they're actually going to be able to like flip around and now focus PvP. I'm convinced they're going to swap full PvE, 90%, 85% PvE. Jen, neither can I, and I believe that the PvE players, once they get out to the PvP zone and they experience what they have, they are leaving. I don't exactly know what I've got going on. Did we have some ores crafted in here? Hell yeah, we did. We're basically gonna break this thing down. I mean, realistically, we've only got, 6 or so more hours that we could even mine out here and then having to process. So we're gonna break this thing down and go out and put up a Solido replicator of some sort of assault ornithopter bay out in the Haga Basin and get that ready. Because this week, there's not really shit going on with drops-wise, so we might actually to be able to get into some dogfights. Mordred's like 80% PvE and still enjoying this game from launch. The PvE didn't start to piss me off until we got into the deep desert, and in the PvP zone of the deep desert where the PvE is literally artificially inflated in difficulty, and then that difficulty is actually completely stripped away from it the second you get 3 people inside of the room. The AI becomes no longer a challenge. So it's like they just artificially inflate the difficulty by maxing out the health, speeding up the reload speed, cooldown, all that shit. But then the second you get 3 people in the room, the AI isn't smart enough to like actually actually be a challenge anymore. Like that's when I started to get irritated with the PvE, because I'm with you, Mordred, in the couple hundred hours or whatever inside of the Haga Basin in the A sector of the deep desert. I didn't mind the PvE and the redundancy of it and the lack of creativeness, honestly. which is saying something. And that just kind of means if they even did like the smallest amount of like variation in the PvE, it would make the biggest of differences. My God, bro. The lag out here, dude. Kind of sucks is we don't have to race to go claim the... It's no longer a race to go claim nodes inside of the deep desert. But in this coming week, because there's not a whole lot of crazy schematics to be fighting for, there's a couple we'll definitely be fighting for them, surely. But we're going to be setting up a big... I'm going to set up a big-ass A section base again, as well as this assault ornithopter base out there, so we can... maybe get the peoples together and start knocking down some dogfights with these buffed up assault ornithopters.
That an announced need for increased security.
Whoa, 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 whoa. What the hell just happened? What just happened? Dima coming in, dropping 10 gifted members over on YouTube. An absolute freaking madman. I wish we had an animation to pump this up to 10 here, but you know what, ladies and gentlemen, no better time to get your hips loosened up than right at the beginning of the stream, huh? No better time to start loosening them hips. Let's go ahead and get it going. Loose as a goose, ladies and gentlemen. That's where you want to be. Dima, you're a freaking madman. Dropping 10 gifted members. Freaking insane. Hey, did I say goose? I meant geese. We got two of them. We haven't made any updates to this yet, but this is going to continue to evolve, and it might actually end up getting cut short eventually someday. But you know what? I love the dance. We love loosening our hips as well, and my back gets nice and stiff. It started off as a joke. The whole hip swinging thing, you guys, it started off as a joke. But I'm telling you, standing here, my lower back would get super stiff. You loosen them hips every so often, and it's not as stiff anymore. I can almost touch my toes. Almost. Dima, you're freaking insane. You're a madman. We're supposed to see more patterns and not the same ones over and over again. Sparkle, what did I miss on the context to that before all that insanity took place? I'm on very early tonight. We're on just in time, Mick, just in time. 8 p.m. is typically where we start at. On the perfect schedule, Mick, we'd be starting at 10 p.m. Eastern every single night, which is 8 p.m. my time. Did I see the Landsrad next week? Might get insane. Oh, can we already see the Landsrad, you guys? What is it? Yes, yes, yes. I was hoping so badly we got another chance. This is so good. This is going to work twofold for us, you guys. Twofold. First off, Ancient Way rocket launchers are already going to drop in price because Harkonnen won. It didn't matter which faction won. The Ancient Way was going to drop in price. These are about to, I don't want to say flood the market, but they're definitely going to hit the market. So we should, like, collectively, if you're solo on here, be trying to save up as much money as you possibly can so we can possibly get as many people hitting this as possible. I know I'll be definitely picking up a few of these if I possibly can, you know what I mean, to hand out and whatnot. But that's regardless of the point. Now that we have another weapons up for grabs, this is going to make it to where if we end up winning, they're just going to flood the market even more. So people are probably going to panic sell the Ancient Ways this week just in... Oh, shit, you guys. Oh, shit. Whoa. We have a possibility at getting full loot. Dude. We need to get full loot, bro. Or we need to let them win so they'll vote full loot. Do you think they would vote full loot? Oh my god, bro. So many things just happened because if they vote full loot, we need to get people geared out in tier 5 uniques or tier 5 greens, preferably a bunch of tier 5 uniques, bro. Oh, so many things. So many things are going on right now. Okay, that can all be taken care of later. That can all be taken care of later. Damn it. That's not it, bro. Bro, Plastanium is free too. We might even be able to get people in multiple sets of just the tier 6. So many possibilities have opened up right now. Like, what's more important? Is it the weapons Landsrad vendor or is it full loot PvP? And I guess that realistically just depends on how low Ancient Ways go this week. Dude. What time is the wipe in the morning? God, that's such a good question. It's at 4 a.m. So it's like 7.5 hours from now, but we have an update coming 2 hours before that. 5,000 at 1.1 thousand a piece earlier, bro. This server is so busted, dude. This server is so busted. I'm not complaining that Melange is free, though. I'm really not. That's just one less thing that we have to worry about. Okay, that was the exact thing on the other market. I'm poor as hell on Dugap, man. I got nothing on Dugap. Dugap didn't get hit really hard with the dupes or the Solari dupes or the Melange dupes. They didn't get hit super hard with it. Not that I noticed. So I'm poor as shit on that, sir. I got nothing over there. Whereas in over here, it's so hyper inflated. I could like spit in the air and make a million Solari. Nice, dude. Very nice. J-Rob, you got that grind going on. How's it going? Good. Just that faction, Naruto. It's just the faction that wins the Landsrad. We know the loot table. Sparkle. Here, I'll send you the link. It's not a very good loot table. We don't know what's coming out inside of the caves yet because they, for some reason, don't know what's coming on inside of the caves. Some people use other maps, but this is the one that I use. So there might be one that's a little bit more detailed. I'm not entirely positive. PvE players is mainly because of griefers that stopped the solo progress. Some of the players got to MK6 the hard way, avoiding PvP. That's how it gets because of the bad PvP or content. I know that was a while ago, Tanit, and I'm like half picking up what you're putting down, but I'm not fully picking it up. Julian, hello, how you doing? We got this week's Landsrad and 25 cost reduction. You farmed and crafted your guild 4 carriers, 4 crawlers, 7 assaults, MK6 with rockets. Nice. Very nice. So much for new patterns like the patch notes said. What do you mean, Sparkle? I'm gonna have to farm out plus stone tonight. Of all things, you know what I'm saying? Patch notes said that they adjusted the system that determines which patterns drop, so we stopped seeing this. Oh yeah, and they dropped pincushion again. Bro, oh my god, why they gotta have AI do it, bro? Why can't they just go in and place the items themselves? It's so lazy, dude. It's so lazy. It was always developed that way, Kutch. The end game was always developed that way. They did a piss poor job at implementing it, but we're hoping that they're actually going to start making steps in the right direction. But it was always implemented where it was meant to be guild versus guild in big PvP battles. But the big PvP battles just weren't possible right at the start, and they're still not really possible right now. They've kind of done some things that have shifted it off of the spice and into the labs, which definitely the labs facilitate more guild versus guild content than anything else in the game right now. Yeah, plus stone is easy to farm him. Excellent point. Excellent point. You know what I need to bring out here? Stuff to craft a frickin' recycler. You know, I'm lagging less out here. I almost might just make the Ornithopter Bay out here and then craft it onto a Solido replicator. It's a lot less lag out here, shit. Only one schematic coming out of the PvP ships at a time kind of does suck him. Do we know the last item slot bottom right in the tab view? A hook with the new vehicle is worms? Hmm? Oh. Right here? Shut up. Shut up, Tanit. No shot. That's what you're guessing? Stop. Well, stop guessing that, okay? You fucking get the people gotta get the worm riding shit out of their head. You fucking crazy bastards, bro. That'll be the day. That'll be the day in this game where you're riding a worm. I'm not, I'm not convinced. Where the hell did this come from? Mm. How much would you want to bet the Regis Disruptor is one of those? Oh, bro. I will fucking piss my pants laughing so hard, dude. Grey Wolf, stop, bro. Stop. The guild that held down the Disruptor pistol does not deserve to get done dirty like that, okay? It definitely looks like they're adding in a cargo container, which would be big. Psych! Hey! I'm so sorry, man. We are an overnighter. That doesn't mean we won't ever like end up being live during the day though. We sometimes get down on like some 24-hour streams and stuff. That more so will be like when new content in Dune comes out or when we're jumping into like a new game or something like that. You know what I mean? Well, thankfully, Grey Wolf, that's what the PvP is gonna boil down to here from here on out. What am I working on in game? God only knows, man. I keep getting distracted. We're trying to just clear down this base right quick, and then I need to go craft out. Then I need to go craft out the assault ornithopter base. There's not a whole lot of crazy schematics coming out next week, which I think are going to be worth farming. So we might actually be able to get down in some. We might actually be able to get down in some dogfighting next week. Fingers crossed. Put some use to these assault ornithopter buffs that came into play. Ba-boom! Bop, bop. Alrighty. I'm wondering, Kutch, if there's a specific number where the game caps out at. Like in old school RuneScape, for example, it's like 2.14 billion, and that's because of the way the game's coded in. That's like the maximum number of whatever or others that can happen with the number. You know what I mean? Is anybody picking up what I'm putting down? So there might be a point in time where it like caps out inside, and that makes you curious, like where would it cap out inside of the bank, inside of the inventory? Inside of the inventory, you could realistically only hold so much. So inside of the bank, it might end up just like capping out. I don't know, man. That would be interesting to see, though. Was it Fury who made the arena? I heard somebody put up an arena this week, and that'd be big. How much time we got on the Storm Droid? Excellent question. 7 hours, 21 minutes, 37 seconds. 7 hours remaining. Boom. Boom. Yeah, Coach, the Solari is hyperinflated on this server. It's way out of hand. Like Psych is saying, 1.3 billion on this server is like, it's not, it is a lot of money, but it's not like it's not like having 1.3 billion on a server without dupes that just fucking rammed it. Psych, I think the assaults are better. We took the assault Ornithopter out just the other day with some rockets, and we were firing on a crew of people who was mining spice melange up in the I2 sector. And no, I3, sorry. And they had a couple of scout Ornithopters defending it. But every time the scout Ornithopters, I couldn't hit a shot to save my life. Like, don't get it twisted. We were not doing good in this fight. But every time the scout Ornithopters got multiple shots in on me and I needed to take off to go grab some repairs, they couldn't keep up. I could just fly away. I'm gone, you know what I mean? Well, the reduced maneuverability makes it fire weird. The shooting with the assault Ornithopter is weird, man. I wasn't good at firing with the scout Ornithopter, but with the assault Ornithopter, it's also weird. The roadmap released. Your stress about Dune. Hey, week. Good to see you, man. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, the roadmap definitely is at least something, you know? Oh, here we go. Hims knows what I'm talking about. The 64-bit. Yeah, okay, that's way higher than... What the hell is RuneScape using then? Like a 6-bit integer? Because they get stuck at 2.14 billion. That's OMC. That's OMC in the chat for you. He's infiltrated us. I'm just playing OMC. I'm so sorry. He's got pegged in. This guy's just like some sort of software engineer, hardware engineer possibly, and we've lumped him in as a Funcom dev. I don't know if that'll ever fall off of you, OMC. Good maths. I'll just have to take your word for it. No, not into the storage. I need that in my backpack. Thank you. I'm now exempt from math. Yeah. Agreed. The thing with the assault, or the thing with the scouts, Gray, that actually kills them for me, and that's why somebody said that next week we were supposed to have the... Somebody said in the chat yesterday, they were just like, just wait until next week when we get the Scout Ornithopter's rocket, barrage rocket that's coming out. And it was the Scout Ornithopter, which sucks, dude. And the thing that kills the Scout Ornithopter for me is the fact that when you're trying to gain altitude, you can only do that at like 90 speed. Whereas in the Assault Ornithopter with boosts and rockets, you can do that at like 140 or something. And that's like not even including like glide. You might be able to do that even faster with glide. Just about done here. Then we got to tear it all down. And like I said, I think I'm going to build the Assault Ornithopter thing out here in the deep desert and then just Solido Replicator it. It's going to be easier that way. Let's get to recycling. Get out of here. Thing is, I don't know what's mine and what's not. You know what I mean? Like, is any of this on me? I don't know. Hmm. Shit. It just never frickin' ends, bro. 80 people watching and only 11 likes. Sakari, hey, hi, how are you? Hope you're doing well. Always can count on somebody to come in here and do my job for me, ask for them likes. Hey, we appreciate you. 11 likes isn't too shabby, though. Could be much, much worse. Loading screen, definitely. Couldn't agree more. The Assault Ornithopter, in my opinion, has been brought into the dogfight meta. Aiming with it's a bit weird. Maneuverability is a bit meh, but, like, when it comes to... I mean, like, you can outrun the Scout Ornithopters with rockets. You can keep up with the Assault Ornithopters with storage a little bit more. You can definitely keep up a little bit more with the Scout Ornithopters with storage, just, like, all around. Big buff coming in for the Assault. And I'm hoping that next week, because there's not a whole lot to fight for inside of the labs, that we might be able to force some dogfights. MK6 Assault Steady Booster climbs at 180. The Scout Ornithopter with booster can outrun anything. That's absolutely correct, if that's what you're talking about. The Assault Ornithopter with booster can probably outrun anything as well. The fact that the Assault Ornithopter with booster and rockets, though, can get cooking while it's gliding and also climb at a faster rate definitely helps it keep up with the... Because if you're in a Scout Ornithopter with rockets, you're definitely going to get cooked on by a Scout Ornithopter with storage and or a Scout Ornithopter with boosts, and you would just get smoked by an Assault Ornithopter with boosts. Really, a no-clip hack out there, him, really. I forget who it was. Somebody dropped a link in the Discord to a video where they were showcasing some Russian hacker, some sort of like shield, infinite shield abuse thing that they had happen. I believe that was happening on this server. I'm not 100% positive, but that was pretty wild. Huge. Yeah, I did loading screen. Some of it did have promise. A lot of it was vague. A lot of it was super... I mean, most of it was super vague. And they also split the damn announcement. Because I don't know who the fuck... Yes, I saw it. Yes, we saw it. Battlefield 2042 got a new update, a free season pass, huh? That's pretty dang cool. I've never been much of a Battlefield player. Battlefield 6 was my first experience, and it was meh. And what I experienced in the demo definitely doesn't make me, A, feel like I was playing what I anticipated a Battlefield 6 experience to be, and then B, definitely not going to pick up the multiplayer. I'm hella excited for the Battle Royale, though. I'm excited for the Battle Royale. The ore node hitboxes are still messed up for you, Gray, huh? There's been a couple of them that have been weird for me, but they've kind of like fixed themselves throughout the week. Or if I like wiggle my thing around enough, it ends up knocking it down. Any cave blueprints this week? Not on the map, not on the website, Zip, but they weren't on the website last week either at the very beginning of the week. Halleck's pick took us all by surprise and was not on the website. I mean, we had people in the live stream like all week, at least in the beginning of the week, who were like, what the hell, Halleck's picks on the rotation, but the website don't say it's on the rotation, but it sure as hell was. It sure as hell was.
On infiltration.
Adam Yang coming in at level 1.
On subversion.
Very nice. We don't have any use for the levels yet. Somebody just dropped a sub over on YouTube as well. Limited Void coming in, dropping the sub. Welcome. Welcome. Hope you're doing well. Do you think the assaults with boosts and missiles are better than the scouts with missiles? Yes, 100%, Abraham. Night and day. I think I proved that even earlier this week when we got into the fight with those 2 scout ornithopters that basically had me beat down, and then I was able to turn and run from them and gap them basically immediately. I think it aims differently, and it's a little bit less comfortable to aim the assault ornithopter with rockets, but that's just something to get used to, you know what I'm saying? Also, I can't aim for squat with these ornithopters anyways, so somebody who's actually competent with aiming with the ornithopters would probably do even better. So yeah, I would say they're meta by far. No, that's so messed up, Zip. That's so messed up. They're just gonna gatekeep it by not choosing the weapon vendor. And you know what's jacked up about that is they realistically should have to choose the weapons vendor in order to get a refresh on their ancient ways, but they're probably just running the repair bug and just repairing whatever ancient ways they have on repeat. Yeah, it's totally messed up, man. We'll figure out in 7.5 hours, Zip, if there's any sort of blueprints coming out in the caves this week. This week loot is not great, Lopez. It is not great. I didn't check to see where any of it's at. I don't know what's PvP zone. I don't know what's PvE zone, but I saw the loot table and I said, "Shee, this is not so great, bro. Damn. Damn." That's why we're setting up the Assault Ornithopter hangar this week, and basically I'm going to be doing as much Assault Ornithopter combat as possible, obviously opening it up to anybody who wants to bring Assault Ornithopters out. For example, we've got they're only tier 5s, but I mean, like, we've got Assault Ornithopters here, and even a tier 5 out there. I mean, like, obviously you're going out there to lose the thing, but that's what we're doing anyways. So we're going to be setting up a big ore base in the A sector, and we're going to be setting up an even bigger Assault Ornithopter bay, if you will. Yep, we're setting up a big assault ornithopter bay where we're going to be having rockets dumped out, and basically that'll be the area that we fly out from. That's what we're working on right now. I'm clearing out all the rest of the junk that's over here, getting that taken care of, and then we're going to build out in the deep desert because it's less lag over here. Got 7 hours until this thing wipes. We can just slap the thing on the Solido replicator. Yeah, what do you think that means, though, loading screen? What do you think that description of contract base rather than delivery base even means? Like, all of them are going to now be, you have to go kill Masquerette? Is that what it is? I don't know what that even freaking means. Oh my gosh, Eurism. We've got freaking... We've got a choice to make, you guys, this week, because Right of Salvage, I'm just curious, we probably have a bunch of bums on this server who aren't going to vote for that, so it's like, do we let Harkonnen win? I bet Fury would vote for that. I don't think we as a guild can pull together enough swing to force a Landsrad vote, one way or the other. And they'd probably end up voting in weapons Landsrad, and that's like, that's a hard choice to make, full loot versus weapons. But it's like, shit, we need to know which way it's going to swing sooner rather than later so we can know what we need to prep for. Because if we need to prep for full loot, dude, we need to prep out, like, some Tier 5 unique sets and some Tier 6 base sets to go out and actually have no problem losing, bro. Like, oh, I want it to be full loot so bad, dude. I think that means everyone's scrambling after all the same crap all at once. If they make the target loot something inside ships, then we have more chance for PvP. Grey Wolf says it would mean that the thing you have to turn in doesn't exist until you get the contract. Oh, okay. So you're picking up, like, random stuff. Just randomly, like, new generated whatevers. Like, oh, contract notes. Oh, you pick up contract notes from the people that you kill now or something. I'm saying Eurism. That's why I'm like, damn, if we let Harkonnen win this week, it would boost our chances of winning the week after this. And Fury might actually vote full loot in. We need to get full loot in somehow, but I don't see it actually coming to pass because nobody wants to play with full loot. I'm not positive if G8's open at currently, Droid, but I was maybe planning on seeing if anybody wanted to do that. I'm not sure. I'm not certain how many people we have on. We've got a decent amount of people on. Yeah, we've got a decent amount of people on, dude, so I was definitely planning on maybe making a push, but it's like, when the hell is the spawn gonna happen is kind of what we need to determine, because we held it for like 40 minutes last time with no spawn. So it's like, do we push it leading into the reset? Like, that's what I'm kind of thinking. We're pushing it leading into the reset, leading into the hour-and-a-half downtime. Yeah. It's definitely something, Mordred. They should have, like, I don't know, man. The dev letter shouldn't have been, like, tucked away on the Steam. But yes, definitely the Steam letter definitely gives a further insight as to what their overall like end game visions are moving forward. So hopefully, fingers crossed, man. Fingers crossed for sure. I'm trying to think in my head how we can craft this bay and Solido replicator it to where we're going to be able to place it down regardless of where it's at. Regardless of the terrain that surrounds it. Just that's what I'm trying to like reason out in my head as I'm moving all this shit around. The new vehicle, I actually, when I made the video, I was convinced that it wouldn't be the tank. But then after the video, I saw the Steam post. And, it actually could end up being the tank. It's very possible. Not out of the question. On stilts, that's what I'm thinking, Ma. That was my thought. Like... So 1 tile, 2 tile. I want to keep it only 2 wide. One wide might even work, though. You know what I mean? Like, that's a pretty big spot. How many assault ornithopters do you think you can fit on a grid this big? How many of these damn things did I put down here? Too many. The tank was tested in the closed beta and it was meh. The gun did a lot of damage, but it had a really... I'm assuming you mean bad shot angle. See, that's the problem, Gray. If they're going to come out with the tank, if the tank is indeed the new vehicle that they're going to plan on coming out with, and they pull the trigger on that, they really need to rework how the land is going to work out here. And inside of the post that they made talking about all of this, they made it seem like they were going to, you know, rework how the land works out here. So, and the no-fly zone, like, it was definitely a post that was filled with a lot of hopeful ideas. The post and the fricking roadmap should have been placed a little bit more apparently together, rather than like fricking on 2 different spots. I don't understand how they can't figure that one out, bro. They like some of the things that they do just absolutely blow my mind. But that post paired with the battle pass definitely has got a lot of hopeful sounding ideas inside of it. That's for sure. My God, I need to go check. There's fucking banging going on out there. I don't know if it's the cats or if it's my wife. What the hell's going on? Slamming something on the ground over there. Give me a minute. She's punching a spider down. Honestly, Eurism, we are like out of silicone. All of the silicone we had got pulled out to run the like the fabricators and stuff out here, the refineries, which left that place like absolutely void of any silicone. That's about all I can think of, though. I'm never putting much thought into that. Yeah, no, thankfully she was not killing another spider. All right, huge. Yes. Let me take this assault ornithopter back out, and then I'll roll out and go craft one. I should be able to craft you a tier 6 compact compactor. Hey, what the hell? Who put the hole in the roof? What server are we playing on? We're playing on, yeah, be careful farming that silicone, man. I'm telling you, the damn worm's been breaching on top of people. We're on Harmony, though. I'm using the plastone out here to craft the base that I'm crafting out here that we're taking out here for the assault ornithopter. There's a method to the madness, Chewy, but yes, you're correct. I just don't want to bring plastone back from the Haga Basin out here just to tear it down and take it back. So I'm going to use the plastone that I have in this base out here. We are the eldest of the Jenkins. We're the eldest of the man Jenkins. Hence, he's got four L's in his names. 4 L's in his name. Yeah, the flower sand change is a bit of a strange one. If anything, they should have changed it the other way around and made it to where flower sand had more spots where it spawned in on the ground, and they actually maybe let you take a compact or a sand crawler onto it, just to give the PvE players a taste of what it's like to use a sand crawler before they're out there using a sand crawler and possibly losing it. But who am I to say how they should be doing things around here? Boom. Douglas, hello, hello. Hope you're doing well. All the way out there in buyer's land, where the buyers be sellers and the sellers, well, they sell to the buyers. Where are you at, Eurism? Are you around here? You don't think you have any streamers on your Eurasia server? That's brutal. That's brutal. A lot of the servers in each region, or a lot of the regions, have condensed their populations down to like a single server. Is that positive what it's meant to be, Rebel? They were very vague. From what I read, they were very vague in what that was even meant to look like. I'm assuming it's meant to be something that's actually hooked to your thing and would be able to be carried into the world map. But that's just my guess. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I'll drop it in, like, the third box from the left over here. And Slow, you're kind of right, but realistically on this server, flower sand is about the only thing that you should be out there compacting, because spice is basically worthless. Actually, let me make sure that you can even access that chest. It would suck ass if I put it in a chest that was locked. You should be able to access that chest. Let me know if you can't. It's the third one from the right. Big stinky ass lag out here. I don't think that they... Rebel, I don't think that they would announce something like that, which people have been, like, begging for, basically, if it wasn't going to be able to be transferred via the world map. Spice on this server is worthless now, Savvy. I mean, like, spice is easier to get on other servers as well, but you would use a compact compactor to do so. Like, you would go to the medium spice field and use a compact compactor to do so. On this server, spice is duped to where somebody in the chat said they picked up a 5,000 melange at 1,100 apiece. We've got like 7 people in the guild who are just absolutely stacked with melange at this point in time. On Harmony, the spice residue is what must flow. You're absolutely right. If you see people out harvesting a spice field on Harmony, it's because they need residue. You don't think they should make that? No one would make a base in the deep desert? Honestly, I agree with you on the PvE zone being expanded. I never liked that idea. I'm confused as to what you're saying with you don't think they should make what? Alrighty, here's what we need to do with this thing. So, these frickin' square boxes here are a pain in the ass to get something to land in when you're using a Solido replicator, especially if you don't have, like, the required amount of room to do so. So we need to leave ourselves a gap. Like, we need to leave ourselves some room to work with. So I need to figure out where the top of this box is at. Okay, the back side of the box is all the way over here. So land right in this corner spot. We slot it in the corner and then we move like one in and start from there. We should be just fine. So like right here. But we move one in and that's where we start from. It's right here. Okay, these are gonna get taken down, but I'm gonna lay these out just to make sure it's all in one straight line. Come on now. The MK6 sand bike, bro. The biker on this server is super excited to read those patch notes, Carbon. You're right. The ideas they've come up with in the patch notes aren't bad ideas. Like, not at all. And it's nice to see that they're actually giving us a little bit of an idea of what they're envisioning things to end up looking like and kind of like the direction that they're trying to go with things. Super nice. That's the kind of room that we need. Yes, sir. Not sure how high I want to go with these things. We'll just hold off on that for now. I mean, realistically, the higher the better, because if we're all flying out from one spot, say we've got a group of 4 of us who are flying out from this spot, I mean, you're going to want to be high up in the air, rather than having to gain altitude before you start flying. You're on Harmony and you farm spice for the residue? Yeah, that's about all you would farm spice for anymore nowadays. Transportable containers for carriers would allow people to transport too many unprocessed materials. You really think that would stop guilds from bringing out like refineries and stuff? I don't think that would. It's an interesting point that you bring up. I get where you're going with that. I do get where you're going with that. In my opinion, though, I would still prefer just to go through the trouble of, well, see, now this is a fucking problem, isn't it? This is a problem we just ran ourselves into. This is the problem with the deep desert, and no, this is the problem with the Solido replicator and the different terrains that you have to deal with. Yeah. Okay, whatever. Let's go ahead and just get this laid down, and then we'll figure it out from there. Because when I copy this on the replicator, that's going to do some weird shit because it'll extend the foundations downwards. I just don't know what it'll do with that. And we're already starting off not on a level. It's whatever, it's fine. Oh, no. Oh, thank goodness, dude. Whew. Thought we just ran out of our suspensor belt, bro. We'd been screwed. Mordred, you bring up a good point. They have a year, give or take, to flesh this game out if they want to capitalize on the third Dune movie hype, getting console ready in the process. That would definitely... That's probably realistically kind of what they're banking on. So whoever was bringing up yesterday that we're basically the testers for this game wasn't wrong. Which I'm not entirely against. You know what I'm saying? In my opinion, the jank inside of these games is what makes them magical. But there is definitely a point in time where it's like, okay, let's figure it out. I only think this works going one way. Oh, we're not even up high enough. That's what I needed to level out. So we'll go from the highest point and level out from there. Yelno, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Is that Geralt of Rivia? I have no idea what you're talking about, Dima. That reference going way, way far over my head. Flying over my head. We've got the Baron in the chat, sending his regards. I don't know who the Baron is. If that's some sort of Laura reference there, you're in the wrong spot if you expect me to pick up on what you're putting down. I don't think these connect. Alright, we'll bite. It was a Witcher 3 reference, J-Rob. The Baron's regards can be sent silently. We do the same thing with all the stream snipers in the chat. Everything seems fine to me. Tell the Baron he can work a little bit harder, I suppose. Because hitting up one of the 3 spots, I'm assuming... I was gonna say, I'm assuming they incited J-Wolf on the second guild that we have running, if I had to predict what these guys, what these guys are talking about. Am I not J-Wolf? No, brother. No. Yelno just got here from hitting that like button. Are we winning yet? We're always winning, Yelno. Every night I jump on here live and got some people to talk to. We're mad winning. Winning bigly, as they say. Alright, well that was just a waste of time is what that was. I'm assuming that they are talking about inciting J-Wolf. J-Wolf already knew that we had an insider infiltrating that side of the guild. And we've got several things that kind of mitigate damage to insiders because we're very open around here with who we let in and when. So it's not like it was something that was unexpected. These are just never going to connect, are they? Did we ever find the MK6 Cutter Ray Thief? We did not. That's a good thing that that's a good point that you bring up as well. I mean, even if we got incited, bro, I mean, we've got contingency efforts in place. What the fuck is that, bro? It's like we had it lined up, so tell me how that's not working, dude. But it works if I run a square here on this side. That's... Oh, okay, I'm kind of seeing what's happening there. Am I not lined up in the center on this? Probably not, because it's a triangle. Fuck, dude. I just don't want my corners to be just plain old regular-ass corners. You just need to connect the ground with each other. After that, it works. Droid, it probably was as simple as that. And what's funny is that's why it's like these people like stroke their egos all the time, and a lot of people like will bait into it. But honestly, the ego stroke, to me, it's like they're doing it without. It's like Arcadius. When Arcadius is talking shit on Dugap, sometimes he's talking shit and it's validated, and other times he's just talking shit to talk shit and it's like not even valid. And that's kind of the way I look at it. You run an inside on a guild who's like not strict with their their people, bro. It's like how successful of an inside was it really, when if it was that easy. I do feel bad. J-Wolf's gonna be pissed. J-Rob got hooked up today over on Harmony. Nice, bro. Nice. Yeah, there's definitely some solid people out here. See, 1, 2, 3. Damn it, dude. I should have known that I was going to need to keep those structure pieces here. I should have known. I mean, you can call it whatever you want then, him. That's gonna pop that when I break this, isn't it? Nice. Huge. The guild you're in, you all co-lead, but you're also grown adults that speak in a group chat. It's harder with larger guilds because you can't feel people out. Yeah, I feel you on that. I've said since day one, since we're running this open, chances are we're going to be very easily incited. So we've been taking mitigation risks since day one. But even then, kind of like Droid pointed out, it's like you crash and you inside a guild whose rules are, you know, lax. It's kind of like crashing a duping Minecraft server that has no moderation. You know what I mean? To put it in terms of videos my child has been watching. Man, at Naruto, I don't think you can. So we actually gave, I think it was Wars, we gave a couple of those schematics to, and he thought he was going to be able to copy those onto a Solido replicator and then put them wherever he wanted inside of his base, but he couldn't do that. And even when he abandoned the base, he wasn't able to move them from that base over to his current base. It was very strict in that, super weird. We're going function over form here, ladies and gentlemen. I want to be able to cram as many assault ornithopters into this thing as we could possibly fit. I mean, that's the name of the game, J-Rob. It really is. You got IP banned from the official server for sharing the pre-order DLC? Official Discord? You can get IP banned from a Discord? Hilarious. They timed you out for a day for saying why would you put an update out 2 days before the reset, and the reason was criticizing the devs? Oh my gosh. That's what I've heard. I've heard that the mods have actually, over on their Discord, have been inside of, in frickin', fucking damage control. Uh-oh. 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 Oh no. I think this is the end of me, fellas. We're gonna have to wave this old man goodbye because he ran out of water. He doesn't have anything to drink. What's funny is that they would give a reason for your timeout, as in criticizing the devs. That's crazy, bro. That's absolutely wild. Can I can I build a base with strictly this and then copy it in the Solido replicator? Does anybody know? Or do I have to actually physically build the base and then I can copy it? That would be so much easier because I wouldn't have to freaking hold the damn mouse button down each time. Like a click to build system would be so nice, or at least a setting that we could use to toggle that on would be great. I wouldn't be surprised at all, Landshark, if that was actually the case. I'm surprised we haven't died of dehydration yet, but we're still cooking. This old man's got some juice left in his body after all. You know, Chuji always brings up the power problem with the pentashields, and he's not wrong. The pentashields suck up a lot of power. What I like now is we can copy over, and this will be a good test to see if you can just place this stuff down inside of the green form and then have it copy over, because I'm gonna slap down, where is it? A repair station, but I don't have the materials to craft this, so I'm gonna have to just slap it down as like so. And a repair station, and what else realistically do we need? Hey, what the hell? What the hell was even that, bro? The game doesn't die because of the players, always the devs and their design choice? I don't know. Devs' design choice definitely doesn't help. Oh, that's all the water it gives me, man? For real. That's not cool, dude. It's got to hook me up with some more water than just that, man. I feel like we got scammed. The spice residue on this server is like definitely... What's funny is that's supposed to be the like secondary resource that comes out of spice. And on this server, it's in fact like the primary resource that you're harvesting when you're out there doing spice. Damn! She thick. We got a lot of walls going up. I might have to put down 2 of them damn spice things. Get real spicy. Nice. Oni says that this week's loot rotation was enough. He said enough is enough. Finally put in his bad review on Steam after 700 hours. I'm with you though, man. I really am. I'm a bit shocked. Somebody in the stream earlier was complaining because of that same thing. They were like, oh, I guess they didn't fix it from repeating the same loot over and over and over again. Nope, I suppose they did not. The byproduct, probably because above average number of players began buying out the market's residue. I feel like what happened on Harmony specifically is that this duplication glitch that's going around is so bad that it is making it to where nobody has to actively farm melange at all. And because of that, nobody is actually... I mean, like, realistically, we would probably just bring, like, a couple stacks of Leader Johns out here rather than placing storage for water. But because nobody's actually processing spice to make melange, they're just buying it, no residue is being produced. And because no residue is being produced, we've just kind of reached the point to where we need residue being produced. Or the supply and demand, it just doesn't line up anymore. That's what I'm getting at. Honestly, Grey Wolf, I'm surprised the dupers haven't spread their wings and moved on into anything different. I don't have any water, Andy. Or Addy, we're out of water. I'm just trying to think of what else we would need for the assault ornithopters. Possibly a chemical refinery to drop down some extra fuel. But we got the repair station, the chemical refinery, boom, boom. We get the vehicles out here, bing, bang. That's about all we need, you know what I mean? Very simple. Very simple amount of stuff that we need. Just trying to think. It absolutely did, Mordred, and hopefully they can get that under control, but I kind of am concerned that they are not going to be able to get it under control, unfortunately. Hopefully, but I'm not convinced. Plenty of room for all the ornithopters we could possibly even fit. Repair station. Yeah, I've got the repair station down. Repair station for armor, welders, gas, electricity, storage. I mean, like, realistically, that's all we're going to need out here on this thing. Don't worry about it, Droid. I appreciate you, but we're getting ready to roll back out to the Haga Basin. I'll fill it up from there. Perfect timing. With every patch, more bugs appear, which is crazy. On your server, the ring mouths weren't popping correctly. You saw people even farming the smalls in Haga. I heard that people kept getting breached on by the worms. They just got breached, like, on top of. Yeah, you're 100% right. That any time of day, Crioche, any time of day you roll out into the either Arkeen or Harko village, you're going to run into massive amounts of bodies of people duping. It's sad. And that's what I'm saying, bums. I don't have high hopes that they'll be able to actually knock out the duping because they haven't been able to do that inside of Conan Exiles, and it's also an Unreal problem, I believe. Hello there! Traveler?
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Up. Simon, the man, the myth, the legend. Droid coming in with a still suit. Absolutely huge. It's going to guarantee our safety. I appreciate you, my friend. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. It's going to guarantee our safe travels back to the mainland. My gosh. We can see straight again. We can see straight again. What did I think about the roadmap? So just reading just the roadmap, I was skeptical. I think that they have a lot of good ideas. I think I'm excited that they finally came out with something. But if you just look at specifically the roadmap, it leaves you wanting. You know what I'm saying? It really, really does. So... But if you pair the roadmap with the Steam post that they made, which for some reason they split these two pieces of information out, you know, again, even in the Steam post, they're very vague about what sort of changes they're going to make in the game, but it gives you a better idea and a better understanding of how they want it to look, you know what I mean? Yeah, Kriosh, we definitely are going to have to wait and see if they actually are able to take action on any of the things that they're saying. It was definitely a pressured post because there's a lot of people. Gamescom this week. Is Dune Awakening coming to Gamescom? And when this week is Gamescom? And they're at Gamescom. Interesting. Their whole paid DLC shit is irritating, bro. Like, that whole business model's stupid. It just reminds me of, like, paid maps in Call of Duty, and that shit was so dumb. Like, locking people out of maps and shit. It's just stupid, bro. Just dumb. I feel like they'd be better off finding another way to monetize, even if it was selling cosmetics in some way, shape, or form. I'd rather them do that than try and come up with these DLCs that they try to market to people. Did you notice? Okay, wait. I'm missing context here. It's in 13 hours, Gamescom is? Shee! We running a 24-hour stream? I'm just playing, bro. Y'all tripping. Y'all tripping. They mentioned they'd be there in that letter at Gamescom. Oh, did they? Inside of the letter on Steam? I just breezed through the letter, if I'm being honest. Yeah, hopefully, actually, they do show off kind of some big changes. I mean, fingers crossed we see something come in at Gamescom where they're going to show off what sort of, like, what sort of... Hopefully they have some shit developed that kind of, like, will be able to facilitate what they're talking about with them wanting to close down the flying space and open up, like, ground combat. You know what I mean? Like, that actually... I don't want to have high hopes, but it's like, I hope. We can hope, right? Bacon, you're right. If all the content that they come out with in any of these DLCs is just quests and story, it's not gonna frickin' fly with people. I'm telling you, I couldn't agree more. It's just not gonna be enough. But maybe Funcom put all of their eggs into the Dune Awakening basket, you guys. Like, let's play devil's advocate here. Okay, I know it's Funcom. Let's remove their history with Conan Exiles and any of the other stuff that they've done. Let's play devil's advocate and say that they've put all of their eggs into the Dune Awakening basket and that maybe they're going to come at this with, like, a full frontal assault type development line, and maybe their 10-year plan actually, like, functions properly. That's all possible. Droid, I think that's a good idea, but again, it's like we tap into what Funcom can create and how deep their creativity levels are, and it's like, would they even think of doing something like that? I don't know. I don't know. But anything's possible, man. Fingers crossed that something gets shown that's substantial inside of this thing. Why am I building in the deep desert prior to the storm reset? Gotcha. Hey, Mike. Basically, we're building out next week's Assault Ornithopter attack bay. That's what's going in right now, is next week's Assault Ornithopter attack bay. Also, wow, can you see what happened here? We're off center. Oh my god. Oh my god, does that happen on both sides? Can I fix it by 3 tapping it possibly? Or am I just off center here? If I put 3 down, I could actually just add another wall. I mean, it is definitely just like a slap job of a fix, but it's gonna have to work. It's still not even gonna be symmetrical because it's gonna have that. Oh my god. I have to put some more structures down because that just does not look right. Here's what we do. We add it over to this side to kind of blend in and mask the mistake that we've made. Good enough. Okay, now we need to finish tearing down here, because I think if I Solido Replicator this, it'll also copy this. I do not want that. Heard of any hidden blueprints like the Hallex pick? So unfortunately, Deca, good morning, by the way. I hope you're doing well. Unfortunately, the maps that have been laid out so far make no mention. Oh, dude, I didn't clear my inventory, bro. The maps so far that are out for the deep desert make no mention of that. I mean, I guess it really doesn't matter. Oh, yeah, it does. I need to clear the heavies. Yes, it does. That's why I needed to clear the heavies.
Instead of invasion.
Hey, Manzoc, dropping the follow over on Twitch. Welcome, welcome. We hope you're doing well. Welcome. Bro, we might as well go dump this off. We might as well dump this off, do it proper, get it nice and cleared. Happy moving day. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. We got to move out. Then we're going to have an hour and a half of a downtime. Then we're going to be back on for 30 minutes. Then the deep desert's going to reset. And then we got to move back out. Back in. Moving out, moving in. Deca, I've heard of a few servers doing that, where they're just refusing to pick the weapons vendor. Therefore, like, none extra get put on the market. And that's messed up, because they're clearly taking advantage of the repair glitch. Otherwise, they would have to select the weapons Landsrad vendor in order to replace the schematics that they've been burning through. So that really just sucks, man. It is definitely a stupid repeat loot table again. That's why I'm hoping, that's why we're building the Assault Ornithopter Bay, and we're going to bring the Assault Ornithopters out. I'm hoping that we can find dogfights. I'm going to be looking for dogfights all week. Hopefully, depending on how many people we can get on out in the guild, we can get a whole crew of people flying out here. Even if we're taking tier 5 Assault Ornithopters out like deadass. The more the merrier. Yeah, fat chance that anybody's going to end up getting hit for that, Deca. I've only heard of one case of that happening, and it was literally somebody who was using one person to repair an entire guild's worth of stuff. Six days of fuel left, not too shabby. Everybody inside of the guild should still have perms to this. If anybody inside of J-Wolf's guild needs to be re-added to the perms, hit me up. Hit me up and let me know. Oh, see, he was on here. I think we just got rid of the, I think we just got rid of the dirty bastard. Boom. Like I said, everybody in the guild should still have access. Anybody over... Actually, you know what? There's a couple of people I know for sure need to go on here.
On infiltration instead of invasion. On subversion instead of elections. On intimidation.
Ray coming in with the follow over on Twitch. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We hope you're doing well. Bro, am I blind? Oh, there we go. Pomelos! There's our blue she. There he is. Get out of here!
On infiltration.
Get out of here! Ganking isn't PvP coming in, dropping the follow on Twitch. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We hope you're doing well. Adam! Hi, how are you, Adam? You might be waking on to a bit of a rough day today. J Wolf was more correct about what he had assumed was happening than I had thought. Jux not going to do another buggy base in the deep desert since there is so much now. Yeah, there's no reason to go out and race. There's no reason to do that. We're going to be setting up I'm going to be setting up a big, massive processing base inside of the A sector. We've got some insider business going on around in the guild. So what we're going to end up doing is if you want a buggy out at this base, you got to come build your own. Not the main guild him, but unfortunately they did manage to, I'm not even certain what sort of damage they caused over on the second guild. Yeah, there's no reason to race out anymore. A sector's where to be. I almost forgot to clear my assault ornithopter again. Had, Juxed, had. I'm assuming they just griefed poor J Wolf's base that he had going on. Like I said, I'm not positive what sort of damage was actually caused. Hopefully not Nancy Pelosi levels of inciting. If that was the case, I think we'd all be stock millionaires by now. Follow that trade. Nerd, whoa! Nerd Smash coming in, dropping a raid on the channel with 15 viewers. Hey, we appreciate you, Nerd Smash. Welcome, 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 everybody coming in from the stream. Hi, how are you? We hope you're doing well. Absolute legend, dropping 15 viewers off. We appreciate you. You're a frickin' madman. You're a madman. What do we got going on tonight? Obviously, we've got the Coriolis storm wiping this deep desert, but we're getting the assault ornithopter base all set and prepared for when the reset finally does happen. On top of that, we need to get the A base that we're going to be slapping down all leveled out. How goes the Dune? The Dune goes well. We're doing well. Obviously, moving day's always not so much fun. But hey, it is what it is. Josh Horizons coming in from the raid. Hello, hello. Sounds like a bunch of components in 3.3 thousand plastanium. I mean, realistically, plastanium's free nowadays, Adam. The components is a bit of a pain, but, you know, it is what it is. I was telling J-Wolf J-Wolf suspected that there was an insider. J-Wolf already sussed him out. So I'm wondering, I told him that he needed to make some of the chests private. But yeah, you Blueshy and J-Wolf inside of that guild should have your own separated area where you're storing your most valuable sorts of resources. That way, if another inside happens, it mitigates the damage, you know what I mean? Missiles in a Dream, yes. I'm not certain if it's a one-sided monopolized server. Ever since we've gotten here, when we first got here, we heard that Atreides was the one who was dominating the Landsrat every week. But Harkonnen has had some guilds fly in on the Uprise over here, and they're definitely here to play. So it's been interesting. We'll see what happens. But yeah, we're trying to put the army together. I was really excited for the Assault Ornithopter buff that came in. Unfortunately, dogfighting has kind of been made useless inside of this game with the fact that, on this server, Melange is duped to all hell, so it's worthless. So nobody's really out there farming spice. So all of the PvP happens inside of the labs. So not really a whole lot of dogfighting happening inside of the ground on the lab, but next week there's not a whole lot of battle passes or not a whole lot of blueprints to fight for, so I'm actually hoping that because of that we're going to be able to get into some dogfighting combat, bringing all the Assault Ornithopters out, getting down and dirty. That's why we're right now currently building out this Assault Ornithopter bay just to cap it off. Using the assaults with rockets sounds so much fun since the update. It's definitely brought the Assault Ornithopters finally into the meta of dogfighting combat. And their aim is kind of funky, and you might still get outmaneuvered by a Scout Ornithopter, but we found out when we took the Assault Ornithopter out that because of it, we are able to outrun the Scout Ornithopters that are out there with rockets. We basically can just outrun them. And when an Assault Ornithopter with rockets is chasing us down, even if they have a boost, they're kind of at a disadvantage because they have to manage the heat from the boost and the heat with the rockets. But we got Ganking Isn't PvP coming in, dropping a tier 1 sub, my friend. We appreciate you. You're a freaking madman. You know what that means, ladies and gentlemen? That means loosen them up. It's time to loosen those hips up. Everybody up on your feet, because we got to get those hips nice and loose as a goose, some might say, because you know what? If you got stiff hips, ladies and gentlemen, you're not going to be able to touch your toes when you're older, and you want to be able to do that. I saw a video of an 80-year-old man. Here we go. What I say, as loose as a goose, ladies and gentlemen. If you can get your hips shaking like this lady over here on the left side of the screen, right side, depending on how you're looking at it, then you're going to be set for when you're 80 years old. Did I say goose? I meant geese. Hey, we've got geese for the gander coming in, flocking out. Hey, we appreciate you coming in. Ganking is not PvP. Dropping that tier 1 sub, my friend. We appreciate you. We hope you're doing well, and welcome. Welcome. No dancing allowed. It's just me. Dima, I forgot you had a Twitch. Hey, Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Twitch has actually been going surprisingly well for us this time around. And that's all because of you guys. We definitely appreciate it. Here we go. This should be the last one. Adios. She gone. Now, if I take this and I replicate the base... Yes, those will just extend down. Oh my god, and they just... Why do they do that, bro? I wish I'd known, dude. I just wish I had known. It's just gonna copy that down like that. Oh my gosh. It'll go further, won't it? It'll keep going, or does it not go any further? Come on now. Go further on me. It only will drop them down 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Did it just drop more? Oh yeah, setting this thing up is gonna be something else. I tell you what, this Solido replicator always kills me. I mean, we should be able to find a spot in the deep desert that can facilitate that, to be honest. We should be fine. Chance, hey, we appreciate you. We try to have fun around here. I was looking at it the other day, and I was like, it might be a little bit long, but then I was like, you know what? It's fun, though. I have fun with it, so love it. OMC, hi, how are you? We hope you're doing well. Sakari came in asking for the likes earlier. Can always appreciate you guys coming in here, knocking my job out for me. You guys are legends. But when they came in, we only had 11 likes, so they managed to push that all the way up to 30. That's actually wild. Actually crazy. All right, that's good enough. I don't need all that. Ross, gonna watch over here for a bit so you can manage to get them drops. Nice. Very nice. I think they're finally finishing out the observer set. I'm not positive. Make all the machines associates so the circuits can't be changed. That's another thing for sure, Adam, that you could slap down. It could still be pulled through machines. Like there's ways that they could go about it, but it would be a lot more of a hassle rather than. But yes, definitely swap the circuits. You just bought your ticket for Gamescom? Nice, Naruto. Were you the one who was saying that it's like just a couple of hours from you? That's pretty cool, man. It'd be interesting to go to an event like that live. That's pretty cool. Observer set still needs the door. Oh, so we got one more set of Twitch drops coming. Yeah, we're live on Twitch as well, Dampier. There's a link down in the description for that. Did we get any Regis Disruptor pistols this week? We did not. Not that I'm aware of, anyways. We made one half-assed attempt at it, and we managed to hold them out of the room for like a solid 40 minutes, but that eventually all fell apart anyways, so... We didn't make any organized attempts at it. We still have a lot of people in the guild who are under-leveled and under-geared. But we did make one half-assed attempt at it and didn't do terrible, so. I'm not 100% sold on the pistols. It's a strong weapon, but I'm not 100% sold it's as good as people are making it out to be. You know what I mean? You still got to be able to land your shots, and your shield is being dropped the entire time that you're charging up. I heard yesterday that there's a method of firing that you can do to prevent your shield from dropping while you're charging up. But that to me sounds like it's a bug more than anything, and I'd anticipate that it would eventually get fixed. Just 1 hour away. Not bad, not bad. You can avoid the shot too easy. That's what I'm saying. The pistol is massively overrated. Now, that does kind of change if you have 10, if you're going up against 10 people that are all using that pistol, you might be in trouble. Especially if you get hit with the attractor field. You're basically cooked at that point in time. So if you got 10 people that like are all firing at you, even if you don't have an attractor field on you, it's going to be harder to dodge all of those shots. So I think there does come a point in time where if you have enough people all using it, it's going to become a problem. But even then, like you're saying, it's decently easy to dodge. It's not that overpowered. If you're against 10 people, it doesn't matter what they're using. That's a good point. Yeah, you make a good point. A couple of the griefers from your server are switching to Harmony this week. Their names are Ghost and Icy, but they primarily use Ornithopters to kill solos on the spice fields. Gross. That's like the most boring form of PvP. Now, shooting at somebody who's carrying on the spice field, that's fun. Trying to take down some of the people defending the carrier, that's even more fun. But just blowing up the resource farmers, that's so boring. Harmony is got this weird thing going on, Eurism, you're right, where it's not allowing new people to join up, but there are ways around that, actually. J-Rob, actually, last night was able to get in and get a character made. He had to do it, like, during the reset. So, like, during the reset of the game, he had to make the character and actually re-roll it that way. Yeah, I agree, Paper, that it's definitely overrated. And you charge it up and you have to hit the shot. Like, that's the thing. It kind of functions like a charge rifle in Apex Legends. And that's what I'm saying, Kriosh. The counter to that weapon is to just, as they're charging it out, fire at them with your sniper. They're charging. You know what I'm saying? Like, you could have probably at least get 2 of those shots off by the time. And if you hit them in the head twice with this sniper, they're going to be just as cooked as if they hit you with the disruptor. So, yeah, I think it's massively overrated. Not that it's not a good weapon, though, because it is. I can't remember if I had anything that I needed to grab out here. Out of all the schematics that were out this week, it was definitely the best. Silent brings up a good point. It is kind of one of those weapons that when you manage to land the shot, ooh, it just feels so nice, don't it? Kind of like when you lead the shot of a snipe inside of Apex or another game like that, and you just nail it. Nice, Eurism. Very nice. That whole Swordmaster ability there is weird, though, because you have to stand there and hold it, though, don't you? I guess if you're stuck in a gravity mine, that would definitely help out, being able to stand there and hold it, but... Give me a minute. Are you saying if you get staggered, it cancels the ability? 2020? Or are you talking about if you're staggered and you use the ability, it cancels the stagger? Oh no, Jux, you're joking. That fully wipes your gear, doesn't it? Yes to what? Damn it, I shouldn't have given both options. Oh, it cancels your ability. Okay. Give me a minute. Hello? Do we have the mic back? No crazy screaming in anybody's ear this time? Hold on, we're gonna move it. Everybody brace your ears. I don't know what happened that triggered that last night. I honestly have no idea. But now I'm like on edge every time I move this mic that I'm gonna just blow somebody's eardrums out. It's gonna start screaming at them. Shigawire Claw is a counter to that, and yeah, it would stop the thing. That's a good point. What's weird is that it's supposed to run out if you're out of stamina, like that ability where you're deflecting the darts is supposed to run out as soon as you run out of stamina. So it's like, just because you got staggered doesn't necessarily mean that you're out of stamina, though, so it's a bit wild that, yeah, just being staggered ends up cooking that. Oh, this is just going to be a bunch of fuel cells. We don't need that. And we did already copy this thing big. So that's what's nice about this. The takedown should be simple as can be. Come on now. Is there any hidden cave loot? We don't know yet, Perfecte. Somebody on the other servers might be able to figure that out. Not Juxt anymore, unfortunately. I'm sorry, Juxt, I couldn't help it. I couldn't help it. Somebody on the other servers might be able to find it, but the maps that I've seen out are not showing it. Be careful and save your eardrums. I'm trying, man. I'm trying. Kriosh, I don't disagree with you. That's why I've never used that ability. I think you're right. So I need 2 vertical stakes and 2 horizontal stakes for that one. And then for the A section base, we need more than that. So this A section base, I'm going to start building this up week by week. We've got a layout for it for week 1 that we're going to slap down. And then we're going to build on that. And then we're going to copy and paste and take that over into the next week and slap that down. And week over week, this should be getting bigger and bigger. You're on an Australian server that the reset happened today. You haven't found any cave loot that you've checked a fair few. Interesting, interesting. Yeah, speaking of cave loot, that's what I'm going to go do right now. I'm going to go slap down this C7, and I'm going to go grab another D4 chest as well. We might as well. I know, right? I don't disagree with you, T. I do not disagree with you. But there's got to be... I was saying this yesterday, man. I was like, it's going to be weeks before the Helix pick is an item that people are needing. Weeks. And what's funny is it was an 80% drop chance, so it's not even like you needed good RNG to come down here and get a boatload of it. Helix picks for days, bro. The triple shot's also an 80% drop rate, you're right. On this server, the reset wasn't working properly for like the first couple of days, so I don't have as many triple shots as I should. My wife made a chocolate cake yesterday, and I put icing on it before it had cooled down enough, and the icing melted, and she made fun of me. That stupid asshole. But I told her, I was like, no, I did that on purpose because I wasn't icing it, I was glazing it. Because the way the icing melted, it looked like a glaze more than anything. So I was like, no, that was done on purpose. And I think we tricked her. I think we convinced her. Ah, they fixed the whole ores spawning on top of the pentashield, huh? That's good. Yeah, you do lose everything, Juxt. We learned that on, I think, the second week of the game. We decided to take an Ornithopter out into the deep desert and ride that out all the way through the Coriolis, and yeah, you lose everything. That sucks. It's just like a worm death. What'd I miss from at Perfecte? Oh, how many did I farm? Gotcha. 7 of each is pretty damn good. I got way more picks than I got. I think I got like 4 Regis snipers, and I got like 10 Halix picks. We were originally based up right next to the Halix pick chest. That's what I thought, Adam. I thought their only disruptor weapons actually damage the shield. Is what I was under the impression of. And if other weapons damage the shield, it's like massively reduced damage. Very nice, very nice. They're trying to sell that pistol for like 1 billion Solari on this server, which I think is just laughable. It's not, to me, the schematic's not that, not even near worth that much. Oh, Jed. Jed, we had an insider. Jed, are you on the first guild or the second guild? Dude, this stupid texture not loading in is the frickin' worst. You're in the first guild? Oh, that's weird. You should have access to it then. I'm about to roll back out to the Haga Basin, and I'll check to see if that's swapped into guild or not. I mean, I've got adept disruptor pistols. At least one. If not in a schematic, we got one from a quest. And I said, oh, look, here's the tier 5 version of the pistol they're all fighting for. You know what we got this week from the Landsrad that I'm excited about? This right here. The Way of the Mirror. So this is a Mala pistol that's been modified, and it'll automatically reload darts. I don't know if that's true or if that's just flavor text. But this might be something that you can fire off at a fast enough rate to pressure somebody who's trying to fire off the pistol. Because as soon as their shield drops, they're vulnerable to taking damage. And if this fires off fast enough and with enough accuracy, this might be devastating. Same with the Regis triple shot. Like, honestly, the Regis triple shot might be huge. And the plasma cannon even. The plasma cannon I'm more interested in as like a meme. Wondering how good that is inside of combat. Just use the plasma cannon, Grey Wolf says. I've never used it. We picked one up from the Landsrad this week to check it out. That was the grind we put in yesterday, was to make sure that we got the pick. Hold on. That's what I really like about this game, you guys, is the shifting meta right now. The game hasn't been figured out to such an extent where it's clear what exactly the meta is. It's a very much so a shifting meta. From week to week, the meta seems to be something different, which is freaking amazing. I fucking keep getting the pants out of this thing. It's pissing me off. I don't know what I did to deserve to get the pants out of that thing over and over and over again, but I've gotten so many pants out of it. It's ridiculous. I should have at least like 5 more Regis disruptors at least. Yes, absolutely, Adam, for sure. What server did I pick for the Landsrad reward? Mine picked weapons, and you got the second Ancient Way. They picked weapons, I'm pretty positive. Yeah, they picked weapons import rights. We're fighting for weapons import rights again, or full loot PvP. So this could be an interesting ass week, bro. Is the RNG based on your character name? OMC, I swear if it is, then that's not RNG. That's like some twisted ass. That's like some twisted ass RNG. If you can manipulate the RNG, bro, it's not random. So I hope not. I'm flying out there now, Jed, to go see what's going on. We're gonna knock out mining some like aluminum and duraluminum and shit. Just some of the regular old stuff. I know I need to replace some of the water. I took some of the water out of the Haga Basin base. Deca, it's crazy that could possibly happen. It's crazy that could even possibly happen. It's going to be 2 weeks in a row on the weapons vendor, which is surprising. OMC, you're onto something there, because every time this man loses his pants, we all get scarred just a little bit. We all just get a little bit more scarred. You tried the plasma cannon in a tournament, they just knifed you to death, but when you do land hits, especially with exploit weakness, it stomps them in seconds. Yes, see, that's what's interesting, man, is like there's certain skills and pairings of abilities that could end up working really well together, like exploit weakness makes it to where you're doing more damage when you hit a shielded target. Yes, dude. Oh shit, my assault ornithopter's out here still. We don't have to organize to race out here into the deep desert anymore, Juxt. It's going to be a lot more laid back of a reset today. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, here in 3 hours, the servers are going to be coming down for an hour and a half. Kush coming in, dropping that follow on Twitch. Hi, how are ya? Welcome. Welcome, welcome. We hope you're doing well. Trying to get a look at this week's deep desert map to figure out where the labs are and where the control points are and where the PvP stations are. Watch the wall, watch the wall, watch the wall. Wow. Last second pull up there, soldier. You were about to just blow up into that cliffside there. Come on now, pay attention. Pay attention now, huh? What are you doing? Alright, let me take the control points off of this. Okay. There's 3 labs. There's no PvP ships. Hey, at least, dude, so what was really irritating me in fighting inside of that ship was the lighting, bro. The lighting was ridiculous, man. Those are so unnecessarily dark. It's freaking insane, man. So this week, all of the labs, all of the ships are in the PvE zone, but all of the labs are in the PvP zone. So presumably a PvP zone is going to be, PvP is going to be in a lab this week with some decent lighting, presumably. 80 mil, it's going to just keep going down, Grey Wolf. I don't think that's not a price that's worth it. That's just going to keep going down, especially considering we may possibly be running into the weapons vendor 2 weeks in a row. I expect the price of the Ancient Way to plummet. Let's ride. The pincushion chest piece comes out of F5. Storm Rider boost module MK6. That's for the scout, though. Meh. Oof, the drops really suck this week, you guys. They really do. Pincushion pants coming out of the shipwreck on E2 might actually be popping off. That and the chest piece. I think E6 is where we're going to be setting up the Assault Ornithopter base. Possibly. You're going to do your best to obtain an Ancient Wave via obliteration of the enemy. Very nice. Like I said, Ancient Ways on this server should just continue to drop in price. And we're fighting for another weapons vendor. Though I'm honestly hoping that Fury pulls through and they vote for full loot. Fib, garbage loot this week, yes. I know, people are really pissed off about the pincushion. People are not happy about pincushion. I'm surprised the pick is even still worth 5 mil, to be honest, Grey Wolf. I'm surprised it's that high still. Yeah, Kush, people are not happy about the pincushion. And what's funny is, I think what's making people even more mad is the fact that they had, like, literally just come out. Hey! They had just come out and stated that they were going to, Oh yeah, that was my fault, Jed.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Hey, that was my fault. This should be opened up to the guild now. You should be good to get in on that. They came out and just stated that they were going to not have the algorithm, whatever they use to run that thing, do the same thing over and over. It was going to make it to where it dropped different gear. But they, in fact, did not do that at all. And it just ran pincushion again. People aren't happy. Yeah, it's funny. I just think it's hilarious, to be honest. Yeah, this is definitely a week where whatever PvP they decide to camp, they're probably going to do more standing around than actually fighting. Whereas in this week, at least, it was, like, worth fighting over. There's a lot of sets that they haven't pushed out at all, Wolf. It's actually sickening. I get why people are mad. I just think it's funny, though. It would have been nice to get something new, but instead we got the same. It's not a good week. It's not a good week. Somebody in the stream yesterday was bringing up when we were talking about, I was talking about how I'm excited that the PvP is being pushed over to happen inside of the labs and stuff. It's where probably the most fun PvP is to be had. And he was talking about how if there's a week that doesn't have any good schematics to fight over, then it's going to be back to being boring. And he was absolutely right. And unfortunately, he was right about the very next upcoming week. Aspen, a freaking hotkey in order to swap to the turret would be fantastic. If the Regis Disruptor shows up in a cave, dude, my God, I might piss myself laughing if that's the case. Like, the European servers are already reset, so technically we should know if there's any cave loot, but it's a bit hidden, so that's not a guarantee. Hey, level 163 in the bag. Yeah, Oceania is reset already. I believe Europe has as well. Yeah, Pincushion's been coming out every single week, inked, which is what's funny about it. What I don't understand is the devs came out and made an update, and they were like, we're going to change the way our AI algorithm decides what loot gets put out, so it stops putting out repeat loot. Excuse me? You're telling me that the devs can't spend fucking 10 minutes out of their week to decide what loot gets put into the deep desert and where? I mean, holy shit. You could look at the map and then just pick out random loot from a fucking pool of random loot and you would be doing better than whatever this AI is doing. So, yeah, it's funny, bro. It's funny. Damn, Juxt was only 2 hours off of not losing their gear set. I'm so sorry, Juxt. Oh my gosh. I'm so sorry. Oh no. Yeah, it'll definitely be an interesting week, Kriosh, when it comes to player count, player numbers. They just run the AI twice under different parameters and get the same result. Yeah, dude. Eurism, it doesn't make sense. So true, Juxt. If I was trying to sell stuff on DoGap, there's only a select few items that would even sell. I swear the market on that server is so dead. That's the one thing that's actually nice about Harmony is the market's hyperinflated, but oh my gosh, at least people are active on it. At least it's active. Overheated? Excuse me? Where's my heat bar? Oh, I see the heat bar now. What the hell is that? This droid, this definitely is one of the worst weeks. I haven't been paying attention to every week's Deep Desert loot up until, like, swapping over to Harmony here. But yeah, this week is underwhelming, to say the least. I feel like that's what the people who are going to continue to play this week, T, are going to basically do exactly that. It's going to be a big Plastanium week for a lot of people. Full loot is an option for next week, Juxt. It's also fighting against what's unfortunate is it's fighting up against the weapons lands rad. So I feel like if Atreides ends up winning, they're just going to pick weapons lands rad. So I'm almost pulling for Fury to end up winning this week. And I feel like us as a guild, we wouldn't be able to contribute enough to swing the Landsrad vote. Like, there's a lot heavier hitting guilds who would be able to swing the Landsrad vote. If the Ancient Way showed up in a cave, that would be funnier than the Disruptor pistol showing up in the cave. I don't know who on the Harkonnen side pushed for the Landsrad. Somebody's got to win the Landsrad and vote for full loot PvP. And if they are going to vote for it, we need to know so we can, like, spend the week prepping up the unique Duraluminum gear sets as well as, like, the base tier 6 gear sets. Because, man, some full loot PvP would be fun. Good luck, Juxt. We may know sooner rather than later if there's any hidden loot inside of any of these caves. Good luck, man. Good luck. Let me know. Let me know. Because that definitely would be... That's definitely information that'd be good to know. I'm surprised that the websites haven't decided to, like, look into that. I'm surprised the websites didn't have it listed last week. And then they're going to go 2 weeks in a row without having it listed, which is also strange. It definitely makes me wonder how many weeks have we missed? Method had it listed, but they didn't have it listed right away. When we first found the Hallex pick schematic, none of the websites had it listed. It wasn't until the next day when they had updated and listed it. It's definitely getting out of hand, Droid. In the update post that they've made, they are talking about that. Grey Wolf brings up a good point, is that the scraping methods that they use isn't always foolproof. Foolproof. Yes, I did. I've run into a couple default abilities on the ground that we've picked up. Adam, I don't know if you're still here in the live stream. How are things going for you over there? You need anything? You need anything to help get you back up and going? Help get you locked down and taken care of over there? What's up? What I missed?
Old man, can we delete these two stairs right here and half stairs? Because it's really hard to get the bottom, like, the bottom one already had.
I don't know if half stairs will work.
Or just a wall underneath. The half stairs might work. It's just really hard to access these things.
It is, it is, it is. You definitely have to hit it at the right angle.
Yeah. Honestly, like, it doesn't work.
Okay, huge. That should help. Huge. Well, holler at me if you need anything, Adam, to get that back up and... Oh, you're at work. You're at work. How do you know what we lost then? Damn. Damn, Adam's... Whoa, the big, fat, stinky lag, bro. Adam's got his finger on the pulse. Yeah, no, I was thinking about those stairs as well when I was sitting there crouching in order to look at them damn things. Did you really? I picked up a Shigawire Claw and mine is still at level 3, but I don't know if I've respec'd my character since I picked it up or not. That's a very interesting thing you bring up there. You know what I need? I need some gas. We need some... There's the gas we need. Very nice. My god, the lag is getting brutal right now. You wonder if looting the play... Oh, we already read that. Was I Trooper baseline? No, we started off as Swordmaster, I think. What server are we on, Tyler? We're on the Harmony server. This server's got a lot of different guilds and a lot of different competition going on, so it's pretty popping off. It's pretty popping out here. It's the most populated NA server, so take that for what you will. Yeah, there's several large guilds out here. Discord's how you figured out? Gotcha. I see. Jasper, the server Jasper? I'm not positive. The Siege Jasper? Gotcha. I mean, all of these servers you're always gonna run into the weird guilds who take themselves too seriously and or inner guild politics, insidering business, etc., etc. Which is kind of a part of the process, I suppose. Your EU server chose tool vendor for the 3rd time in a row? Gross. For the 3rd time now. Maybe not in a row. Still gross. The big Atreides guilds get a little bit of competition and then they just decide to swap over to Harkonnen so they don't have to fight to win the Landsrad. That's funny, dude. Honestly, I don't give a damn about the factions one way or another, to be honest. We chose Atreides because they're green. They are colored green. Green for go. Yelno gets it. That's exactly why we pick the Siege leg as well. Because without legs, you can't stand. So, seems like the obvious choice. Nice, Juxt. They can't even pick the tool option next week. Get them the hell off of that. I don't know what tools they're picking up out of the Landsrad vendor, but that's enough. Enough is enough. The fuck is that noise? What is that noise? The radiation zone's never made that noise before. Is that new? That is incredibly annoying. Oh, we just caught that thing midair? I didn't even know you could do that. Did you guys see that? Hell yeah. Hell yeah, we did, bro. Shoot. We did it again. Why is my guy glowing, dude? Why are we glowing right now? Oh my god. The noise, the rads was introduced in the last patch. Okay, I don't like it. Not a huge fan. So these visual effects are the radiation. I don't mind the visual effects. The sound was annoying. That's a good point that you make, Droid, is it does remind you of the danger, but at the same time, it's like, damn. But I suppose, like, fuck, dude. I didn't think we were going to be driving right back. I suppose, like, games like Rust and whatnot have that rad noise as well. You kind of do need that indication that something's wrong. Some audio for the worms would be huge. This is like overkill. Yeah, I've got gas him. We've got the gas. I wish you could auto fly with this so I could open up like other menus and have this work just fine.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Dima dropping the super chat over on YouTube. You're a madman. W for bringing fuel, dropping that $5 super chat. W for the super chat. Dima, you're a frickin' madman. W's in the chat for Dima. He's a fricking madman, I tell ya. And yes, it's rare that we actually managed to think ahead, but I did think ahead with the fuel cell. Because I know that these damn carriers suck down a lot of fuel. We did manage to think ahead. Knowing me, though, I could have easily got myself stuck here. Droid still has like 8 trips left. Damn. I did the majority of my trips before I passed out today. Damn, Juxt, that's crazy. Absolutely cornering the market on them stacks right there, on the silicone. Huge. Huge. You're gonna have no problem buying back the gear set that you lost. I almost did it too, droid. And even today, I had to do like, what was it, like 5 or 6 trips? And I did like 10 trips last night. So we definitely need the carrier storage to come through ASAP. Kel, if they make it to where the carrier container cannot be brought through the world map, people are going to be pissed. I want to say there's 0% chance that it is not going to allow people to carry it through the world map. I would say there's a 0% chance of that happening.
On infiltration instead of invasion. Subversion instead of election. On intimidation.
Brandon, we might. I'm not positive how many people we have on. But yeah, we might. That would have to be all about the timing, though, Brandon, because I don't want to go fucking sit there for 45 minutes again waiting on a chest to respawn. You saw some concept drawing in a video the other day, and it was not an attachment? Bruh, Cowboy, it has to be. It has to be. Even if it's like something that it's carrying, they have to make it to where they can carry it across the map. Otherwise, like, why would they even... Otherwise, they're completely misunderstanding what people are upset about anyways. You know what I mean? Crazy. Absolutely wild.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Eurythum coming in, dropping the super chat, dropping the Canadian tenor on us. Jed hooked ya boy up with a new still suit. What kind of soul? What a kind soul. He shall never be forgotten. You owe him your lives. Hit that like button. Everybody dubs in the chat for Eurythum. They're a frickin' madman. We appreciate you, my friend. We definitely appreciate you. Jed coming in, hooking you up. Hey, let me know. You should have access to these refineries and whatnot. And you should have access to an Ornithopter and stuff to hopefully help you get the research points knocked out, get some extra leveling knocked out, the classes, and all of that. I'm not certain exactly where you're at in the whole process here. But absolutely freaking insane. You're a wild man. The way Funcom describes the carrier storage, it's a chest that it just picks up, so it won't go... If it does that, Deca, then the Funcom devs don't understand what people are truly complaining about. Which is crazy, dude. If that's what they end up doing, man, absolute wild. I'd be shocked, dude. I'd be actually shocked. People use the sand crawlers for storage, so why would they make a storage... They wouldn't... That cannot be the case. That just can't be what's going to end up happening. Do the PvP ships in the PvP zone respawn every half hour? Or did they increase it to every 1 or 2 hours? Kutch, I think it's between 45 minutes and an hour and a half, and it's run on an RNG scale. We were in that thing for like 40 minutes, checking it fairly consistently, and it never frickin' respawned. So... One of the tooltips says the carrier is a smaller version of the carry-all. The carry-all should have the storage module. Mike, and that's kind of what I was thinking. Maybe that's the new vehicle they're going to implement in this first DLC, is a massive ornithopter that is meant to be like the bus that's carrying things. Like that would be something. I think it's run on an RNG scale him. I'm not entirely positive. Let's jump on the Discord here quickly because I think that Dune should be giving us an announcement. What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? Service alerts. A hotfix will be deployed August 19th at 2 a.m. 2 a.m. We have 2.5 hours until there's going to be a 90-minute downtime, after which the game will be back up for 30 minutes, and then we're going to be kicking it on into the deep desert. What I'm going to focus on first is landing our sub-thief down at a spot inside of the shield wall section of the deep desert where I think we're going to be able to run buggy runs decently. Like that's where we're going to set up inside of the deep desert. After we lay the sub-thief down and claim out that area, we're going to run down and chase down a spot further in the deep desert where we're going to be placing the assault ornithopter attack bay. This is where I'm going to be rolling out with the assault ornithopter to lay down some attacks. It's going to be fairly big, so anybody who ends up wanting to join, we should be able to facilitate as many people as we possibly need. But we got 2.5 hours here until the reset to knock out some of this farming in here. Probably gonna go do some like lab runs as well, knock out some particle capacitors, but realistically might even save that for some A section grinding next week. We'll see. Might focus on the metals and try and knock down some aluminum or whatever, but realistically we got 2.5 hours before things start to kick off. Man, camping the chests is the one thing. Like, if you're a guild holding down a chest, that's one thing, bro. That's completely fair game. That's completely fair game. But on Dugap, for example, what would end up happening is you would have logout campers camping the chest, and that just sucks, man. Do I think the deep desert is big enough even if they made the whole area PvP again rather than, obviously, except for the A-row? Big enough for what? It is him. You're right. Fighting over the loot is one thing, but having to sit around and camp it is another thing entirely. And something that plays into that and causes that to feel even worse is the fact that people can respawn directly on the chest that you're contesting every 60 to 90 seconds. Like, that's crazy, man. Eurism A, we appreciate you. We appreciate you. Plus, we got some basalt cooking. So, plus we got some plastone cooking on this one down here. So we should be good on the amount of plastone that we need, to be honest. Oh, damn. Yeah, we should be more than good on the amount of plastone that we need over here. You crazy. let's go ahead and while we have this in a location where we know of, let's fill up our assault ornithopter. I hope I didn't just accidentally fill up the wrong one. Nope, we got the right one. Huge. I fucking hate organizing and keeping things organized, dude. And then I run out of room, damn it. Now what am I meant to do? We had organization, but now I'm out of room, so organization gets thrown out the window.
On subversion instead of elections. On intimidation.
Mick, coming in, dropping the follow over on Twitch. Welcome. Hi, how are ya? Hi, hello, how are ya? Hope you're doing well. Grey Wolf's got the answer to your question, Gabe. It's a big fat no.
On subversion instead of elections.
Eat my taco, number 17, coming in with the follow over on Twitch. What is happening over on Twitch?
Instead of invasion.
Emote,
Subversion.
coming in with the follow on Twitch. Hi, how are you guys? Hope you're all doing well. Welcome, welcome. Insanity's taking place over on Twitch. I tell you what, that's what's happening over there. Another night for the history books. Maybe the carrier storage is just a large container that they haven't added in yet. Oh. Kel, you're so right. I'm an idiot. I'm so dumb, Kel. I hate how these chest system works. It's tricked me. It's tricked me a million times over. I've got room for days here. We're not out of room. Organization is not there anymore, but you know what? We've still got room. I'm glad you pointed that out. That always tricks me on these stupid chests. Honestly, Kutch, they need to fill out the land in the deep desert. That's the problem. They have both of the 1 section and the 9 section all the way up completely devoid of land, and then the whole I section is completely devoid of land. And then there's 6 and 7 or 8 different tiles spread throughout the middle that are just have no land on them. It's insane. They need to. I don't want to be able to drive from the A section all the way out to the I section. I don't want that. But, bro, we need more land out here. You know what I mean? Bullhorn, hi, how are ya? Good morning, Bullhorn. Good to see ya. Go check the new map. It's not pretty. Oh, there is more land. That's a good point, actually. I would assume it's not more land than what was in this week. They added land this week, did they not? Here, let me clear this map here and let's see. Give me, oh shit. Kriosh is right, you guys. Give me a second, I'll pull this map up, y'all. This is actually wild. Give me a minute.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
On infiltration instead of invasion, on subversion instead of elections, on intimidation.
Good time of day. Hope you're doing well. You on me. Hey. I hope you're doing well. Bullhorn. No frickin' way. Coming in. Dropping the tier 1 sub. You've been subscribed for 2 months. You've resubscribed. Man, can you believe it? The first resubscriber on the channel. You know what that means, ladies and gentlemen? That means it's time to dance. I wish I had a different dance for a resubscriber, because I tell you what, that's something special right there. Bullhorn, we appreciate you around here. Hope that you're doing good. We got that goose going. This is how you get your shoulders working. That's how you get your hips working. If you do this dance daily, ladies and gentlemen, when you're 80 years old, you're probably going to be able to do somersaults. I say probably because I'm not a medical professional and I can't guarantee anything. But you know, if you know, you know. We appreciate you. We appreciate you, Bullhorn. The man, the myth, the legend coming in. Resubscribing for the 2nd month. There's zero need for a storage container if they just let us cross a zone while carrying something. I agree, Fib, but I don't trust them to be able to pull that off. Oh, very interesting. Very interesting, Kriosh. Yes, we've got some caves that we're going to need to check to see. Man, if it's a good enough loot inside of a cave, that could lead to some interesting PvP. Now, we don't let it run all the way to the end every time, Dima. Like I was saying earlier, it's kind of like long-winded. There will be different iterations of that whole membership celebration that we do throughout the whole thing. Raygun, how do I feel about the roadmap in the dev post? You just entered the stream. The roadmap I'm excited about. The dev post, I'm irritated that they decided to post that on a separate media. Like, there's no reason that shouldn't have been, like, embedded inside of the roadmap. And a lot of the information inside of the post, like, could have been, you know, explained on the roadmap as well. The roadmap looked a bit empty. And then the explanation, the dev post, was also a bit empty and vague. But it definitely added a little bit of context to what was going on. Let's go ahead and get this deep desert map pulled up. Bruh, take a look at all of this freaking land, dude. It is everywhere right now. That's crazy. This is a lot more land. This is gonna end up working twofold. It's gonna make dogfighting with the assault ornithopter a little bit more dangerous, man. You gotta watch out for these land masses here as you go flying by them, because should you fly by them and there's 15 people sitting there waiting with an ancient way, your ass is in trouble, you know? Honestly, Burger Buns, that would be the easiest solution, is just give the carrier some sort of storage container. Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I don't know why they wouldn't make that some sort of attachment. I mean, make it to where you can't boost, but you get a storage. Fuck, it's that easy. Honestly, with this much land out here, you could, if there was no quicksand separating like these 3 islands, you could easily take a buggy up probably all of these islands right here. And yeah, roll around with a buggy and a rocket and maybe actually get into some things. How do I feel about the no-flight zone coming inside of the deep desert? I think that just depends on how exactly they implement the no-flight zone. You know, how exactly does that end up getting implemented? How much land mass can they put out here to make that work? Combined PvP is what everybody was expecting from the start. However, with the way the deep desert was originally, guys, look at this map. There's land on every the only tile in the deep desert that I see without land is F7 and F8. Other than that, there's land on every single tile. Every week in Dugap, I'd be bitching because G4, G5, G6, G7, F7, F6, F5, H5. There'd be like 7 fucking tiles connected to each other that were all empty. Nothing but sand. That's ridiculous, dude. That's ridiculous, bro. So if they implemented a no-fly zone on a map like that, yeah, we're gonna have problems. That's not gonna work. But if they can actually create spots in the deep desert that can facilitate a no-fly zone and some healthy ground combat, I think that's an excellent place to be pushing the game in towards. This map that we're looking at right here, just landmass wise, you guys, is freaking huge. Like, this is a big change right here. That is a lot of land. The raids might be healthy this week, aside from the fact there's no reason for you to build in the PvP zone. But I mean, we might be able to get into some raids and maybe try and get into messing with some people trying to harvest on Titanium Island with like a buggy base or something. They didn't announce a no-fly zone, Kriosh. They announced that that's one of the ideas that they have. It's some Steam post that they made. And it's super vague, just like the roadmap is super vague. Both of those announcements that they made are super lacking in detail, but if you pair them together, it's a little bit better, but even then, this is an absolute crap ton of land here. I'm surprised to see all of it. No fly zones, if implemented properly, could be big. No fly zones in the control point ray gun, so it's like, how does that get implemented, though? Is it just like a wall in the sky that you can't fly past? You know, like how exactly does that end up getting implemented, I think is the question everybody's having. I haven't juxed. I haven't. The website that I'm using apparently uses the Planetologist app's map, though, from what I understand. So even though I'm not technically using the Planetologist app, the website I'm using is like embedding the Planetologist app's map. I'm not 100% positive of that. Amazing, a no-fly zone in a place where flying is the only way to get around. And that update was so passive-aggressive in like, quote, "Welp, here's our ideas, hope it sounds great, thanks guys." That's what I'm saying, Caustic. That's why I didn't cover the Steam post. I was irritated, first off, that they put the roadmap in the Steam post in 2 different spots. It reminded me of when this game first launched. We were having the problem where they freaking would have 7 developers do 10 different Q&As with 14 different content creators, and nobody knew where the information was. And some of the devs' Q&As would answer questions, and then another Q&A would explicitly like contradict answers to it was all over the place. And I don't understand how they can't get their shit together, bro, and just post the information in one solidified spot. Whatever, like on Twitter, they make a post that's a link to their website, and on the website is the graphic with the roadmap, and under the graphic to the roadmap is a description of the Steam post. Like, how hard is that? Why are these on 2 different mediums? No fly zones would just mean missiles don't work. Abraham actually brings up a good point. Abraham actually brings up a good point there. That could be how they have the no-fly zones run. Because technically that would just be a zone that you're going to want to avoid flying in because you're defenseless in the sky. So things are probably going to be firing at you. So it's like not a strict no-fly zone, but it's like a zone that you can't fire rockets in from an Ornithopter, so you probably don't want to fly through this zone. But if you're in a Scout Ornithopter with boost, you could still boost through and maybe catch like the backside of the island, so that way you can like add or try to counter whatever's going on with whatever guild. I feel like Kutch, they should just come up with a system where the ground or the Ornithopters only do like 1/10 of the damage to ground as they do right now. Because you're right, the Ornithopters with rockets just absolutely blitz anybody on the ground. And it kind of like gets compounded with the fact that you can't have your shield while you're harvesting spice. Hello? We back? Hey, as long as we don't blast out anybody's ears, then we're still winning. All right, we've got 2 hours until this 2 hours until this downtime. I already filled my assault ornithopter up with some of this plastone, I believe. Let's go ahead and fill it up the rest of the way. Then, when inside of the assault ornithopter bay, we're gonna need, basically these fucking chests are all gonna have to fly out because that's what I had inside of that desert. But inside of the ornithopter bay, what sort of gear am I gonna need to pull out? We're gonna need to pull out fuel cells. We're gonna need to pull out suspensor belts, rockets, missiles. Fuel cells, and oh, Deca leader Johns actually. I mean, honestly, we're probably going to need more than 7, but 7's a start. I'm going to do another trip of some aluminum as well. Get that rolling. Welding wire, spare torches, Fib, big. Fuck, I'm glad you brought that up. Torches. Do we still have access to the tool vendor? Do we still have access to the tool vendor? I don't think we do. We've lost access to the vendor. Shit. Could have bought torches from there. It's fine. Welding wire and torches, though. Big call right there. Huge. New vehicle for the DLC. You hope it's not a tank? Oh my gosh, you bring up a good point, Raygun. Is the locking content behind the DLCs. You bring up an interesting point. That's something I hadn't even considered. I don't imagine the tanks being anything like freaking crazy good unless they actually come up with a system where ground combat is facilitated properly. But I mean, damn, if they do that, then that would kind of be pay to win. Repair mats for the tier 6 gear, yeah. That's basically just melange and plastanium, if I'm not mistaken. Let me check.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Silicone. Always frickin' silicone, man. There's no chance they're gonna let you put the tank inside of the vehicle backup tool. Zero chance. Eurism, you bring up a good point. You bring up definitely a solid point there, in the sense of you would be able to work around the pay-to-win aspect of it, and chances are somebody in your guild had the DLC and they'd be able to craft the whatever. Did you notice how the owned section works when you are looking at resources? No. I'm not positive what you're talking about there, Grey Wolf. Like when I'm inside of a crafting machine. That was my first assumption, Kutch, because I was under the assumption that ground combat not possible. Tanks, they're not going to be able to make those work properly right now. A no-fly zone might change that, but even then, tanks might not work properly currently. And I was assuming just a bigger bus of an Ornithopter that's like a transport ship that has like a built-in storage or whatever. That was my guess. Grey Wolf, if you're talking about the, like, when I'm trying to craft an item and it says I have 0 out of 24 plastanium, if you're asking if, like, I know that you can swap the circuits on that to make that work, then yes, I know that. If you're asking about something else, I'm not even positive what you're asking, to be honest. Down we go. Alright, dude, I am starving, man. I am going to go throw some noodles in the microwave real quick. Ray gun, if it's something as simple as that, man, it's just like a smaller version of the buggy. No way. If you look at the chemical refinery and bring up silicone blocks right above its name on the right-hand side, there's an owned section. It has always just been 0 until now. What?
On infiltration instead of invasion.
Divine Cookie coming in, dropping that follow on Twitch. Hi, how are you? Hope you're doing well. Welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. What am I missing here, Grey Wolf? Oh! Owned 604. I see that now. Above its name. Interesting. I like that. Okay. That's an easier way to look at how much of something you have rather than pulling up the building tool. That's just always what I've done. Yo, yo, yo. Hope you're doing good. Might be a vehicle that you have to place in a base and allows you to traverse to the world map without traveling there. I think now we're just losing our minds with the possible vehicles that this might be. It's going to be a big-ass Ornithopter that you can carry a lot of storage with, or it's going to be a tank. They just now finally got it to start working, huh, Grey Wolf? That's crazy. I've never even noticed that before, so I didn't even know that it wasn't working. He probably didn't have any silicone, to be frank. That's Kutch brings up a good point. We've been slacking on the silicone for a while now. Eurism came in and hooked it up. Jen, be prepared for disappointment. You're not wrong. If you prep for disappointment, then chances are you'll always be pleasantly surprised. Dude, I swear if it's just a smaller version of a buggy, it's like a four-wheeler, be freaking insane. If I had to guess, it's gonna be tank. My knee-jerk guess though was some sort of big bus ornithopter. Silicone. All of the silicone kuch has been pushed up into like the deep desert bases. We've got it there, but as soon as the deep desert base gets put up, everything that's left at the Haga Basin base is like few and far between. And cobalt paste is kind of the same way. A unicycle. Freaking imagine, bro. That'd be Funcom for you. Jen, we're gonna get news about Dead Man mode for old school RuneScape before we get any news about leagues for RuneScape 3. I'm convinced of it. I don't know what the hell they're doing over there, man. But we're like running out of time for them to even give us information. We're running out of time, Jen. How am I supposed to make theory crafting videos about a game plan and a strategy for leagues when they won't give me any information about leagues? And also, how am I supposed to do that properly when the wikis haven't been updated in like a decade? We've lost the plot. We've lost the frickin' plot over there, man. League's news is coming soon. Coming soon TM is what we've heard and what I've been thinking about the League's news for about 4 frickin' months now, Jen. I'm starving over here for literally anything. We don't even have like a launch date for leagues yet, do we? What month is it supposed to come out in? October? Bro, October is right around the corner. And then November, December, so we're probably looking at a December launch for Dead Man mode. Honestly, Dead Man mode is what I'm more excited about. Jagex got DDoSed today, huh? Shee. A DeLorean will take us into the future where the game is fixed. Yeah, we're gonna need to go about 9.5 years into the future, and we'll find a fix to Dune Awakening. They need to come out with quality of life. That's a quality of life thing, Ray. Being able to transport to the world map with homies in your Ornithopter is like something that should have been in the game since day one. So for me, it's like that's just like some quality of life stuff that needs to come out. But yeah, leave it to Funcom. It'd be like a new special vehicle that allows you to actually carry people rather than just any of the other ones.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Ray coming in, dropping a sub over on Twitch. You're a freaking madman. I can't believe it. It's been a wild night tonight. Reiko coming in, topping it off with a sub. Hey, we appreciate you. And you know what that means, ladies and gentlemen? That means get up on your feet, get ready to shake them hips because it's time to get loose around here. Ladies and gentlemen, if you get too stiff, then you're not having fun anymore. You know what I'm saying? You watch that 80-year-old man with the Pilates doing the somersault. He is as loose as this goose over here. You know what I'm saying? And that goose is loose. Hey, did I say goose? We meant geese. And tonight's been the type of night where we've got so many geese flying around. It's no longer just geese. It's a straight up gander, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, we appreciate you, Ray. You're a friggin' legend, my friend. Dampier. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. Like, I don't understand why something like that would even, like, get greenlit or make it through quality assurance or not get second guessed by anybody. But we have multiple ornithopters, all of which have passenger seats, none of which can carry another person into the world map. That's so weird. Like, when we first re-rolled on this server and we had the assault ornithopters, it would have been so much easier if we could have just gotten everybody inside of the assault ornithopter and taken 8 people out into the deep desert, rather than needing 8 scout ornithopters in order to carry the people out there. It's just madness. Hey, we appreciate you, Ray. We appreciate you. Close enough. I was able to read between the lines. I'm assuming the was there beforehand, so you typed it just fine. The was just sitting there waiting to trap you. THA was sitting there. It didn't matter what you typed next. It wanted to be at the front of it. My noodles are probably all cooked up. They're probably getting soggy. Give me a minute. I gotta go get them noodles. We've got about an hour and 45 minutes until the downtime here. Let me check and see exactly what's going on. How many people do we have on? It's all good. He'll see it eventually. What'd I miss? Oh, Reiko came and dropped 3 community subs. I will see it eventually. Oh, man, I don't have the headset on. I missed the notification, but not only did he come in and drop a sub, he actually gave out 3 community subs. A freaking legend in the books. A legend's in the making here. Reiko, you're a madman. What, you think that just because we just danced, we're not going to get our groove on again? Hey, it's all about getting those hips loose, and you know what gets them loose the most? Repetition, ladies and gentlemen, and stretching. Actually, got to get some stretching going. Everybody stretch before you do the dance. But if we can all manage to get the hips rolling exactly how that lady's doing them right over there, then we're gonna be set for when we're older. You know what I mean? We're gonna be the 80-year-old men out there shaking our hips just like that lady is, you know? That's the. I'm still a little stiff. We're not quite there yet. That's the end game goal, though, is to be jamming just like that lady is. Jen gets it. Hey, Jen gets it. Ray's 51. Gotta definitely get them stretches in before you go shaking hips like that. That's for sure. That is for sure. If I don't start stretching now, by the time I'm 51, I'll be bedridden, I tell you what. Mick, we're leaving the helmet off forever now just because you said that. It'll never get turned on. This old man will be the face that you see inside of your dreams, and you'll say, I can't get rid of this old man's face. By the way, in this survival game, why there is now mean to defend your base passively like other games? Oh, you know what, Raygun? They need to come out with, you're right. That's a really good point. They do. I've said that with every base that we've raided, is that they need to give people something to stop other people from raiding the base in the PvP zone. Some sort of traps, some sort of turrets that can get laid down. Kutchman, you're 22. Will you die if you don't shake your hips? Oh, you're 22. If you don't start shaking your hips now, Kutch, when you're 30 years old, you're going to bend over and you're going to say, I wish I was shaking my hips back then. Trust me. Give it 8 years, Kutch. Give it 8 years, and you're going to be like, fuck, man. My hips don't shake the same anymore. I should have listened to Fringe. Trust me. Yours was apparently 15 minutes ago. You just saw it in the pop-up alert for the YouTube things. Really? You just noticed you were given a channel membership. Oh, gotcha. Gotcha. Yeah, Leah got hooked up, and that came from the man, the myth, the legend, Dima. Dima came in and dropped 10 community subs on YouTube earlier, so that's who that came from, Leah. Do you need to do a twirl on it too? I mean, the more movement, the better, Kutch. Yeah, as soon as you hit 30 for some reason, you get injured while you're asleep, which is just absolutely insane. Let me go get my noodles. They're getting soggy. Duster, I see you. I'll answer that here in a minute. You know, Leah, I made some ramen. I've been doing things with ramen that aren't conventional for me. I'm not much of a chef. But the last few times I've made ramen, I was making my own broth and stuff. And my wife was like, ooh, that smells so good. I want some of that. And I was like, well, you better eat it now, because if you wait just a little bit longer, those noodles are going to get soggy. And then like 30 minutes later, she came in and she was like, "You were right. The noodles got soggy." I was like, "Man, I told you they were on the brink of sogging up when I ate them." Broke your back 9 years ago and you have 3 vertebrae fused. Damn, Adam, there's not enough hip shaking in the world that's going to help you out, is there? That is absolutely freaking brutal. I'm sorry to hear that. Duster, what do I think about the PvP roadmap ideas? It's vague. That's for sure. If you pair the roadmap and if you pair that with the Steam post that they made, it's still vague, but it's a little bit more hopeful. I'm hopeful is basically where I'm at with that. I'm hoping that they can actually focus in on PvP and dial in the mechanics, and it sounds like they at least have an idea of what they want to do, which I was concerned that they didn't. Ray, you take it easy out there. You have yourself a good night. You don't get into too much danger out there inside of the desert as it's resetting, huh? What exactly just blocked off all of my momentum? Kutch, you should be. Kutch, you should be incredibly scared. Out of, like, the top 10 fears in your life, that should be at least number 3. I think the main thing that'll end up screwing you if you're young is if you break your back for a company that you're working for. Like, for example, when I was 22, 24 years old, I busted my back for working for UPS. And it's just like, it's just not worth it, man. Like, there's like a difference between being a hard worker and then breaking your back for a company, bro. And you have to definitely find that fine line. Otherwise, you're just gonna be in trouble later on. $52-pound fucking paper boxes coming down the line that I've got to load into this truck, dude. And I'm just grabbing them off of the thing with no regards as to, like, how I'm picking them up with my back and shit like that. I just needed to get it done as quickly as possible. That will literally age you so fast, man. It's just not worth it. You might be onto something there with the open ocean, Kutch. I'm not a very good swimmer. So you pair that with what sort of fish you might find in the ocean, and we could be looking at big problems. Huge. He's just turning 20 and HVAC destroyed his back? Damn. I'm saying, man, and that's why, like, I mean, people when they're young, they confuse work ethic with, overworking for the sake of fucking for the sake of somebody else, basically, because you're working for another company. barrel roll. It's actually a bad idea. I was possibly thinking about trying to see if we had anybody online who was down to go and mess around at G8 leading into the reset, but thinking about that logically, it's a dangerous idea. Because A, we've got an hour and a half downtime. And that hour and a half downtime is happening 2 hours before the reset. And somebody who was on the stream yesterday, I think it was, man, I don't remember who it was, to be honest. Somebody who was on the stream yesterday said that they had to wait 2 hours for their server to come back online. So who knows what would even happen if the servers were down for longer than it took before the reset of the deep desert actually hit. So if we're all just stuck in the deep desert because we were fighting at G8, and then the servers go down, and they go down for longer than 2 hours, and then the deep desert wipes, we just lost all of our shit. Nah, you're good, Kutch. You're good. Did we manage to grab any of the Regis? Nah, we only even made an attempt at the Regis pistol one time this week. And we fought for like 45 minutes. It never respawned. No, I'm not 100% sold that the pistol is going to be as strong as everybody thinks it is. Jeez, bro. We went from like, no, I don't know who else is funneling stuff into this base right now, but it's absolutely cooking. Oh my god, aluminum just takes way, way too long, bro. It's only good if you're a good shot. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, bro. Is like you have to be able to land your shots and your shield gets taken down as you're charging it up, which might make it easy to counter. I'm not 100% sold on it. It's a really strong gun. It'll absolutely 2-tap the hell out of your shield and 1-tap your shield if you don't have the right skills pushed out. But it's not that hard to miss the shot. There is a method of firing that weapon that makes it to where you don't lose your shield as you're charging it up, which might change that a little bit and make it more strong. But also, we got to take into account, like, if we're running into 10 people who are all using it, there's realistically, like, their aim doesn't matter. Chances are one of them are going to hit. You know what I mean? 5.5 hours per 1,000 in the large ore refinery. That's so ridiculous. That's just levels of absurdity that are freaking insane. With the fact that we don't have many high-value schematics to be fighting for this week, it's probably going to be like a mixture of, like, trying and looking for dogfights out in the deep desert, farming out a bunch of plastanium, and then probably revamping this place here and setting it up to be running with more functionality than it currently has. Eight and a half hours in the medium, huh? That's crazy. The Disruptor pistol is definitely a good weapon, and there's tons of use case for it. Like you're saying, if your homies are running sword and basically drawing the attention of people off of you, then you can sit off in the back. It doesn't matter that your shield's being dropped, and now it's just a matter of whether or not if you're able to hit your shots.
I'm coming. Good.
Yeah, J-Rob, and there's going to be a bunch of the Disruptor shots flying at you, so even if you dodge 3 of them, if there's 10 of them shooting at you, that's 7 of them that you couldn't dodge, and then it's like you're just rolling the dice on whether or not people are able to land their shots, and chances are one of the 7 people is going to be able to land their shot. You always have the refineries queued up on a stack of aluminum if you got nothing else to process. That's what I'm saying. Fib is like this base over here has fallen into a bit of some disarray. It might be a bit of like a clerical week, getting everything up and functioning and running proper over here. Get like the components back up into like a level of where we have a decent chunk of components over here as well, through some like farming through the lands rad, presumably because of that insider that hit J Wolf. Grey Wolf, you bring up an excellent point. I'm not sure if you were the one who brought that up earlier too, but yeah, if you've got 10 people firing at you, you're basically cooked regardless of what they're firing at you. Excellent point. It was Buggy Dave. Surely it wasn't Buggy Dave. Anybody but Buggy Dave, not Sandbike Dave. Sandbike Dave and the biker gang got us. Those fuckers. Yeah, J-Wolf's guild got hit. J-Wolf knew there was an insider. I'm not certain if he was... I'm not certain if he ever tucked away any of the items. I said it would have been smart if he put some of the chests up into private. It might have helped mitigate it. I'm not positive if he did or not. We got rid of the rat. It was Shush. He was at least one of them. Well, at least he's off of my perms. I don't know if he's still technically locked into that place. Locked into your guys' place or not. The real use case for the Regis pistol is assassin shots from a suspended shooter with the energy capsule and death from above, cracking a shield in one shot and causing stagger. That is an excellent point, but then you have to deal with... I noticed that when we were firing the regular rocket launcher as I was floating through the air, it fires the rocket launcher where you were, not where you are at. So it like causes this weird aiming issue that happens. I'm wondering if the same thing happens with that disruptor. So if you're flying through the air too quickly, it's going to make it that much harder to land your shot. But yeah, if you've got all of that running, yeah, you're going to blast somebody. Yeah, it's really not that big of a deal. They didn't walk away with that much. I mean, 3.3 thousand plastanium was the biggest hit that they took. And I mean, honestly, plastanium's free as hell. They also came into the chat confused, and they were like, "You're not J-Wolf?" I don't know. They seemed confused, bro. They seemed a bit proud of themselves and confused. But it's not like our guild's hard to inside. But that's why we take these mitigation factors. Like you said, you guys should have multiple chests that are set to private with some of like the multiple stacks of components and like the tier 6 shit especially. It was definitely not their best work, surely. Surely not their best work. I don't know what a Calibra ref is. Calibrated servos? I will find Dave and confront him about his madness. Somebody needs to track down Biker Dave and definitely do an insider interview to figure out what's going on through that man's head. There were base turrets that didn't work right and were pulled. Oh, okay. So inside of the testing, Grey Wolf, they actually did kind of lay out a possibility for some sort of like base defenses. They need to work that out and get that running proper and get that working, to be honest. That would be huge. Forgot I had one up here too that I could hook into the first circuit and at least get 2 things of aluminum cooking. I mean, honestly, components are a bit of a hit, but even then, Adam, it's like realistically, it's not the biggest of deals. And we've got 3 separated areas, if you will. So I think like the damage mitigation that we have in place to kind of deal with insiders is about as good as it's going to get. But yeah, for stuff like pumps and any of the components that you guys consider high value, put those inside of private chests. You know what I mean? It might make it to where crafting shit kind of gets chokeholded just a little bit. But that's better than making it even that much easier for an insider. Because we're loosey-goosey around here, so the chances of us getting insided again are basically, like, at least above 80%. It's just the amount of mitigation that we can pull off. If you hit anybody with an attractor, any sort of weapon that you can then fire at them, which is going to disable their shields, is where you got to go. Fuza, so it would, you're not wrong. So they would be able to go into, like, say they wanted to grief all of our duraluminum or something, they would be able to go in and craft these and then exit out and then pull the resources out like that. But that adds to the process. And if they have components on chests and those chests are set to different circuits, it makes it even harder. They have to patch into the circuit. Asmoka, hi, how are you? Hope you're doing well. What do I think of the comb armor set? Is that a cosmetic? Mick, I could care less about cosmetics. Oh, right. Correct. But they could in them being able to craft, they could technically still inside. It would add fucking layers to the steps that they have to take to do that, but you're correct. You could have privatized chests that guild members can still craft off of, for sure. I would definitely with J-Wolf look into doing whatever sort of mitigation you guys can knock out. Isn't what tier 6, Kutch? Oh, the armor set. God, bro. It sucks that the uniques even give you better armor. There's nothing wrong with the comb armor set. If, say, for example, this Landsrad pushes through into a full loot Landsrad, we might initially get everybody out there rolling in a green set of the comb armor or something like that, right? But even then, it's like, is it worth rolling out there and losing that? Not realistically. You might as well just go out there in the tier 5 uniques. No. I got you. I'm glad you did, because I had no idea. I thought Mick was talking about some sort of cosmetic. But yeah. The comb armor set's fine. But if we take a look over at the unique section here and we go into the duraluminum side of things and we take a look at this is just a tier 5 unique and you're only looking at getting 14 less armor. So is it worth it? Like, I wouldn't upgrade into just the regular comb armor as a natural progression side of things. I wouldn't waste the plastanium on that if I was running solo or even like small group. Realistically, there's no reason to. You might as well wait until you get some tier 6 unique schematics. Yeah, just use the MK5 unique schematics like 2020 is saying. Because they basically match up to the tier 6 regular. We're doing good. Asmoka, we're doing good. We've got an hour and 12 minutes until the downtime here. We've got aluminum cooking up at the base like crazy. We've got 30 minutes after the downtime. That's when the whole server's going to reset and we got to move back out into the deep desert. Not much of a race anymore, unfortunately. No, you didn't. Not with what I was looking at anyways. This station garb, which is a tier 5 unique light jacket, gives you plus 12% blade mitigation. If we go over into the tier 6 regular, you're still sitting at plus 12% blade mitigation. So it's the exact same mitigation. The tier 5 unique just is a little bit less armor. Honestly, Smoke, I was thinking about rolling out to the deep desert, but I've talked myself out of it because we're looking at an hour and a half downtime, and then 30 minutes after that hour and a half downtime, the deep desert is resetting. So if the downtime for some reason lasts 2 hours, anybody who's out in the deep desert before the downtime hit might be stuck out there and getting their shit wiped. Or if it lasts an hour and 45 minutes, that means we're going to have 15 minutes to get out of the deep desert after the servers come back on. It just seems you're risking losing all of your items for no reason, realistically, you know? Do they have an MK6 shield? Not currently, Dampier, no. Yeah, losing your stuff to the downtime, taking longer or something, not being able to get out of there before the resets, like, that's not it, bro. That's not it. We'll just wait it out and we'll set up for next week. Run out there in scavenged armor, and then if you're able to take someone down, just take theirs. Your willingness for combat and not caring about losing it is an advantage. You're not wrong, Grey Wolf. I hope that full loot comes into play. If full loot comes into play, we'll be definitely needing to gear out in a tier 5 unique schematics and go and see if we can cause some freaking trouble, because at least this makes it to where dying in PvP means something, bro. Your ass just lost some gear, so you better have another set built up, or you better go build another set. Yeah, I'm excited to see that on the list, but it's paired with the weapons vendor, so realistically, what are we going to even get? And also, then you run into the problem of raggers So, like, you could have people running out there butt-ass naked with just a weapon reset, you know what I mean? A weapon and a shield, and yeah, they're still going to lose their weapon and shield when they die, but it's still kind of ragging in a way. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go run particle capacitors. Today you just been grinding out plastanium. You're at like 4,000 now. Thinking maybe you should sell some since you don't really need it all. That's always definitely a good idea, Cave. Nothing wrong with stacking up some money, getting ready for any sort of uniques that are going to hit the market. Yep, it's capacitors. It's always the capacitors. Realistically, Grey Wolf, it's just there's no reason that we need to spend any time over there. You know, there's no reason that we need to spend any time over there. So what we're gonna do instead is I put that on a Solido replicator, and we might eventually end up coming back to the Guild City idea. You know, once we're kind of like more established and set up in the late game or whatever you want to call it, when we've got nothing going on realistically. But there's not really a whole lot. There's not really like we wouldn't spend any time at that base, so why does it need to be there? It was taking up one of my sub fiefs, which I could use in the deep desert. We may eventually end up revisiting it, but what we're going to do instead is each and every single week we're going to take that Guild City main hall capital building that I was building up out to the deep desert, and we're going to kind of like build up on it each and every single week. So we'll add to it a little bit this week, and then put it on a new Solido replicator and bring it back the next week, and then add to it the next week, and so on and so forth, before eventually the capital building, if you will, is just going to be fully built out, and at which point we could then bring it out here and then maybe just immediately push into the Guild City rather than slow rolling it like we were. And we might have to like, I liked the spot we were in, but it's just so far away from resources and shit. It's an idea that kind of has been shelved for now. Just a little bit, kind of reworked. Like I said, we're going to take that capital building out there every week. Speaking of which, let me go find that thing. Nope. This is what we're taking out there this week. And then this will get added to, and then we'll bring it back, and then bring it back. It'll be a back and forth. We're taking this out as well, but that's for the Assault Ornithopter attack bay that we're setting up towards the E section, where at least I'm going to be running the Assault Ornithopter attacks from, but it'll be big enough to basically house anybody who wants to go park an Assault Ornithopter out there and be ready to go get into some shenanigans. Some shenanigans. I would definitely make sure you're out of the deep desert before the update, because we've got 60 minutes before an hour and a half downtime. Are you talking about with the Solido replicator jet and how it's a complete and total pain in the ass to place that thing? Because, yeah, if you've got it on pillars, it works better with the terrain. Setting up the base that I have now is going to be a complete and total pain in the ass. Oh, that reminds me, I need to craft the staking units that I need. Also, you joined the Discord. How would I go about joining the guild cave? You're gonna want to hit up J Wolf, though. It might be a little bit. More. They might have it a little bit more securely locked up. We should still be able to get you in. Just the permissions and stuff might be a little bit on lock for a little while until they get their chest situation figured out, and they've got their chests set up that are inside of spots that are a little bit harder to grief. That's what I'm saying, Dark. It's definitely not the easiest thing in the world. The Solido replicator is kind of a pain in the ass. And the way that I have the base set up now that I want to put out there, the production base, it's right up on the edge of the claims that I have. So that causes a problem where it's literally got to be in the fucking perfect position for it to work. On the Assault Ornithopter base, I sucked that in off of the sides a little bit, so that should have plenty of room for me, plenty of wiggle room for me to move it and have it still fit.
On infiltration.
Betrayer, good evening. Coming in, dropping the follow over on Twitch. Hi, how are ya? Hope you're doing well. Welcome. It is the edges that are the problem. Edges are a big problem. It gives you no wiggle room. So, like, the bottom terrain has to work out perfectly. Oh, really, Dark? Something must have been going on there. You can definitely place them, but it is finicky. You're doing well. Stoked for this week. I'm curious, what are you excited about? What has got you so excited about for this week? Give me a minute. I'm going to sit down. Hello? Hey! Mike's back up and running. Hopefully it doesn't blow anybody's eardrums out this time. Betrayer, you got the 50% experience boost coming in this week. Hey, that is actually huge. That is actually massive. God, it's with level 180 being only halfway experience-wise to level 200, that's actually a huge Landsrat reward right there. If you're already level 200, kind of sucks. If not, massive. Honestly, Funcom can't win with them notifications, can they? People first off complain that that they can't that they're not getting a notification, and now they're showing up too much. I agree with you, though. It's showing up way too much. Yes, so we've got to vote this week between weapons import rights and the rights of salvage, which is full loot PvP. Obviously, you guys know where I sit. I want to ride full loot PvP so bad. Unfortunately, our guild cannot put enough into this Landsrad to swing a vote. So it literally depends on how the other guilds are feeling inside of this server. If I had to place my bets on it, none of them are actually willing to pull full loot PvP, except for maybe Fury. So, and somebody was telling me that Fury on this server doesn't participate in the Landsrad, so we're fucked. Basically. The 75 decrease time for refinery, I thought was going to be lame the first time we got it. But, dude, it was so good. Well, Nav, you guys, you know what? Tell them. Tell them this week they've got to do it. Sol, I see your name backwards. Sully. Good old Sully. Yeah, tell them this week that they got to do it, okay? Get the shit done, win it, and then vote in full loot. Nope. Not this week, you don't. Not this week, you don't, Sol. Yeah. You better consider it. You better do it. You better do it, because you know these Atreides fuckers are not going to vote in full loot PvP. J-Wolf does have a different name on Discord. It's Potato Cave. You're going to look for Potato or Blueshy over on Discord. Yeah, we need to get full loot put into place, and I am assuming the only way that ever happens is if a big guild who's focused on PvP, such as Fury, ends up winning and voting it in, because I guarantee these Atreides assholes are just going to end up voting in weapons vendor. Now, if it came down to it and it was like my points on the line that swung it one way or another, we're going full loot PvP every day of the week. Alright, I'm just here for servos, so technically I don't need to take out the AI, but we might as well.
Who goes there?
33% melee damage and the 33% range damage are the stupidest Landsrad rewards ever. They really are. They need to combine those if they ever want those to be selected by people. Hey, Wii U fan 64 coming in, dropping the follow on Twitch. Welcome, welcome. What swatch am I wearing for the chest piece? We're not. It's just the chest piece. Bro, why did I just get staggered when I hit that guy with the crippling strike? Fucking hell. We got staggered hitting him with crippling strike. What the hell was that? Heavy armor, honestly, it just depends on what you're running into PvP wise. Like on this server, there's a lot of range PvP, so heavy armor might actually not be as bad as you think. It'll stop people from respawning on you every minute? Yeah, it would, him. It would actually incentivize PvP and also cause the risk versus reward that I'm looking for out of a PvP system. Skrillex. Hello, hello, hello. Hope you're doing well. The stagger when you parry, I swear, is a bug. It doesn't happen all the time. I can't even get it. I can't even recreate it under specific circumstances. We did a bunch of testing with that last night. It fully and totally seems like a bug with how random it seems to happen. Let's see if I can find a melee guy and show you what I'm talking about. This shit's all over the place, dude. Come on, man, just give me a melee guy so I can show what I'm talking about with this stupid stagger mechanic that's happening now. Oh, fucking wrong guy, asshole. Target the right person. See, I was at 0% health right there, or 0 stamina, and I parried that and did not get staggered. Okay, I fucking suck at parrying, so bear with me here. We got staggered there at full stamina, though. Okay, I missed that one. No stagger. Okay, I fucking missed it. Dude, the timing on that slow blade. Oh my god, bro. We were mentally, he's tricky. He's playing mental games with me here, you guys. Come on, give me another one. Okay, we missed that one. We were in long blade timing. There we go. No stagger. That was like a late parry, and so we staggered. No stagger. So it might be like if you hit a perfect parry, you stagger. If it's a late parry, no stagger. Honestly, I don't know.
Enemy found.
I haven't even typically gotten it to be this consistent. Usually it's all over the place. Oh, come on, you fucker. Seriously?
Shield on.
We just watched an AI run out of stamina. I've never seen him do that before. Dude, come on.
Eyes on hostile.
Fuck me, bro. I just want to die. I want to parry one of your heavy blades, please. See, that's staggering me the same way every time, and I swear it was not doing it. It was so consistent.
Eyes on target.
Yeah, no, we're not in a lab right now. We're in the Aga Basin.
Shield on.
Gosh, that's staggering me the same way every time, and that was not happening like that yesterday. Come on, give me a light swing. I said light swing, asshole.
Enemy found.
Yeah, Jed, let me finish running this, and then I'll go grab that. There's a few assaults up there. I'm not positive who all has perms to them or not, but yeah, there's definitely extras sitting up there. No, there's plenty. There's plenty. That's why I was saying to Eurism earlier, if there's anything you need, man, craft it up at the base or holler at me. Yeah, let me finish this run and I'll go open up the perms on one of them assaults. And there might even actually be a tier 5 assault somewhere that I can just have it to where he crafts it himself. But even if not, worst case scenario, I could give him co-owner on one. He could disassemble it and then reassemble it.
Where's my ring?
That way it could be more personal, rather. It doesn't have to worry about somebody taking off with it. Oh, you're just not ranked up to craft a lot. Oh yeah, that's what I was saying, Eurism. I was like, man, if you need an Ornithopter so you can go knock out the research points, so that way you could craft stuff. Yeah, because that's what I figured.
Found him.
I'm convinced the stagger thing is a bug just because it's super inconsistent.
Who's that? I got you.
Nice try, melee guy. Not today. Hiya! What?
Shield on.
Good morning, Natasha. How are ya? Am I using the Bene Gesserit technique or the Swordmaster passive? Does that not help with staggering? We are running both. Yeah, we've got the solid stance from the Swordmaster and we've got both of those hooked in. All right, huge. I think I'm just about done with this thing here. I think we're just about at the end.
What's your purpose?
I'll never forgive them. what they did to that lady's voice is just not okay. So it's some sort of, it's either a new game mechanic, Natasha, or it's a bug, but everybody's complaining about it. When you parry out of a melee attack, it now causes you to have a tiny itty bitty little bit of stagger happen, which is just a big giant pain in the ass. There is 0% consistency to it, so I agree with Ross. Like, for some reason, tonight, that was the most consistency that we saw happen with that thing.
On infiltration
Red the Beard coming in with that follow over on Twitch. Welcome.
instead of elections.
Hope you're doing well. All right. There you go. You're co-owner on this one right here, Eurism, so you can actually disassemble this and reassemble this if you want. That would put you in as owner on this. Like, if you wanted to do that, you should, actually. That would clear up an inventory. That would clear up a vehicle slot for me. But yeah, you're the only one that has access to this, so even if you decide not to... Hold on. There's no storage on here. Give me a second. Even if you decide not to disassemble it and reassemble it, you should... You're the only one other than me who has permissions onto this thing, so you shouldn't have to worry about somebody yoinking it from you, you know what I mean? But boom, there you go. Now you got, it should be fully loaded. Yep. Huge. Yeah, holler at me if you need anything, but this is all set for you here. You can disassemble it and reassemble it if you want. But yeah, we appreciate you. Like I said, holler at me if you need anything, you know? For sure. Red the Beard coming in with the follow on Twitch. Welcome, welcome. We hope you're doing well. Do I think that the vehicle backup tool also details and waxes your Ornithopter, not just storing it? I wish it would, Grey Wolf. I really wish it would. Wars! Yes, they did. Yes, they did. I mean, like, twice tonight? Or are you talking about the one that happened tonight? You're storing those inside of the fridge, Red, huh? Interesting. My family always stored those inside of the junk drawer. And I thought they were basically infinite, you know? I thought they had an infinite lifespan. I might have used some expired hot sauce a time or two if those things had an expiration date. But yeah, Wars, you guys got pegged again. I don't know if J-Wolf is on right now. He's not. But J-Wolf and Alblushi and Adam have got to, like, move the chests around and slap down some ones that are privatized to hopefully mitigate the losses. It's always the wife that forces us to break out of our normal ways, isn't it, Redbeard? Them damn wives. Can't we just put the hot sauce in the junk drawer? Alright, it's fine where it's at. Can something pop it and you get some hot sauce in your eye? Sure. Alright, this is the life we live. These are the risks we take. Ross just used some he found that are a minimum of 8 years old. Those have to have an expiration date, right? I was like joking. I've used some old ones as well, but you would assume that those do go bad at some point in time. But if they did, then you would assume that if they did go bad, you would assume there would have to be an expiration date plastered on it. It's all vinaigrette. I mean, is vinaigrette something that doesn't go bad? I don't know. We've got Landsrad being revealed this week as well, and I don't think Atreides will end up voting for full loot, but we still technically should try and end up winning this one because it has the weapons Landsrad vendor. Also, we can throw our votes in towards full loot and see if it convinces people. I don't know. Happy's got a big request coming in to the developers. They want some more pincushion coming in each week because you know what? We haven't had enough. Not enough pincushion. I mean, if they got everything Wars, realistically, that's like something that should have been taken. J-Wolf was well aware that there could be an insider. So a lot of those items that got taken should have already been placed into chests that were privatized. So it's kind of like a live and learn experience, if you ask me, you know what I mean? But we have, you know, we've got the second guild running, we've got the first guild's area running, and we've got a third area, a third undisclosed location that is running as well. So the mitigation is just about as good as it could possibly get. And if J-Wolf and Blushi this time around end up moving the important components and important items into privatized chests should just mitigate it that much even more. The Landsrad decree on this server this week was a weapons vendor. That's what they voted in. Yeah, well, that's kind of what I'm saying, Kutch. J-Wolf last night noticed that some items gotten taken. And I even told him last night, I was like, you'd be better off moving some of this shit into privatized chests. So it was something that they should have anticipated coming. And honestly, with the way that we run our guild, I very much so anticipated an inside happening. Not much of an accomplishment. Redbeard coming in with the sub over on Twitch. Frickin' wild. Hey, are the notifications coming in quiet to anybody else, or is my headset just low? I'm out about the same. The notifications seem to be coming in a bit frickin' quiet, but Redbeard, Red the Beard, coming in, dropping a prime sub over on Twitch. You're a frickin' madman, my friend, and you know what that means, ladies and gentlemen. We've done it several times tonight. It's been a crazy night, but that doesn't mean we're not gonna do it again. Let's loosen those hips. I'm sitting down right now. Why? Because my hips are stiff. My lower back's hurting. Why is my lower back hurting? Because I'm not taking the hip shaking seriously. It's the best exercise you can do for your lower back. Let's get them loose as a goose, ladies and gentlemen. Red Beard coming in, dropping that sub. We appreciate you, my friend. Did I say goose? I meant geese, and tonight we've definitely got a flock of geese piling up, a whole gander of geese, if you will. You're a freaking madman. We appreciate you. Not seeing or hearing notifications on YouTube. Really? The notifications are on. I saw them earlier. They're coming in more quietly through my headset than I'm used to, though. So that's weird. All I know is if you shake your hips every time we end up shaking our hips around here, we're going to be a bunch of loose-hipped gentlemen. We'll be at the clubs and we'll be at the club and ladies will be like, I know exactly who those people watch. They'll be like, they watch Fringe because look how loose their hips are. Loosest hips in the entire area code. You saw it but didn't hear it? Very interesting. Yeah, that's a bit weird because none of the settings are any different, but it's definitely seemingly came in louder through my headset as well. Very strange. Yeah, Adam, if you want to get with Blueshy and J-Wolf and have one of them promote you to co-owner, I don't know if they've done that yet, but I think that would be worthwhile. Having a few co-owners inside of each guild is good because it'll allow like, you know, somebody like that to be booted out if they get caught like mid-act, you know what I'm saying? They could get booted out a bit faster. And on top of that, it allows for people who are trying to get invites into the guild the ability to do so. Because if you're not on, Al Blueshy's on. If Blueshy's not on, J-Wolf's on. Like, chances of somebody being on are pretty high. And yeah, any sort of mitigation tactics are definitely what we need to be employing. That's our best bet to avoid inciting, because realistically, we're not going to be able to avoid inciting. I've said this since day one. But the more that we can mitigate the losses that we take from inciting, the better. You are co-owner? Okay. On the sub-fief at least? Alright, huge. I mean, if you're co-owner on the sub-fief, then you should be able to implement some of those things. Huge. Fear! Hello, hello. How are you? Hope you're doing well. We got about 27 minutes left until this hour-and-a-half downtime.
Who goes there? Shield off.
Yeah, done.
I require backup.
Honestly, I'm not sold on the Forge set the same way I'm not sold on the Syndicate set. If you're dying to poison a bunch, I mean, sure. But realistically, you should only have to use like 1 or 2 pieces of Forge. You should not have to roll out there in a full set. That's just the way I look at it, though, Fear. I know a lot of people really are full send on the Syndicate, and so when Forge came out, they were really excited. That's my problem, is that's why I don't know why you would go out there in full Forge, is because you're getting no dart mitigation at all, which is wild. And in the meta that's running on this server right now, dart mitigation is king. And we found out that energy mitigation doesn't even technically count towards the disruptor pistol. If the energy mitigation counted towards the disruptor pistol's damage, that would be another story entirely. But yeah, I the poison resistance and the poison mitigation is big. It's not something to be undercounted. But if somebody's like, "Oh, you got to run full Forge to be inside of the meta," I think they've got it. I think they've got it backwards. A couple pieces of Forge though would absolutely be huge. See, that's what I'm saying. The concussive damage is one as well. I don't get any concussive protection wearing the pincushion, but the dart mitigation, man, is just something I'm not willing to give up on.
Someone's here. Someone's here. Where's backup?
Shield off.
Fuck! I knew it was gonna happen! These fucking fire assholes, man, and their fire. It's like, dude, settle down. We get it. You like fire, you know? Just relax, bro. Yeah, I killed you with 0 stamina, pal. Groggy, hey, how's it going? Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Have I seen the new roadmap? Yes, we have. I posted a video breaking it down, just in summary, before the live stream. There's a bit of a Steam post that's meant to go alongside it. A lot of, I don't want to say bad news, I don't want to say good news, a lot of hopeful news. You know what I mean? He heard me to crap talk. He said, "Oh, you don't want elemental mitigation, huh? I'll show you why you need elemental mitigation. You'll lit my ass on fire." has just gotten a little out of hand, don't you think, fellas? Okay, you're fighting me from all sides. I don't really appreciate it. I'm pretty sure I hit parry on you and it just didn't count it.
Shields up.
Need to reload.
It's too soon for a paid DLC. Honestly, I don't think any of the DLCs should be paid content. I don't even like the expansions being paid content. I think the game should come up with a better way to monetize. I think locking content behind a paywall is dumb. After Battlefield 6, you started playing Battlefield 1? Really? I've never played any of the Battlefields. Battlefield 6 was the only one that I played, and it wasn't the Battlefield experience I thought it was going to be.
Someone here. Where's my
I was
backup?
expecting it to be bigger, and it wasn't. Kind of just felt like a Call of Duty. So, I was never going to be one who was really interested in playing the Battlefield multiplayer anyways. Just say, this thing just dodged like 70 feet. Fucking stop it, stupid asshole. Fuck me, bro. We got it. Easy. Easy as hell. Yeah, I started on 6, and that might not have been the best Battlefield to start on, which sucks. I'm not gonna go backwards and play a fucking older one, though. You're crazy. I just was expecting it to be bigger, and honestly, with some of the stuff that they're talking about for the full launch, people are like, oh, it's gonna be bigger on the full launch. Well, look, I'm not paying $70 to play multiplayer team respawn. You know what I mean? Die, respawn, die, respawn, die, respawn on a multiplayer is not my style. It gets old quick. Gets old and gets old quick, so I'm not paying $70 just to go play the multiplayer and be able to experience the bigger maps. I'll wait until the Battle Royale comes out. The only reason I even decided to jump in and try it in the first place was because they're coming out with a Battle Royale, and that's what I'm interested in. I'm not interested in the multiplayer. Honestly, Adam, I don't know why in the beta they went up and decided to drop and showcase those 4 maps. Because if I'd have gotten in the beta and I'd have gotten a hold of like a really big ass Battlefield map with that just large scale combat that you expect when you hear so much about battle games your whole life, and then you finally play one and it's like you're expecting large scale combat and then you get that, and it's a bit confusing. So I don't know why during the beta they didn't decide to like showcase some of the bigger maps, like the actual bigger maps.
Who's that? Eyes on target.
My God, the enemies down here, bro. I'm on fire, I'm on fire, I'm on fire. All right, we're good. Like, look, I went into the Battlefield 6 beta knowing damn well that I'm not a huge fan of the multiplayer respawn formula. So I already knew that I wasn't going to be a giant fan of Battlefield 6. But I went into the Battlefield 6 test expecting to get a Battlefield experience. And by a battlefield experience, I'm talking about your typical battlefield experience of giant, large map warfare with multiple jets flying around on, you know what I'm saying? And just none of that is what I experienced. So it was just a bit... already I was coming at it not excited, and then we experienced basically Call of Duty in the battlefield sense, and just the excitement just didn't, it never went up. And Battlefield 6 would have had to do a lot. It would have had to excite me a lot playing the multiplayer for me to have wanted to decide to, like, pick up the game, pay for the game, and play the multiplayer in any sort of, like, serious sense. Because, like I'm saying, I'm not there for the multiplayer. I'm there for the Battle Royale. Well, and that's what kind of sucks, is because I don't know, man. I don't know. It's just not my genre. Even Activision with Call of Duty and shit has to literally rely on Warzone to carry the game anyways. So like the Black Ops genre and the Black Ops game franchise, in my opinion, the multiplayer side of it's dead, and it's just basically a vehicle that they use to move into the next Warzone expansion or whatever. And that's because Warzone's their moneymaker. It's their player retention drawer. The beta just wasn't Battlefield. It felt like Fear is saying, they're trying to suck in the Activision COD players, which I think is a weird choice for them. I think average Call of Duty players are already so burnt out with that franchise. Battlefield could have just dropped a new Battlefield and it would have been fucking exciting. I don't know why 2042 didn't pop off, or why I wasn't excited to play 2042. I don't remember what I had going on during the time. Adam, I'm right there with you. I've got a love-hate relationship with Warzone. The thing that I hate about Warzone is the fact that they don't do anything about the cheaters in that game. Warzone, for basically the longest time, had practically zero anti-cheat inside of the game. They didn't even care. And it was just super frustrating. It eventually led me to a mindset of, as I'm playing the game, just every encounter I would get into, I was just convincing myself was an encounter with a cheater. And as soon as I'm playing with that mindset, bro, the game's basically cooked. And that's what happened with Warzone. Like, I loved playing Warzone, and I could get down. Bro, I was nasty with the sniper on Warzone. I was nasty. Ooh, just like the longbow inside of Apex, ladies and gentlemen. Do not let me get heated up with the longbow. Do not let me get heated up with that sniper in Warzone, because when we do, we're gonna make some people fucking cry, bro. We hit them shots, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, it has me so excited for the Battle Royale coming in Battlefield. Oh, it has me excited. I need to dial in that sniper over there and actually get my horizontal lead time dialed in perfectly. And when we do, oh, it's gonna be a fun time. It's mainly the map size and the map design that contributes to the, quote, spawn die, which you never experienced until 2042 and Battlefield 6. Interesting. So the whole spawn and die problem happens in 2042 as well, huh? Even with the map size over there. because I figured the map size would help with that problem, because that was definitely something that was irritating beyond belief inside of Battlefield 6 beta, was the amount of times that you would die. It's just really frustrating. The amount of times you would spawn in and then die. Not even just like die, just the amount of times you would spawn in and move 3 feet and be dead on the ground. Oh, what's the large storage container gonna look like? Well, here, let me tell... Okay, we've somehow gotten stuck inside of this machine here. Let me tell you. So, we have ourselves the regular storage container. They basically took this thing and they multiplied it by 5, and that gave us the medium storage container. So then they're gonna take this model and they're gonna multiply it by 5, and that'll give us the large storage container. That's basically how Funcom's, like, progression of tiers works. It's just make it bigger. For example, the large ore refinery, if you take a close look at it, it looks nearly identical to the medium ore refinery, except for it's, what's the magic number? Multiplied by 5. Make it 5 times bigger is their answer. Yes, sir. We got another game update coming in. Hour and a half downtime today. I know. We need Ray in the chat so we can give him a call and tell him to cancel the update. If Ray was here, he would get him to stop. You tried the unstuck button for the first time today and it glitched you under the map. Oh, the quality assurance. You are Ray? That's so funny. That's funny. Well, with the way you brought up the saying that they need to stop that now, in the back of my mind, I was like, this actually might be Ray. That's funny, dude. When are they going to fix the chest refresh timers? Never. I think how it is exactly how they want us to suffer. They're monsters. Nice. One, two, three, four, 5. What do I need to fucking make steel, man? Fuck that. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3. Should cover it. In the letter they put out with the roadmap, they said some convoluted thing about making chests in the deep desert more like those inside of the Haga Basin. God, what does that mean? I don't know. Yeah, they just slapped whatever random vague bullshit they wanted to slap into that, bro. It's wild, dude. The auto quarantine anytime one person reports you've spent 90% of your time playing Warzone and Modern Warfare 3 shadow banned. Brutal. Brutal. I got shadow banned on Warzone one time and I was fucking fuming, pissed off about it, bro. That was about when I quit. I was like, okay, so you're gonna shadow ban a legitimate player, yet every single fucking match that I'm in, I guarantee that there's at least one cheater. Just guaranteed. And I kind of felt the same way with Battlefield. Like, I'm convinced anymore nowadays with first-person shooters that every single match that you get into, there is at least one person using wall hacks. At least one. It's so fucking gross. But yeah, we came back after the shadow ban, played for a little while longer, and basically just was over it. They mean instant loot. Everyone gets loot. No more fighting over the schematics. Oh, fuck, Alan. That would be huge, dude. Like, I understand the whole... I don't know if just making it full on to where people don't have to fight for it. I like the first come, first serve schematic. Or, sorry. Not schematic. I like the first come, first serve mechanic. It's just not implemented properly. What's this update for? Oh, wait, the update is on how to fuck the players again? Oh, yeah, Harry Rooster, you better get ready because when we get back in, some big, massive, game-breaking bugs are surely getting... You think the Haga Basin raids were bad before? Just wait until this update. The Haga Basin raids are coming back thick. Thick. How exactly they're gonna come back, we don't know yet. But something in this update will fuck it up for sure. It seems like a lazy fix, in my opinion, Fear. For them to just go ahead and say, we're going to make it to where it's not first come, first serve on the loot anymore. It's just going to be for everyone. Seems like a lazy way to fix that. Tay, how's it going? How's it going? Hope you're doing well. Happy we're a late night streamer. Hey, I guess it depends on what region of the world you're in, because it's 2 a.m. here. But I suppose just 2 hours ago it was late night, but now we're creeping into the early mornings. We got the early mornings going on. Forsaken gets it. The next bug is going to be changing the game into a dead man mode, where it's PvP everywhere and it's full loot. Yeah, him brings up a good point as well. Now the ancient way is gonna lock on to yourself. Good luck firing that thing. They don't tell you what's coming inside of the update until if there's a patch notes involved with the update, they don't tell you until after the update's live. Yeah, moving days are the worst, Fuza. I'm assuming you still have got some time because you are running dangerously short of time if you're on the North American server. Oh, gotcha. Moving back. Yep, we're just a couple hours from doing the same exact thing that you're doing. It definitely sucks, Fusa. It definitely sucks. You wonder what else they could do instead of instanced loot? I think the main problem with this cave is people are log out camping these chests. What happened inside of Harmony last week, I think is fully fair game. A guild working together with another guild or whatever to hold down a location, I think that's completely and totally fair game. So I think the problem that people are having is the log out campers. So if you go in and it's just getting log out camped, that's where the frustration comes in. And I think that in order to fix that, they could just prevent people from logging out while they're in the loot room. They can, you know, after the chest gets looted, fill the entire room with a poisonous gas that's going to end up killing anybody inside of it should they stay there longer than 60 seconds. You know what I'm saying? There's a few different things. Increasing the loot pool of the deep desert would be huge, Fear, especially because we keep running into this situation where they are repeating loot week by week by week by... We've gotten the pincushion armor so many times now, it's crazy. You lost Melange and you messaged them and you got an AI message back? That's absolutely brutal, Rooster. With their whole customer service ticket making system that they have going on, it seems to be, it's completely RNG whether or not you get somebody who's going to help you or somebody who just is not. Is it going down? Yeah, it'll kick us off here in a minute. That would be one way to run it, J-Rob, that's for sure. We're looking at an hour and a half downtime here, Wolf. If a player logs out at a PvP POI, they should be teleported into the middle of the Haga Basin, just like a worm death. You don't get none of your gears with you, you got nothing. You're done. You're fully done. So you have to reply back to the email of the AI. You've got to play footsie with them for a little bit before they actually give you a person. Everybody can gain access to the land's rad rewards, Bacon. Talk. Hello. How are you? Hope you're doing well. You hope the instance testing station is coming with the next patch. Honestly, I doubt it, but possible. Teleport him smack dab onto some drum sand, throw him into the deep desert quicksand, let him rubber band in the air for a while. Give me a minute. These damn cats keep like knocking stuff over out here. Cat reveal win. These cats are not allowed in my office. Are the logout guys that annoying in the PvP area? If you camp the room, what are the chances he logs in exactly when you loot spawns and he gets to it first? Also, logging off in that room is 5 minutes. In a camped room, you can't log off. The biggest issue with the logout people is after the server restart, it's once a day. No. Not from my experience, Fuza. Over on the Do-Gap server especially, there were fucking people who would sit there at the chest and and this was back when it was coming out, every 45 minutes there would be a new chest coming out. They would sit there and on a 40-minute timer they would log in, they would grab the chest and they would hide and then they would log out. There are certain instances that I've been inside of the deep desert where I've gotten it to insta log me out as well without a 5-minute cooldown. So I'm not positive if they were able to actually get that happening inside of the labs while they were chest camping. But you do bring up a decent point, a way to counter the log out people who, if they're log out camping a chest, is you can then camp them and wait for them to log in and then attack them and take whatever fucking schematics that they've managed to gather throughout the day, because they're going to have all the schematics on them. So there is a way to counter it. There is like a bit of some bonuses that can be gained from it should you happen to catch one of those guys in the act, but they're in and out so quickly, the chances of that happening are slim to none. You hate clearing a deep desert. Hey, Doughboy coming in, dropping the sub on YouTube. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hi, how are you? We hope you're doing well. You hate clearing a deep desert POI and finding nothing there, and you hate having to camp the chest at the end. All around, not fun, waste of time. That's exactly the problem, Him. There's nothing more annoying than rolling out there and doing an entire lab just to have the chest not... And now you have to spend an extra 20 minutes sitting there waiting for the chest. Fucking got to be kidding me, bro. You've got to be kidding me, dude. Holy shit. Downtime delayed. Delayed until when? God only knows. Server's not down yet because the server's not coming down, Wolf. Fake patch. Big fake news coming in from Dune Awakening, man. Big fake news. They're like fake news extraordinaires now. Did they change the Landsrad timing for the first possible show-ups? I don't think so, Talk. I think you get these in 1 hour and 52 minutes. Like, right as the reset happens, these pop in, I'm pretty sure. But I could be wrong on that. Last week, it was kind of a race, and I know that Atreides went and bribed out a few of the houses in order to open them up. Man, you just want the Ancient Way to be less rare. 2 months that you've been waiting. Man, Zip. You're on a server where they're controlling it and not allowing the weapons Landsrad to come back up, huh? That's busted, man. Have what happened to me. You fight your way through it, fighting the last heavy, just have someone run in and loot it behind you. Get it yoinked. That would suck, Adam. Where did I see the downtime was delayed? It just popped up on the screen. That was one of the notifications that just popped up on the screen. I just want to figure out if it's been delayed an entire day or just an hour or what exactly is going on. They said they would announce the time when they know it. So, frickin' nobody even knows what that's gonna mean. No, they don't test anything at all. Not even for a single second. Not even for one singular second. New dupe dropped. Time for a delay.
On infiltration instead of invasion, on subversion instead of elections, on intimidation.
Hey, Stretchy coming in, dropping that sub on YouTube. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Wow, we have another YouTube sub coming in. Give me just maybe 10 seconds and we'll see who it is. Drum roll, please. Where is it at? Where is it at? I know it's in the YouTube chat already. I could swap to that page and find it, but it's gonna pop up any second now. Did we just get a double notification for nothing? What the hell is that? We did get it for nothing. Why did that kick off twice? Very strange, very strange. Spoiler alert, we are the test. Justin, man, I think you've got it nailed. We are, in fact, the test subjects for this game. Correct. I'm not sure what you're talking about there, Natasha. I don't know if running the deep desert in the labs in the deep desert in instances would be the solution. But I'm not positive what we're doing now is the solution either, so. No idea is a bad idea. I mean, Tay, I think you're discounting how big the PC market is in 2025. Console players don't outnumber PC players as much as they used to, but having console come to the game is most definitely going to boost the player count, and at that point in time, console players will outnumber PC players in the sense of, like, it's going to be a new, fresh game for console players, so they're going to be itching to dive in, you know what I mean? Somebody in the chat earlier brought up that they've basically got a year of using PC players as the testing market in order to figure out exactly how to make this game launch the best way possible onto the consoles. Console players are dwindling. This is the same argument that I have to get in with people when I talk about why I don't think that GTA 6 is going to release as a console exclusive. And in fact, the only reason, if GTA 6 launches as a console exclusive, the only reason it did is because Sony paid out a fucking big fat contract of money for console exclusivity. Because other than that, Rockstar would just be leaving way too much money on the table.
Greetings, and welcome to Imperial Desert.
But I'm not here to get into that argument because I know people will fucking argue 10 ways to Sunday on that. So if you're interested in my thoughts and want to argue with me about it, you can go watch the videos I've made and fucking put your arguments in the comment. We can talk about it there. I got like 4 videos out talking about how I'm convinced that GTA 6 is just not gonna fucking be a console exclusive. It doesn't make any financial sense. Basically, is the crux of my argument is it doesn't make financial sense. I'm gonna try to avoid killing these damn things and maybe just run through and fast loot this rather than dealing with all the AI here. If we can just get on a cycle of like 3 labs.
The enemy's there.
Marco! Good to see ya. Hope you're doing well. We're doing excellent. We are doing excellent. Has the Coriolis storm passed yet? Stokey? Pokey? No, it has not. No, it has not. We've got an hour and 45 minutes. And then like a 30-minute reset time. There'll be a 30-minute reset time in an hour and 15 minutes. And also there's a downtime that's supposed to have an update coming, but it got delayed, so we don't know if it's coming anymore or what exactly. The update got delayed, Ross. I don't know if it's canceled. We keep having this thing pop up on the screen saying it's delayed, and that they'll announce the update time as soon as they can. So I don't know if it's canceled, but it's for sure been delayed. Intern tripped on the wires again. Great. Just fantastic.
I require backup.
Him, yes, and that's actually the main argument. My main argument is that Rockstar would be leaving a ridiculous amount of money on the table if they decided to not launch the game on PC. Like a fucking astronomical amount of money they would be leaving on the table. Like, Sony would have to pay $500 million for an exclusivity deal for it to financially make sense how much money they're leaving on the table. The arguments I get to my argument is the fact that, oh, Rockstar is gonna is banking on making money off of double dipping off of the PC market, and to that I say there's the amount of money that they would make from people double dipping is drops in the bucket to the amount of money that they would be leaving on the table, and that those sort of numbers definitely matter to these companies. You know, money left on the table versus possible money gained are two different statistics that these companies definitely look at. So that's my argument to the whole double dipping market. And then a lot of people use Rockstar's track record as well as an argument as to why it's not going to launch on PC day one. They use Rockstar's track record, but if we take a look at Rockstar's track record, back in 2013 when GTA 5 launched, it was about, what, a year and a half until it came out onto PCs? Well, if we take a look at the year 2013 and how the PC market was doing that year, it's, as a matter of fact, the worst year that the PC market's ever had. Like, 2013, the PC market was down bad. Down major bad. So it makes sense that something like Rockstar would be, or something like GTA 5 would be a couple years before it shows up on the PC. I'm just trying to keep track in my head where we're at with what I'm talking about, because fuck, I lost it, dude. I lost where I was at. Oh, and then if we take a look at like subsequent launches, like Red Dead Redemption, which launched more in the recent future, that had a PC delay as well, but the PC delay between Red Dead Redemption on console and then coming to PC was much shorter than it was between GTA 5 delay coming to PC. That makes sense? So Rockstar's track record of console first, PC later is already getting shorter and shorter. Oh my god, bro. It's already getting shorter and shorter by the release. Each release, they're coming out with it on PC sooner and sooner. And why are they doing that? Because like him said, the PC market is absolutely booming right now. Like Ross said, I'm with Ross. I haven't had a console in years, dude, and I promise you that GTA 5 coming, if GTA 5's a console exclusive, it's not gonna make me go buy a console. That's just not gonna happen. So that's kind of like, people will say, well, maybe Sony did pay for an exclusivity deal because they think it's gonna drive traffic to people buying their consoles. And again, my argument is the amount of money that Sony would make by selling people consoles because of that reason explicitly is just drops in the bucket to what they would have to pay to get the exclusivity. So my argument literally stems off of it does not make financial sense.
On infiltration instead of invasion. On subversion instead of election.
You think GTA 6 would melt your PC at the moment? Honestly, mine probably wouldn't be able to fucking handle it either. I'm telling you, Ross, I feel like the people who argue with me about this vehemently, because I'm not saying Rockstar's for sure launching GTA 6 on PC day one. What I'm saying is I've convinced myself that they are going to launch it on PC day one strictly because it does not make financial sense to delay it. Like, that's the crux of my argument. And the people who, like, vehemently argue this fact with me, I feel like are just console fanboys who would be upset that they wouldn't have the whatever flex that they think it would give them to have GTA 6 on consoles before PCs. You know what I'm saying? But if we take a look at whether or not it makes financial sense, it just doesn't. It just does not make financial sense at all. There's 100% a chance it doesn't launch on PC. 100% a chance. See, J-Rob, we're going off of a track record. See, we're fucking... everybody does this, J-Rob. We're going off of Rockstar's track record using numbers from the PC market back in 2013 or 2017. Both of those PC markets are drops in the bucket compared to what the PC market is now. So it's kind of like comparing apples and oranges, you know? And just because the company has a track record of doing it doesn't mean that they don't see the possible money left on the table if they decide to not release it on PC. It's not even money lost either. You guys got to understand, because if they delay it on PC, this is why the PC delay might still happen. I will totally concede that it might still happen. It doesn't make a lick of financial sense is what I'm saying. And because even if it gets delayed on PC, people are still going to buy it when it does eventually come to PC. So money left on the table now doesn't mean money lost. But money left on the table does mean less money to report to quarterly investors, less money for this, that, and the other. J-Rob, that strategy that you're talking about there is the best argument that I think people have. Carsov coming in with a follow over on Twitch. Hi, how are you? Welcome. We hope you're doing well. Ross, no. I refuse to accept that as a valid argument, Ross. If they're counting on people buying the game twice, it's just, they're not. That's not it. I said it. The amount of double dippers that they could possibly get is drops in the bucket compared to the amount of money that they're leaving on the table. Well, let's just say to use like some quick numbers real quick here. Let's just say that 50 million PC units sold at, just to keep it easy, $60 a pop. That's 3 billion, I think. Yeah, that's $3 billion. Now, are 50 million units gonna sell? Probably not, but let's fucking we're just using this number to keep the math at the zeros, okay? I could have done 10 million. As a matter of fact, let's swap it. 10 million copies sold at $60 a copy. None of these numbers actually matter, but that puts it up to $600 million. So, I think it's actually fair to say that GTA 6 would sell 10 million copies on PC. I think that's fair to say. So, Rockstar would potentially be leaving $600 million on the table. They would have to have so many people double dip on the game for it to make sense to leave that amount of money on the table. They would. They would. The amount of people that they would have to have double dip on the game just isn't, is not a realistic number. Does anyone else feel like the vehicles are going through fuel a lot quicker? Honestly, Souls, I can't say that I can't dodge in the air anymore. My air dodge is gone again. I can still dodge, but I can't air dodge. Bro, come on now. Why can't I air dodge? Alex, good morning, good morning, good morning. I don't think GTA 6 is going to launch with an online mode. I think that's an argument that I address in the video I make as well. Like I said, I've got 4 videos out, at least 4 videos out, making the argument that I'm making now, where I basically break down all of the points that I'm talking about now. Because I've heard all of the arguments and none of them hold water. Aside from what you said earlier, J-Rob, with the fact that them packaging it that way kind of allows for a second wave of hype. But even then, I'm not fully... Did I already fucking walk through this one, bro? Did I just walk in a big circle? Even then, I'm not fully convinced. What the hell is even happening? What are we farming there? We're just down here for some particle capacitors while we wait for the server to reset. While we wait for the deep desert to reset so we can go out and do our business. There was a room that had like 4 of those chests though. Where the hell is it? There's another one that I missed. I mean, look, you guys, console hacking and cheating on consoles is not as prevalent as it is on PCs, but it is still very much so a massive problem. And yes, I'm talking like full-blown hacks and cheating. Not one-to-one from what you'll find on PC, but fucking close to it. I'm not even just talking about like the Cronus controller that gets put on the PlayStations and shit, bro. Like people can cheat on console just the same. They're still at G8, huh, Cave? Fucking ballsy, man. Ballsy. They're probably realistically not too worried though if they end up getting wiped and losing their gear. You know what I mean? Plus, now that they don't have to worry about the downtime, it's a little less risky. I wasn't placing my money that the downtime was gonna pop back in before. How did I miss this chest, bro? I'm just not fucking paying attention. I wasn't convinced that the downtime was gonna end before the actual reset, though. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Did I read the roadmap? Yeah, Addy, we read the roadmap. I put a video out kind of summarizing it a little bit. I didn't break down the Steam post that they made, though, talking about the no-fly zones and shit like that. It'll be interesting to see what they do in the future and if they can get this thing on track. Hopefully they start to actually deal with some of the broken mechanics of PvP. We just summarized the roadmap that they broke down, Addy. Like I said, I didn't dive into any of the details that they talked about inside of the Steam post, though both the roadmap and the Steam post were pretty vague. So fucking annoying, dude. Scared the shit out of me, bro. Hey, we got 4 melee people here, alright? Let's settle down one at a time. Come on, line up, single file. I said single file! It'll definitely be interesting, Addy, and the post paired with the roadmap is definitely some hopeful news that they're gonna start to actually be able to turn the corner on this thing. You know what I mean? We can just hope. We can only hope that they turn the corner on this. Oh, I fucking missed him.
I've got you covered.
Bro, I can't air dodge. It drives me nuts.
Identify yourself. Raising shield.
Fuck me! Heal, 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 heal! Fuck! What is my guy fucking? I love when my guy just stabs at the air, dude. It's my favorite. It's my favorite part.
Shield engaged.
And then they ruined my lady's voice, dude. Why? I just want my beautiful, posh, British old lady back, you know? She was probably like 65 years old. Beautiful silver head of hair. Big old dress that like poofs out at the butt is what I imagine. You know, poofy bottom dress. And a cup of tea in her hand, you know? Man, doesn't that suck, Addy? Isn't that just the worst? Yep, you can't move your buggy or the spice crawler in and out of the world map. It's painful. Access granted. Not anymore. Now it's like, access granted. She just seems mad. She seems young. Like early 40s. Fucking gross, dude. And this lady has a cup of tea as well, but she's not holding it like she wants to share it with you. She's holding it like she wants to throw it at you, which just isn't nice. God, the fucking stagger is so annoying, dude. So fucking annoying, dude. It's making me sweat. Bro, what is up with these fire guys lighting me on fire fucking immediately, bro? Like, prior to the update, dude, they would never light me on fire. And now I'm fucking immediately on fire.
There's someone here. Shield on. Yeah.
I don't think they're gonna announce the delay. Oh, we might have fucked up here. My God, the slowdown when you're getting shot, bro. There's a lot that's pissing me off right now. And it always has to do with PvE in this game. It's always PvE, bro. They need to do something with it because it keeps popping up in the middle of my screen. Like him was saying, every 60 seconds now for the entirety of 2 hours while we're waiting for this fucking thing. Goodbye, suckers. Man, you know what else is dumb? Kutch, I like your idea there of turning the sand crawler into a dew crawler that could harvest a bunch of water. I like that idea. But you also can't even harvest flower sand with it. Like, that would give solos and PvE players at least a reason to build one and experience what it's like to crawl something in this relatively safe zone before they decided that they wanted to go into a PvP zone with it.
Greetings from Castleville. Testing station number 142.
Absolutely freaking huge, Ross. That's something that these insiders aren't taking into account as well, is that we've got people inside of the guild who are running a kind of like a solo/guild playthrough where they've got their own solo business going on, where they've got some nasty grinds being put into play. So in order for the entire guild to literally be insided, they would have to inside like 4 to 6 different bases at one time. Betwixt like 6 different people. Did the server not go down for a hotfix? They canceled it. They delayed it anyways. We haven't gotten an update as to when it might come back, but they most definitely delayed it. Yeah, we should be setting up thick this week on the A row, Ross. I'm going to be setting up a massive production base on the A row. We've got a cutter ray thief inside of the guild. Very well could be the insider that we had problems with over on J Wolf's guild that was taking the cutter rays. But regardless, we're going to run it this week where if you want to buggy out at the deep desert, just bring one out and set it up on your own. But we should have a big ass base with multiple ore refineries, so we can absolutely just power through some plastanium this week, and it's basically free over on the A row. But we'll be setting up the assault ornithopter. Yeah, bring your own buggy. Kutch gets it. Kutch gets it. It's definitely turned into a bring your own buggy. I'll be right back. My God, we've only gotten 370 of them cooked. It's fucking insane, dude. Zeus, we already did. I already got one. Already got one out, my friend. 10 steps ahead of ya. Yeah, we broke down the roadmap. The one thing that I didn't break down, Zeus, was the post that kind of went alongside of the roadmap. Both of them were fairly vague, though. You know, both of them were fairly vague. The post didn't add a whole lot of detail. It did add a little bit of vision and what they're kind of expecting. J-Wolf, you guys are just literally going to have to take precautions. I told you last night that you got to move your shit into private chests. You've got to move all of your tier 6 components and your important materials into privatized chests. Yeah, we got insided, Blueshy. That's what happened. We got insided, Blueshy. It is unfortunate. People are saying the new vehicle is going to be a tank, which seems totally ridiculous. A tank? For what? Oh, Ross, I tend to agree with you. My knee-jerk reaction to the new vehicle announcement was that it was going to be a large carrier. Because currently as it sits, they have no ground combat that is actually, like, able to facilitate having a tank. Right? But oh yeah, this just happened today, Ray. Just happened today. But like I was saying, these mitigations or these losses can be mitigated if we just did the smallest bit of chest putting away. Like right now, if somebody insided this base could get insided just as easily as J-Wolf's base. And actually, the guy who insided J-Wolf's base had access to this base, and he might have snagged some components out of here, to be honest. Like, he might have gotten his hand on some of the components out of this place as well. Right? But he could have only gotten his hands on components out of any of these chests, and these chests. And periodically, I will grab some of the highest valued components out of those chests, and I will move those up into these chests up here, basically securing them from being insided, because the only one who has access to these chests is myself and the co-owners. Does that make sense? Oh yeah, we got rid of them, Ray. So there's mitigation tactics that should be in play to prevent, like, full-scale loss, like I think J-Wolf and them experienced, unfortunately. They were actually testing the tank inside of the beta testing for this game as well, apparently, Daniel. And the person, somebody was in here earlier saying that, the tank's trajectory on the firing is really weird. Yeah, Ray, they were a bunch of weirdos for sure. They rolled into the stream like they had pulled off some grand heist or something. And they were like, go check your Haga Basin base, and we got here. And this Haga Basin base was fine. They did get to J-Wolf, though. But they acted like they pulled off some grand heist, conspiracy, something or other. When I've said since day one, this guild is very susceptible to inciting. So we've got to be taking precautions to mitigate losses. You're not going to ever be able to prevent the inciting. You know what I mean? We can't just, like, shut down and not accept new members just off of the fact that they might be an insider. But we can mitigate our losses. Oh, so that's what we were talking about, is this cannon. A lot of people seem to have high hopes that it's going to be a cannon. My knee-jerk reaction was that there's no way it can be the cannon or the tank. However, inside of this roadmap and this post, they're also talking about how they're going to implement no-fly zone areas where they may be able to actually facilitate tank combat. So it's possible. I think it all would happen too soon to be coming in late September for them to have no-fly zones and have that implemented properly. They can't just throw a no-fly zone in and then add a tank to the game and expect that to function, you know? So, like, I'm still under the impression that the first Ornithopter is going to be like a giant transport Ornithopter, but they're also talking about making it to where the carrier is going to now be able to hold stuff in between the world map. I don't fucking know, dude. There's a lot going on. See, and it's not much of an anti-air tank, Daniel, from what the guy was talking about with the testing. The trajectory on the cannon was like piss poor of an arc. So it was like you were going to have a hard time sniping the Ornithopters out of the air. The update to the log system in the next patch can't come soon enough. It would be nice being able to see what is being taken out of in and out and by who. You really think they're going to get that implemented, Ross? I mean, like, fingers crossed, that would be nice. Realistically, we know who took it anyways. Like I said, they came into the stream and announced to themselves like they had pulled off some grand heist or something like that. I did state that before, Zeus, and I actually couldn't have been more correct. Thankfully, it looks like they're possibly going to take some steps that are going to make it go way up. You know, like, there are some things that Dune Awakening could do that could massively benefit this game, and it looks like they may be trying to set themselves up to do that. Like, just if we're playing devil's advocate, we're looking at the glass half full here, they might be setting themselves up to actually turn a corner inside of this game.
Greetings, and welcome to Imperial.
They should always miss the best loot wars. That's the thing. That's the mitigation that I'm talking about. I don't know what got taken and what didn't get taken from J-Wolf space at this point in time. Because I don't know what was in J-Wolf space. But like I'm saying, with the mitigation steps that we should be taking in each of our guild and each of our guilds and each of the bases, they should never be able to grab the best loot. You know? Like I said, the guy who incited J-Wolf did actually have access to some of the chests at this base here. But they just got some fucking low-end resource, or low-end components out of it. Most of the high-end components were where I needed them to be. You know what I mean? Dima! Off Dima! What do I think about the roadmap? I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful. I think that the roadmap was vague and was definitely posted as a bit of a panic move. Because a lot of people are complaining that they're worried about the lack of content and they have no idea what the update cadence is going to be. So I think it was posted as a bit of a panic move. I think it was incredibly vague. But the roadmap paired with the post that they made on Steam, which gave the roadmap a little bit more vision, I'm hopeful. And in the September update, we might get the logs for who takes what out of which chest. That would be... See, I'm not convinced that Funcom can pull that off, actually. Kriosh. I'm not convinced that they can pull that off. Is it possible? Sure. Maybe. I mean, it's Funcom we're dealing with here, so I don't think they'll be able to pull that off. But that would be nice. But realistically, all that would do is tell us... Actually, you know what that would have done? It would have been able to tell J-Wolf who took the items out of the chest last night. Because like I had mentioned earlier in the stream, J-Wolf noticed somebody was taking shit out of the chests last night. And that's when the mitigation steps should have been taken in order to, like, move the stuff, move specific chests with specific items into, like, more secured locations. So, yeah. Like I was telling Adam earlier, J-Wolf, just some steps to mitigate the losses would make a massive difference. For example, if you set up a private room with private chests in it, similar to this, and then you've got the tier 6... Okay, well, not fucking that. You've got the tier 6 components and shit that you guys have been stacking up inside of a chest that's privatized. You know what I mean? Oh, so there's one in Conan, so they can manage to pull it off. They've done it before. I mean, look, guys, typically I'm playing these games solo, so other games, I have no fucking clue how they run their shit. I didn't know that was like an industry norm. Because typically I'm running solo and I'm the only one ever putting stuff in or taking stuff out of these chests. Oh, most games that use logs do not go that far to show who took items from what chests. That's what I'm saying, Kutch. And the system they have right now is so lackluster, it basically gives you no information. Even if they changed the circuit on the machine, they would have to go through a much longer process in order to actually take everything out. It wouldn't be as simple as moving it from a chest to an Ornithopter. Yeah, Chi-Chi, that's what I'm saying. Just a bit of a learning curve. I'm telling you, just any level of mitigation needs to be put in place. And that could have been avoided for sure. Thankfully, we've got 2 Lands Rads rolling in with weapons vendors, so the ancient ways should be flowing in.
Sector weather alert. A large sand.
You checked the logs when your wings got shot and it said wings were destroyed by the environment. Isn't it so dumb, bro? It's so dumb. It's so dumb. This doesn't tell you fucking diddly squat. That's crazy, Mooster. I'm surprised that they wouldn't have had it, like, implemented already then, you know?
Changing ammo. Two men.
I see someone.
Someone here.
Fuck, we missed him. Bro, I just want to air dodge again. Why won't it let me air dodge? I don't know what bug is causing that to disappear, but it's incredibly frustrating. Fucking run, you bastard. Yes, we've got the technique slotted. I've even reset it. I've even taken it off and putting it back on to see if that helped, and it did not. Yeah, to relog. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. As I was like, every time this has happened, I haven't been able to fix it, but next time I get on it, it is working just fine.
Let's get. I need reinforcements. Empty.
Hang on now, I'm missing chests over here.
I see someone.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
I see someone. I need backup.
You cheeky son of a bitch. Cherry coming in and dropping the follow over on Twitch. Hi, how are you? I hope you're doing well. Well, welcome, welcome, welcome. Hey, Blueshy, I get it, man. I do. I do. But it is kind of just part and parcel of what we've got to deal with around here. I'm not going into the deep desert 30 minutes before the reset, especially when these guys were talking about taking the servers down for patch notes. Because if we end up in the deep desert when this thing resets, we're fucked. We're gonna end up losing this whole set for no reason. That's why we're running around in this circle specifically right now. That's why we're doing it here specifically right now, him. But yeah, otherwise we would be in the A row. Otherwise we would be, it only makes sense. Shigawire should be a non-slotted skill. All it does is take up a permanent spot anyways and ruin potential builds. I don't disagree with you, Ross. But I do like the fact that if you want to be able to kind of fly around, that you're gonna need to... See, look, the game update has been delayed. We'll announce a new time as soon as possible. My luck, they'd be like, the game update's happening in 5 minutes, and I'm in the deep desert, bro, and now we're gonna be dealing with the downtime leading all the way through the reset of the deep desert, and then we're just screwed, bro. 42 Mir coming in, dropping that follow on Twitch. It's been a wild night on Twitch, you guys. Hey, we appreciate you. Welcome, welcome. Oh my goodness gracious. Sometimes I wish I hadn't looked at how many people are currently watching us. That's a doozy over there on Twitch. It's been a wild night. We appreciate you guys. We hope you're all doing well. Especially you, Mir. Especially you. That would be a long update wait if you got caught in the deep desert. Not only that, when we got back, we'd be itemless. It'd schmooze take our items. Don't forget the D6 shenanigans. Yeah, you don't even get 5 minutes. It's just an insta down, and they're like, oh yeah, here comes the hour-and-a-half patch time, which leads through the deep desert wipe, which means that if you were in the deep desert, you losing your shit. You got 90 minutes to think about your naked character. The longest 90 minutes of your life. Like, look, guys, hey, I think we're ending the stream tonight because I know damn well I'm getting back on the game and I got nothing on, man. Yeah, it'd be brutal. Leveling the last day, you missed the Shigawire. You had to get that quick, especially when you climb that high spot to scan. Man, I'm telling you, the Shigawire claw is huge. Easy, bro. Easy. Especially when they start blowing themselves up. Goofballs. Damn it, this chest hasn't respawned yet. Actually, you know what? I looted this chest late. I looted this chest late in the cycle here, didn't I?
You're trespassing.
Honestly, far out. There's no... Oh, what? My shield's off. My shield's off. What the fuck is my guy doing? Honestly, far out. We're in no rush. Take your time. Take your time. Did my shield break? Fuck, dude. I have another one, don't I? Bruh, tell me I didn't put my other one up at some point in time. Why do I do this to myself? Thankfully, this is an easy lab here. This is easy as hell. But I do this to myself all the frickin' time, dude. On your first character, you finished the main story and faction story before learning about the Shigawire and Suspensor Belt Leap? No way. So you're one of the people who thought they were hacking. That is so funny, Ross. That is so funny. God, that is frickin' hilarious that you bring that up. Because there was a lot of people for like the first couple weeks of the game who were thinking that these people flying around were just hackers, bro. That's so good. That sucks that you made it so far before you realized. Ross is just out here like actually climbing rocks and shit, you know what I mean? And some guy's like, meow, fucking flying up above the rock, dude. That's crazy. Hold on, I just heard somebody coughing out there. Ross spent 45 minutes probably climbing up Sentinel Rock. Oh shit, dude. Oh my god, bro. If you got a decent suspensor belt and a Shigawire claw, you're getting up that thing in like 2 minutes. If I've got a full suspensor belt and the Shigawire claw, I could fly up it in one glide nowadays. It was actually in the playtest where I figured it out. We got the Emperor's wings paired with the Shigawire claw, and I even posted a video. I was like, dude, you get so much. This is a game changer. It was just a short that I posted. And man, I didn't even realize at the time that the Emperor's wings were nothing compared to the full suspensor belt. Emperor's wings, you could still end up spiking yourself into the ground like a football, bro. Honestly, it's such a movement utility far out that you guys might be onto something. Because if you do, you should, like, realistically, you should unlock the Trooper class pretty quick in the game. You can knock that out even in, like, the very South Haga Basin. So, it's something that the devs probably expected people to naturally figure out. But, you guys might be onto something in saying that it should just be a mobility thing that is there. Yeah, they need to improve the Emperor's Wings MK6. They are useless compared to the full suspensor belt. You're so right. And it's mainly because of that damn speed, that momentum that you can just carry into the ground. Okay, did the chest just disappear? Am I losing my fucking mind, or did the chest down here just disappear? Hello? Was it over on this side? Surely it wasn't on this side. You watched it disappear, Noble. Okay, so I'm not losing my mind. Okay. The spice is making chests disappear. What the hell? Make it the transport baseline, but remove the offensive component. That's a good point. You would have to remove the offensive component. You would also have to give the troopers some sort of other ability. Bro, the spice made the chest disappear. Oh, here we fucking go with the hallucinations too. These audio ones, absolutely fucking not, dude. It's not even just other players' voices that get all messed up. It's also AI voices get all twisted. Bro, this chest disappeared as well. We've lost chests inside of the game. We're 45 minutes off of the reset and all of the chests have disappeared. Oh, here's one. There's supposed to be a chest right there. I was just getting ready to say I'm gonna reload the game. I can't jump dodge. I can't loot these chests. We're gonna reload the game. Noble, is that how those guys were up in the air? Man, Jed sent a picture in the Discord of these guys in a literally invisible floating base up above G8. Naruto, they delayed the update. The game update has been delayed. I don't know if you guys can see that through the chat on the screen. You probably can't, but it says the game update has been delayed. They will announce a new time that the update's coming out as soon as possible. Ah, so that was a different floating base then. Yeah, in my opinion, like, realistically, in these type of PvP games, it's not about honor, but guilds without honor just like weird. You know what I'm saying? Like a guild willing to fully bug abuse is just fucking weird. You could even maybe make the argument that trying and focusing on inciting other guilds is kind of a no honor, but that's a bit of like no honor amongst thieves type thing. And inciting is very much so a part of like the aspect of these guild games. But just fucking lame in my opinion. Nice. I love logging in and being like beat to shit. I don't know why I almost just died for no reason. Also, I have no shield. I forgot about that. Okay, well, the chest did not respawn. I can now jump dodge, though, so that's huge. Zeus, that's how a lot of people feel. The Steam... They did come out with a Steam post that did... Yep, we've been fucking bamboozled here on the chests. They did come out with a Steam post that did add a little bit of, like, extra vision to the whole roadmap. That's not good. Is he poisoned? And that's you know, it's a part of the game. Best MMO in my opinion, Naruto. Are we talking MMORPG? Are we talking MMO in the traditional sense, like real MMORPG? Because Dune Awakening I don't consider like a typical MMO. Dune Awakening's like a survival MMO. That's how I would label it. It's actually a 3-shot sniper. It shoots 3 bullets at a time. No shields or heals. Exactly how I love to roll into these dungeons, Ross. Unprepared AF. MMORPG, hands down, it's going to be Jagex rolling in with RuneScape. I prefer old school RuneScape.
A large sandstorm is approaching.
Nice try, motherfuckers. I prefer old school RuneScape over RuneScape 3. But I'm a RuneScape player through and through, so it doesn't matter. Old school RuneScape or RuneScape 3, I think both of them are definitely all-time MMOs. All-time best MMOs, for sure. You know, World of Warcraft is not it in my opinion. I'm not a big World of Warcraft fan. I'm actually not surprised that the World of Warcraft players are having as much fun in old school as they are, like the big streamers and shit that have swapped over. It's the superior MMO by a long shot. World of Warcraft's very hold your hand style MMO, and that's why I was saying, like, I don't consider Dune an MMO RPG. It's not an MMO in like the traditional sense of what we consider an MMO to be. You know what I mean? That's what confused the shit out of people when this game first was announced, is they called it an MMO. And because they called it an MMO, the MMORPG players assumed that that's what it was an MMORPG. However, it very much so is a survival MMO. It's a solid survival MMO as well. I think if Once Human launched with permanent, persistent servers, that Once Human would have Dune Awakening beat fucking dead to rights, but... Dune is an MMO. By definition. It's a massive multiplayer online game. It's not a massive multiplayer online role-playing game. It's a massive multiplayer online survival game. Whereas in, like, your World of Warcrafts, your RuneScapes, your Albion Onlines, your Dofus. Those are MMORPGs. I guess the way I look at it. So they weren't wrong in labeling this game an MMO. They should have just very clearly distinguished that it was an MMO survival MMO. But even if they did that, I said this the other day, the MMORPG community has basically like taken over the term MMO. So anytime a game is called an MMO, it's just automatically considered to be like an MMORPG. Because the RPG players have basically shortened it to MMO, and they've been basically the only multiplayer, massive multiplayer, persistent games for a long time. Like, you gotta have persistence, and you gotta have massive multiplayer, and then you can call yourself an MMO. What was I doing down here, man? I was doing something. What was I doing? Oh, that's what I was doing. We figured it out. Cave, you fucking better be careful out there, man. I would go out there butt ass naked just on the off chance you're gonna end up losing everything. You're a madman. You got the worm death, and then you got the Coriolis reset. Both of those things will absolutely wipe all of your items. Multiplayer online is enough. You know what, Kriyosh, you bring up a good point. 300 max in the deep desert. This is something that I brought up when we first found that out as well. Is that definitely takes the massive out of the massive multiplayer, doesn't it? But, like, I think by definition, even 300 is... I guess that's not really massive, isn't it? Fuck. You gotta have persistent worlds and a multiplayer game. Like, a multiplayer online game with persistent worlds, and I think you can label yourself an MMO. But you gotta distinguish, like, MMO survival, MMO whatever. Is the glowing eyes from the spice overdose? The glowing eyes wasn't from the spice overdose. That was because I was actively on spice. I had no bandages inside of the dungeon I was just in, and I also had no shields because I am an idiot. And we love to go places without bandages and shields. It's what we do the most. No, you're right saying multiplayer online. You're definitely right. What's Human is a NetEase owned slop fucking game that doesn't give two shits about anything. It doesn't give two fucks about putting out any new content. All it cares about is slapping down the next $200 loot crate gambling cosmetic bundle that they can release into the game. And when I jumped back into the most recent scenario, I think it was blatantly obvious. We're still dealing with the same map. The AI seems stupider than it used to. Like, the AI, if I rolled out as a level 5 into a level 20 zone, the AI was gonna fucking tear me up, bro. Now, I was literally level 1 running through a level 20 zone, and the AI was so slow it couldn't keep up with me. I was able to just kite them along. So, I don't know, man. Once Human is a NetEase fucking slop game, which just sucks because the PvE is super creative in that game. Like, the enemies that you have to fight in that game are freaking wild, man. The Deep Desert rotation this week is more than weak. It's freaking terrible. Possibly the worst rotation we've ever had. People are sick and tired of getting pincushion slapped down their throat every single freaking week. That's why this week, actually, inside of the Deep Desert, we're setting up the A section titanium plastanium production facility, and then we're setting up the E section assault ornithopter attack bay. I'm hoping, see, because unfortunately when they buffed the assault ornithopters and brought the assault ornithopters into the meta, they also brought the titanium down south. So realistically, you're running into a whole lot less dogfights out in the Deep Desert. I'm hoping that because this upcoming week is very bad when it comes to what sort of schematics are available to be unlocked, I'm hoping that means we're going to be able to find more dogfights to get into. So we're setting up the Assault Ornithopter attack bay. I'm going to be rolling out of there with my Assault Ornithopter all week. Anybody who wants to roll out there with me, more than welcome. We've got tier 5 Ornithopters set up, and honestly, we should have people pushing into tier 6. I know we have like several people on the guild who are already in full tier 6, so I'm planning on rolling out and losing an Ornithopter or two this week. And then on top of that, just kind of like mass producing up the Plastanium so we can actually, you know, have some more of it. Plastanium's basically free now. Arc Raiders is going to be a good game, but it comes out in between Battlefield 6 and Black Ops 7. Well, thank the Lord I don't give two shits about Battlefield 6's multiplayer and Black Ops 7 and every Call of Duty game from here until the future, where they manage to fucking take care of the cheaters in the game. And even after they take care of the cheaters in the game, Black Ops has gone Fortnite-y for me. Like, I thoroughly enjoyed playing Fortnite, dude, up until they started getting cartoony and shit, and they started implementing all of these, like, I can't think of the word. What's it called? What's it called when a third-party IP joins in a game? Fuck is that called, man? I can't even think what it's called. A collaboration, I guess, that's not the word I'm looking for, but a collaboration definitely explains what I'm talking about. It's not a collaboration, bro. Crossover, I think, is what I'm looking for. I think that's more so what I'm looking for. Fortnite turned into Roblox. It really did. Yeah, so gross. I remember when I was working at Walmart, one of the dudes there was saying that he still plays Fortnite, and he was trying to get me to jump on again. I downloaded the game to go and play with this guy, and I spent 15 minutes in the menu screen looking for the Battle Royale section of the game. I'm not joking when I say I was sweating trying to navigate through this UI out of frustration. I was just mad out of frustration. Hey, Wiz, good to see you. Hope you're doing well. What suspensor belt do I use? I seem to be able to fly for ages, so we got a mixture of things going on here. The full suspensor belt is the best suspensor belt to catch air with. The Emperor's wings will allow you to catch air, but you just don't gain as much. If I had the Emperor's wings on, I would not be able to hold space and then just go flying in the air. I can hold space and basically fly way up in the air with 0 momentum from the Shigawire Claw. right? But we are also pairing this with Idaho's Charge, which optimizes the flow through the battery pack. I'm not certain how much that does. Before I was using Idaho's Charge, I was actually using the suspensor jacket, which helps reduce the amount of power drain your suspensor belt uses. But more importantly, over here in the Planetologist quest, you get the rerouting and the overchargeability. No, that's not what I'm looking for. Right here. You get the suspensor efficiency. So I've got this leveled up to level 3. It's a passive ability, and it makes it to where my suspensor power drain is 20% less than usual. This means that I'm going to be able to fly for longer. So if we catch some momentum, I can fly for days, bro. And if I fly so high, let's fly all the way up until my power drains here, because I'm at no risk of taking any fall damage regardless of how high I fly, because we get so high up in the air that, well, let's see. Is the power even going to drain? Come on now. Okay, power drains. I'm going to get to full power before I even get close to hitting the ground. And we're back at full power, which means I can now power around, dash through the air if I need to. Let go of it, regen the power a bit. Okay. And then forget to use it at the last second. Take a big fat thought I died there. I was like, and then we take fall damage at the very last second to show off how excellent they are truly. Money grab art, that's a really good way to look at it. It definitely is a money grab when they do these crossover events that are basically have nothing to do with the game, bro. Like, I thought it was a joke when they said that Call of Duty put Beavis and Butthead in the game. I thought that was a joke. I did not know. I thought that was I didn't know that was real. I thought that was a mod. I didn't think it was real, bro. I thought it was like a mod as like when they were modding Marvel Rivals. Absolutely, the full suspensor belt, and you have to pair it with specific things. Like, the suspensor efficiency really helps out with that. I wouldn't have gotten as high without it. And then the rerouting, making the power regeneration 6% faster, definitely helps as well. Far Out brings up a good point, Wiz. So I just used a good chunk of that suspensor belt showing that off. If you're like out in the deep desert, the rule is roll with 3. 3 plus what you have equipped, bro. Just to play it safe. Just to play it safe out there. Fuck, dude, where did I put the staking units? Did we get Kyne's Cutter Ray? That's an excellent question. If that was something that came out of the Lands Rat, I should have, but I might not have. God, that's a good question. Oh. Are you on Harmony's server, Noble? Because the Landsrad and the rewards are different between each server. I wasn't paying attention. If Kyne's Cutter Ray was on the Landsrad, I missed it. You know, the suspensor belt and the welding torch break crazy fast, but there could potentially be this skill that I'm missing out on. Oh, actually, you know what? Never mind. Oh god, you want to see driving the buggy in the storm, bro? I'll get that fucker stuck so hard somewhere so fast. Oh yeah, so the servers are different, unfortunately. I was gonna say, I checked the Landsrad pretty thick last week because it was weapons vendor. So I was pretty all over it, rewards-wise, but their freaking UI for the rewards system is such a pain in the ass that it's like, yeah, it's not hard to miss things.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Identify yourself.
I mean, hey, it's realistically not that bad. You can see far enough ahead of you in this thing, inside of the storm. Ugh, it's the field maintenance in the skilled trooper. Oh, yeah, we got that one too. Noblemon, hey, Noblemon coming in, dropping that sub over on Twitch, dropping a 1 month at tier 1 sub. Noblemon, hey, we appreciate you. You're a freaking madman. You know what that means, ladies and gentlemen? That means it's time to get up and get moving. You know what? I was getting stiff anyways. So you know what? I think it's time we stand up for this celebration here. We got to stand up to get our hips moving properly, ladies and gentlemen. Because if you're sitting down, then your hips aren't moving, are they? It's not your hips moving, it's your upper back. Give me a minute. Hello? Hello? I unplugged this thing now for your guys' sake because yesterday we blew out people's ears with some sort of mic problem we had. It got wild yesterday, but let's go ahead and get wild here with the dancing, ladies and gentlemen. Ooh, you got to get those hips moving. Oh, because if you don't, you're not going to be able to touch your toes when you're older, but it's not just the hips, it's the shoulders. If you do that goose right there, you get the shoulders going. That neck problem might turn around for you. You know what I'm saying? Hey, bro, I don't know how many geese have come out today. It's been like too many to count. It's definitely a gander of geese. Noblemon coming in. We appreciate you, the man, the myth, the legend. Karsov's loving it. We're the favorite now. The goofy goose dance has made us the fan favorite. Gamescom is tomorrow. Yes, it is, Landshark, and by tomorrow you mean like 8 hours from now, don't you? The Mentat's talents will save durability on the suspensor belt. Oh my gosh, here we go again. Mentat. Where's the Mentat's ability that saves durability on anything? That's a Bene Gesserit I'm looking at. Oh, right, the Garment Keeper. That's what I thought, is this would work with suspensor belts. Either way, we've got level 3 on both of them, and it still burns through them. Karsov loved the dance so much he wanted to get a dance of his own. Coming in, dropping the prime sub. Absolutely freaking insane. You guys think that just because we just got done dancing that we won't do another one? Well, you've lost your mind, ladies and gentlemen, because your hips can never be loose enough around here, especially with me standing all day. I tell you what, my back gets nice and stiff, but the more dancing we do, the better we feel. You know what I'm saying? So you gotta get them arms moving. You gotta get them arms moving just like that goose. You gotta get them hips cranking just like that lady there. You know what I'm saying? You gotta get them flags waving from whatever country you're in. Wave them around. You know what I'm saying? Hey, you gotta get it rolling. I know we be riding those midnight streams, burning that late night oil. So we got a lot of viewers from other countries around here. But you know what? We love it. We love you guys. We hope you're all doing well. The man, the myth, the legend, Karsov coming in. We appreciate you. Hey, Noble, anytime. So one of my favorite things to do is provide information to people. I don't know what it is, man. When I was working at Walmart, I figured this out. And what's weird is I had been running the YouTube channel for like a few years at this point while I was working at Walmart. And the Wallach and Wakyu swatches, is that where you're going to get the red, white, and blue swatches at? We'll definitely have to start keeping our eye out for those. What was I saying? Man, oh, something to do with Walmart. Oh, bro, I don't understand it. When I was working at Walmart, I literally loved helping people, man. Like, all the other employees would get so mad when, like, a customer would come and ask for help. But I just absolutely loved helping customers, bro. Like, if they needed something, my whole day basically got put on pause, and it was now my life's mission to figure out where it was that what they were looking for was at, and then make sure that they found it. Because sometimes I could be like, oh yeah, it's on aisle K17, but it's like, that doesn't necessarily get them all the way there, and they might go look on aisle K17 and never find it. So I always made sure that they got it, and if I ever didn't have an opportunity to walk with them to the item and I saw him later, I'd double check, like, hey man, you got it? And I just realized, I was like, there's no way I'm gonna find ores out here. I might be able to drive around with some sort of like decency, but I can't see shit right now. But yeah, I don't know what it is, man. I like helping people. So any questions you got, shoot them my way. If I don't have the answer, we'll typically try and Google it and get it figured out. Red, white-ish, and blue. We'll have to check it out. Don't turn the lights on. Does that make it even worse? Where's the guild building this week, Tay? I'm not entirely positive where we're going to be slapping down our production facility or our other facility, to be fair. We've got the titanium and plastanium production facility going down somewhere in the A sector, and then somewhere in the E sector we have the assault ornithopter, that assault bay being put up. I need to find those vehicles. I need to find those staking units. We got about 17 minutes until the downtime here, until the wipe. I just don't remember where I put them. Here we go. I think that about covers it for what I'll need on the first trip. Yeah, Naruto. I don't know. I like helping people out. I've worked in customer service in most of my jobs in my life too, but it wasn't until I was working at Walmart where I was like, man, I really enjoy, like, I genuinely get fulfillment from helping other people out. Okay. Far out. Let me explain. Because you're onto something there. Let me explain. I've also got a very, very, very short fuse. So the way I looked at it was, look, I'm already willing to bend over backwards as an associate to help you out as a customer. So if you're fucking gonna pitch me attitude, watch out. Because if you think this job is that important to me that I won't have a crash out, you're fucking, you've lost it. What server are we in? We are inside of the Harmony server, Green. It's like, look, man, it's like, I'm obviously, like, blatantly going out of my way to help you out, and you're gonna pitch some attitude at me. Expect that attitude to be picked up and thrown right back at you, and we can take this straight on up to the manager if you want to. Like, dead ass, bro. Dead ass. Do you use the Storm Rider Boost Module MK6? I'm assuming Scout Boosters. Yes. We do have this. No, actually, on our Scout Booster, I think it's just MK. Let me check. Yeah, we're just on the Scout Ornithopter Thruster MK6. The Storm Rider would be huge. I'd prefer the Storm Rider. Can they stop you from taking damage in a storm or no? I don't think that's the specialty behind them. Let me check. The Storm Rider boost, it keeps the Ornithopter cool, but at the cost of overall boost speed. So no, it does not protect you in a storm. You can boost with these for longer. Minus 30% storm damage? No way. Where are you seeing that? Is that a hidden stat? It's just less heat. Just like a steady. That's what I'm saying, Noble. Yes. It's just like the steady boosters. J-Rob fucking debated me, dude. Damn it. I'm too gullible, man. I'm too gullible. I just trust you guys, all right? Damn. Yeah, I don't know how much speed you actually lose. We could take a look at that. So on the tier 5 with the Scout, you're getting a thrust rating for your glide at 17.5 and a thrust rating of 8.2. And then if we go into the tier 5 Scout boosters, you're getting a thrust rating of 17.5 with your glide and a thrust rating of 8.2. So actually it's a 1-to-1. You're not even losing speed. You're just generating less heat. We didn't wiki it. I would have if I needed to, but we didn't have to. It was all in the game, thankfully. Oh, J-Rob wikied it. Yeah. He wikied it and found out the hidden information somehow, yeah. You were dropping the schematics, you thought they were useless. Well, it turns out that they've got just as much boost as the regular ones. Yeah, that's crazy. Man, Eurism, don't even say that, dude. Did they announce when the patch is gonna be? Don't even say that, man. We've got plenty of time. Speaking of which, we've got 8 minutes here. I've got my staking units, I've got my plastone, my building tool. We're good to go. Let's go ahead and put an staking unit. One, two, three, four, five. At least one high. One, two, wait, no, yeah, then one, two high, possibly. I don't know if I can squeeze too high out of it. Okay. Onward. No announcement, you just feel the pain coming. They would time it out like that too, them sick bastards. My favorite thing to do with the buggy far out and or the bike is to just rail that thing off of the side of a cliff. The no fall damage on the vehicles in this game is so nice. Somebody who did beta testing said that they originally had fall damage on the vehicles, but they took it out due to player feedback. And damn it, that was a good change, bro. Like, that dead ass, that was a good change. J-Rob goes in and edits the wiki himself before dropping in the juice. Man, that would be like an A-class debate, but you wouldn't even need to go that far to convince me, bro. I'll just take your word for it. Fall damage is coming back. It was posted in the update. Oh my god, they wouldn't. They would do something stupid like that. Whatever, dude. I loved flying the buggies and the bikes off of the edge, and if they're gonna bring the damage back, that's stupid. But my immersion, I hate immersion, bro. Immersion can kiss my ass. You're not gonna be able to immerse me enough into the game to make me not realize that I'm playing a game. So let's just make the game fun. Let's focus on that first. Shit. Kutch, that sounds like when I'm trying to read the chat. Poor J-Rob, or poor J-Wolf and I are rolling through trying to mine some airthrite crystals, and every time I look over at the chat, dude, I'm just sinking us further into this rift, bro. I'm running into rocks that are completely halting our momentum. Brutal. Dude, collision damage would be too much. Fall damage, okay. Collision damage, realistically, come on, dude. If I gotta start repairing my tires because they're hitting rocks, I'm gonna be pissed. I'm gonna be pissed off. Four minutes and 20 seconds remaining here until we get booted off of the server. Then we got about 30 minutes to wait until we're allowed back on the server. And like Eurism is saying, we'll have about 5 minutes to play on the server before we get hit with that hour-and-a-half downtime. Bro, I felt bad for J Wolf. It was right when we were starting up Harmony and we were desperate for some cobalt paste. So we were trying to knock out a buggy trip. And I'm looking over to read chat. Every time I go to read chat, bro, I'm just like, wham, right into a rock, halting all of our progress. Or I'm like curving off to the side, falling off the cliff in that stupid rift. We finally made it out of there. And that was the last time we did a buggy run in there without an Ornithopter. Kriosh, I don't know. I don't know. Naruto just straight jumps it into the canyon. He'll get it back up later. We got jebaited again. We got jebaited again. Me falling for the debate, therefore spread it around, and so a couple people got debated by it. Nice, dude. Very nice. A buggy run with the MK6 storage. Very nice. I don't like doing buggy runs on the Erythrite. Even with a buggy and a carrier, dude, I'd rather go in there with an Assault Ornithopter and just a Cutter Ray. Man, Wiz, I'm telling you, when I'm sitting down, my left shoulder, I like pinched my shoulder or something when I was working at UPS. That's when it all started. I got pinched a nerve or some shit back here. And so when I'm sitting down at this angle for an extended period of time, it just hurts. What happens if you run out of fuel or water on the overland map? Honestly, who knows? I have no idea. I've never had it happen. That's the smart way to do it, Kutch. 2-in-1. Hummingbird versus Albatross. Which one is better? Hummingbird is for the Assault Ornithopter, and Albatross is for the Scout Ornithopter. So they're comparing apples and oranges. Both of them are best in slot on the Ornithopters, though, in my opinion. So you might have some people who debate that, but Albatross is best for the Scout Ornithopter. And Hummingbird is best for the Assault. You move extra slow, that's it? Oh, wow. Wow. At least it's not, like, seriously punishing, and this would be, like, the third way in the game that you can die and lose all of your stuff. That'd be messed up. You know what's funny, Wiz, is the only reason that the idea of standing while I'm live streaming, I typically only stand when I live stream, because when I'm not live, I can sit in a position that isn't healthy for the rest of my back, but stops my shoulder from hurting, right? And the only reason I had even considered standing and having a standing desk was because my kid on his PC, he's got a desk, but he's not tall enough to where he has to sit down, and he would spend hours standing, which is just absolutely freaking insane. And I would tell him, I'm like, dude, we can get a chair for you that's gonna lift you up and you'll be fine and you can sit down. And he's like, I don't mind standing, you know, I don't mind standing. These freaking people with ADHD over here. Stand still, you freaks! Stand still, you monsters! Stop moving! Gah! Stop moving! And he was like, nah, man, I don't mind standing. And so, sure enough, I looked into it, and it's apparently decent for you. I don't mind it. I think you'd be surprised. It's not bad. The storm has passed. Good to go to the deep desert. Him? No, you are not. No, you are not. The server restart has not been delayed. I'm not going into the deep desert yet. Fuck no, I'm not. I was gonna say, it says the storm has passed, and then literally minute... Hey, don't you come up and give me a kiss. Mwah! I'll give you a kiss. Mwah! I'll give you a kiss. Mwah! It says the storm has passed, and then minutes later it kicks us off the server. Look, someone wants to fight you in the world map. Yeah, they're challenging me to a duel. The chair, no offense, looked like a garden chair. That's a part of the green screen, Wiz. It's I've got it's not. It's a kitchen chair. We've got one computer chair currently in the house, and my wife works from home, so I let her use it. Honestly, my back's all jacked up, you guys. Like, so the computer chair that we have, honestly, just doesn't bro, we should get kicked from the server. We should get kicked. Oh, but like I was saying, the computer chair that we have, even that hurts my back. So it's like, she's more comfortable sitting in that. She works from home all day. I got no problem with her using that. I don't want to move it back and forth because she's obviously not working while I'm live, but I don't want to move it back and forth and back and forth. The kitchen chair works just fine. It's stiff. I need something stiff. Any word on the new patch? Dango! Dan, go. Dan, go. No. So they've delayed the patch. And whether or not it's actually supposed to... The hotfix got delayed. The hotfix was supposed to happen 2 hours ago. And it got delayed. There it is. There it is. What a delay, bro. I guess it's only 3 minutes past. That's right about typical. I think it was only NA getting hit with the update, just the same way California got hit last night, Juxt. When we get on the main screen here, it should say, you'll be able to see. This man needs a real chair. What's funny, Wiz, is like I said, this kitchen chair, I dig it. So chances are it's just going to stay that way. Plus, you know what? It drives so many... you're not the first one to bring it up. It's a conversation starter. Keeps the chat moving sometimes. The LA servers were down for 2.5 hours last night, Rebel. That's crazy. That's why I didn't roll out. I don't know what the hell. Did my game just freeze or something? That's why I did not roll out to the deep desert when they were planning on doing this 1.5-hour patch that was meant to happen 2 hours ago, just in case it rolled past 2 hours and the deep desert wiped while I was out there. E3 has a great buggy base and it's 3,000 kilometers from the D2 wreck. Very nice, very nice. Oh, look, it's not even on here anymore. You guys, look at the right side of the screen. There's nothing. There's nothing there anymore. Let's see if they made any announcements on Discord. They didn't even announce that the update was delayed on Discord. Today's patch was scheduled for 10 CEST. 8 UTC has been postponed until further notice. We will update you as soon as we have a new time. Okay. It's probably not happening today then. Yeah, it seems like people got bored with waiting for the update, Rebel. I wouldn't be surprised. I would not be surprised if they were like, you know what, I'm going to bed. I'll wake up. It'll be on later. 4:08. It's been about 5 minutes. We probably got another 25 minutes until this thing opens up. Just to reiterate what the plan here is for the week, we're going to be setting up a big, massive production facility in the A section of the deep desert, where we're hopefully just going to be knocking out a shitload of plastanium throughout the week. We're also going to be setting up an assault ornithopter attack hangar somewhere in the E sector of the deep desert, because I'm wanting to pull assault ornithopters out this week and get into as much dog fighting as we can. Unfortunately, the dog fighting is kind of done for in this game, especially on Harmony, because you don't really need to harvest spice anymore. You don't really need to camp the Titanium Islands anymore. So what exactly are you going to run into other ornithopters doing out here? God only knows. But because the schematics on this week's Deep Desert are actually not the greatest, I'm thinking that we might actually be able to find some dogfights out here, which could be freaking massive. Could definitely be some good fun to get into. I'm hoping that we can actually burn through some of these assault ornithopters while we get the chance to, because dogfighting, I feel like, is going to be out of the loop for a little while here. You're back in game. You don't know why it did what it did, but it tried to put me into the wrong seat. Really, driver? Are you on an NA server? Because you should not be back in the game on an NA server already. You're a madman. Dugap's up already, actually. Question. You know at what time exactly bases that people have not paid taxes for become available to take over? Is it directly after a Coriolis storm? So people who haven't paid the taxes on their bases, you can never just take those bases over. What happens to people who don't pay taxes on their bases for long enough, basically the Sardaukar are going to come flying down and they are going to raid that base. They're going to break the walls, they're going to break the chests, and then the last thing that they're going to break is the sub-fief. I've never seen this happen personally. I've heard several people talk about them seeing it happen. The first guy who saw it happen said that as the Sardaukar was raiding and breaking the chests, none of the items that were in the chest fell on the ground. It was almost as if the Sardaukar had an unlimited inventory and they were looting everything. So if you don't pay your taxes, basically your base gets raided by NPCs. Super lame. They should just allow... It's not lies. Can't have... I guess, you know what? It could be lies. I've never seen it. I've heard several people talking about it. I think there's actually even videos out there you can go and look up. I haven't fucking done that much research into it. You can never claim somebody else's subfief though because of taxes, unfortunately. And actually, Rebel brings up a good point. With the new update, they might have made it to where these raids are not going to end up damaging the building. But these raids that happen are like NPC spawns. Jux, the abandoned bases stay way too long anyways. I couldn't agree more. Yeah, the servers should start rolling back in, you guys. Unfortunately, Harmony's slow as shit. We probably still got like 15 minutes. But yeah, if you're waiting on a server, you might want to start hitting refresh because Dugap, for example, is back up. Experience has been increased to 150 per survey probe now. Very nice. There should definitely be some sort of system inside of the game, Naruto, that flags a base as abandoned and allows people to raid it. And if Funcom doesn't want that to happen, they need to just delete the bases that they are flagging as abandoned, because it is literally lagging the hell out of these sieges inside of the Haga Basin. It's brutal. Absolutely freaking insane. What column am I going to on A? I'm going to hit up the right side, Jux, is what I was thinking. The middle one, the middle row, had a couple of the PvP ships really close to where I was possibly going to build. And the same thing on the one section. So I was like, ah, fuck it. We'll just roll out to 8 again. We're going to roll probably out to 8 on the right side of the map. I'll be back here in a minute. I think we still have at least 10 minutes before Harmony's back up. I'll be back. Alrighty. Surely we got to be getting close. Nope, not there yet. Not there yet. I don't know what my power is at on Dugap. I know that Harkonnen won on Dugap again, and I need to go and run the betrayal quest and then rerun my guild as a Harkonnen, so that way I can get a new ancient way on that server. Though realistically, I could just run the repair glitch. Actually, I forgot about that. I don't know how it works though, but I know it's not hard. Bruh, you're kidding me. They made another PvE zone shipwreck, just straight PvE. That's so annoying. If I'm gonna tell him in DMs. I have no idea what you're talking about, Kutch. I have no idea what you're talking about. Is it possible to have another base in another siege? Yes, as long as you're under 3 sub-fiefs. Pardo's hood and crap. No one knows what the crap is, but it's definitely got Pardo's hood in there. No, I'm pretty sure, Ham, they made it to where you can now. You should be able to make bases on any siege. God, I'm so sick and tired of seeing the IX core legs. The Storm Rider boost isn't crap, to be honest. I need an MK6 Storm Rider boost, so that's lit. Huge, we'll take that. I've got enough core legs and albatross wings. Pardo's hood, is that light? Is that, like, what is Pardo's hood? Is that, like, one of the, Yeah, if you've got 20 of them, yeah, you definitely don't need them. And honestly, Pardo's hood, is that, like, a water thing? Yeah, this is just good for sunlight. You don't want to wear that. Even that's shit. That's just going to basically be free plastanium dust. Because there's probably not a whole lot of people that are going to hit that up. Though on Harmony, everybody be hitting up everything. Everybody be hitting up everything all the time. So it'll probably be just cleared all the time. Though reducing sunstroke may actually become an item that is viable to carry around in PvP if they end up implementing these no-fly zones and you have to spend a lot of time in the outside on the ground. Might actually become something that's worthwhile, but that's a bit of a stretch, to be honest, because you could just drink some water. No. Pram, you should be fine. Originally, when the game launched, you were not able to build a sub-fief in another siege. But it was like the 3rd or 4th update that they allowed you to then go and build up a sub-fief in another siege. So now, regardless of what siege you start on, you can put a base down in any siege and then make that siege your home. Which is nice. It is nice. So if you're on, like, if I'm on the Dugap server, and there's so many abandoned bases that it just causes lag anytime I'm in Haga Basin, I could go find a siege that doesn't have that problem and transfer over there. They're not going to merge servers, man. fat chance that that's going to happen. I've convinced myself, people have convinced me that it's not going to. And I think that's mainly because what they're going to do is merge deep deserts, and Funcom loves to take the easiest solution available to them. So they're just going to merge deep deserts because that's the easiest thing for them to do. Because if they were to merge Haga basins, they would have to make a copy of everybody's materials and stuff and send that into the claim items tab. And then they would have to wipe the bases. Then they would have to combine the sietches. There's so many steps of that process where it can go wrong. And for Funcom, they're going to mess up every single step of that process. Oh my gosh. Oh yeah, deep desert merging, that's going to happen sooner rather than later. Hopefully sooner rather than later. It would make Dugap maybe a little bit more fun. I know Arcadius in them. Dugap's not that dead of a server. Surprisingly, it's like a medium population server, and it's got some like interwoven drama building up inside of it, which is fun to deal with and mess around with. So if we manage to get some more people over there, it'd be even better. Caustic, come on. There's way too many steps of that process for them to not flub it up at some point in time. That's what I thought at first, too. I thought the sietches would end up merging and that they would just dump people's items into, like, a bank, and then people would be able to claim those items from a bank and then replace their base down somewhere else in a more populated siege. But with that many steps, Caustic, in a situation, in a process such as server merging, yes, I'd have to agree with you. That wouldn't be easy for devs to pull off, which is why you can almost guarantee Funcom would fuck it up in step one. People are not going to go through the process of merging their or moving their bases, and the problem with that is if you've got any sort of bases that end up overlapping each other, it's going to fuck everything up. Just in time for the storm reset, Alex. That's correct. Yeah, but if people base up in a siege that's going to be combined with other sieges, and then there's bases that overlap with each other, that's going to be a problem. Also, it's like if you've got a big enough base, swapping your base over into another siege isn't a small task. That's why they wouldn't do it that way. Yeah, let's hit this. Let's hit this for the fourth time here. Let's hit it from another direction. We might be able. We're clearly not on the same page. I think you and I are on the same page as to like what the end game is, but I don't think we're on the same page as to what you're saying. Seems like they could just move the siege to a new main server. You wouldn't have to rebuild anything. So instead of 25 sieges under one server, it'd be 50 to 75. That could work. Yep, you've got 3 servers, each with sieges A through I. I'm following you. And they add in a new server, server 4. Oh, I got what you're saying. So they're not actually going to be merging sietches at that point in time. No two sietches will merge in together. They're basically just going to take the most populated sietches from server 1, server 2, and server 3 and merge them into server 4. Basically killing off server 1, server 2, and server 3. No fucking way would they do that. Because then the population on server 1, 2, and 3 would be lower than it was, and you'd also be hoping that enough people moved over to server 4. Otherwise, it'd be another. Yeah, they're just gonna move into the merging the deep deserts. I get what you're saying now, though. I do get what you're saying now, though. Oh, far out, man. Are you stuck on? Man, far out. There should be an assault ornithopter that you have access to. I might have to add the perms. I might have to add the perms to it. Yeah, I think they're just going to make it to where one deep desert, instead of having 25 sietches attached to it, is now going to have 50 sietches attached to it, or 75 sietches attached to it, or even 100. Like, they've got way too many servers open currently. That is crazy far out, and that's what I was saying. Hopefully that's just some sort of, like, timing issue. J-Rob managed to re-roll as well. Yeah, so Dugap is one server. This server has 25 different sietches. All of these sietches connect to the Dugap Deep Desert. What they're going to end up doing is making it to where Splinter is going to have its 25 sietches not attached to the Splinter Deep Desert, but attached to the Dugap Deep Desert. And then they're going to go over to Fury, and they're going to have this Fury 25 sietches attached to the Dugap Deep Desert. No, you're mistaken. We're not talking about the map. The Dugap Deep Desert is 9 servers without sietches because that's how the map is laid out. The map is laid out into 9 servers or 81 chunks. Yes. The Dugap is a server. Dugap is a server. It has 25 sietches attached to it. And all 25 of these sietches feed into the Dugap Deep Desert. The Dugap Deep Desert's laid out in a mesh style fucking networking layout because that's how all of these games are doing it nowadays. Yeah, right. I don't understand why you're talking about the physical servers, because they're gonna merge game servers. I don't understand where exactly this conversation got so fucking far off track. We were always talking about the Dune servers merging with each other because Dugap's in low pop, Splinter's in low pop, Fury's in low pop. They're going to combine these servers, make all of them feed into the Dugap Deep Desert, so at least the Dugap Deep Desert is going to be higher population. I couldn't agree more. I could not agree more. And so in that instance, since you're right, if you only got 1 to 2 players on each of these sietches, it's fucking a big fat huge waste of resources. But that's Dune Awakenings. That's Funcom's problem for opening up 18,000 different servers. You know what I'm saying? they should look for a way to reduce them, but the only way that I see them actually being able to pull that off is using the claim rewards tab that they have currently. If you remember the D6 debacle inside of the deep desert, where that PvE zone was turned into a PvP zone and all those bases got raided and everybody got refunded the items, all of their items got put into the claim rewards tab. And basically what Funcom did is they took a snapshot of all of the items attached to a specific sub fief, and then they refunded items that were in that snapshot that they had taken from that. And the same thing would happen inside of like the Dugap leg siege, for example, would have a snapshot of all of the different sub fiefs inside of it, and then all of the items attached to that sub fief would be moved into a claim rewards tab, from which point all of the 25 sieges from Dugap would merge with all of the 25 sieges from Splinter. And then it would be a re-roll, and you would have to go redo your base. They have an Etherite cave in the deep desert. You never knew that? It comes with like 1 ore inside of it, I believe. I mean, Kriosh, you're putting way too much trust in the fact that people are going to go through the trouble to move their bases on their own. Even if they're given ample warning, they're not going to move their base on their own. And then when Funcom merges the servers, or does your little siege possibility, if Funcom went and did your siege thing, they might as well shut down the other 2 servers that they left hanging, because we're back at the same argument of it's a waste of resources. So if Dugap had server leg through Al Rab, and then Splinter had server Sandrat through Abir, and then etc. and so on, these would become the most populated sieges until the merge happened. And then when the merge happened, it would create like one highly populated server, and it would leave Dugap with nobody in it, it would leave Splinter with nobody in it, and it would leave Fury with nobody in it, at which point they might as well just delete those servers. There's at least 2 caves full of Etherite, about 10 nodes each. Oh shit, I was way wrong then. That's not bad. They have like 7 marked inside of the cave. Interesting. I was always under the impression, because it was inside of a cave, that there was just 1 or maybe even 2 in there. Yeah, people would have to race to reclaim their land, that's for sure, in the method that I'm laying out. Which I think people would complain about. People would either complain about it or they would like it. They'd be like, I picked a different spot to build this time. I don't fucking know. That's like a whole complicated process, which is why I think Funcom will just bite the bullet on the resources that they have to allocate in order to, and then they'll eventually just close out those servers. I don't freaking know, man. I don't know, but they've got a problem going on, and they definitely need to start merging some of these servers in some way, shape, or form to stem the bleed. Because basically right now, people are abandoning their servers left, right, and center to join more populated servers, which is just causing the same problem that would be happening if they allowed people to character transfer. And they're not going to allow people to character transfer because that would just exacerbate the problem that they have with these low pop servers getting lower and lower pop. It would basically kill off the population of every server and consolidate it into just 1 or maybe like 2, 3 servers max. At which point in time, fucking Funcom could just run 10 NA servers. You know what I mean? 15 NA servers. They need to cut the amount of servers that they have down drastically. Finally, bro. Finally. You know what we didn't do? We didn't bring out our... Oh, I have my Scout Ornithopter pocketed. Never mind. I could just leave my assault ornithopter on the ground right here where it spawns, right? Like you can't summon in a thumper and thump here in the shield wall, can you? Sandworms don't roll out here at all, correct?
On infiltration instead of invasion. On subversion instead of elections. On intimidation.
Oh shit. Oh, this is the exact same layout? I didn't know that. Does not have the exact same mats, though. There's titanium and stravidium over here. There's not. So the materials have changed. The nodes have changed. Hey, Sharpshooter coming in over on YouTube, dropping that sub. Welcome, welcome, welcome. One, two, three. Wait, one, two. This might get in my fucking way is the problem. One, two. Oh, fuck me. God, this is way bigger too. Shit. Fuck, this is way bigger. 1, 2 would be out that way. This spot's not gonna work, bro. Fuck. Well, it's not much of a race. But I do need enough room to get this thing down. I mean, if I put it here, I might be able to go over top of that. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. Fuck it, let's try. Nice, dude. Okay, big. I'll have to place one more back there. Need one vertical and then one staking in this. Vertical and staking. Staking. Okay. Cool. Sweet. Need to build it on pillars so I don't have to worry about. I know, Sonny. I know. It's a bit too late for the It's a bit too late for the first one that I have. You're 100% correct. With the assault ornithopter assault bay that we have to build up, we did build that on pillars, so I do have to worry less about the I do have to worry less about the terrain for this assault one. This other one, it's a bit too late. But that's all right. If we can find even one spot out here where we can lay this down, where what I'm trying to lay down, we're gonna be fine. Oh, fuck, I don't have gas, dude. Shit! Are pillars allowed to get under the terrain? Yes, they should be. Honestly, I might have to build on the sand to find a big enough, flat enough area to put down the stupid base I want to put down. But I'm stubborn, bro, so we're gonna find a spot to put down this base. Yeah, I didn't realize, I've never paid attention to the land inside of the shield wall of the deep desert, so I didn't realize it stayed exactly the same. I think you need to towards the edge of the cliff to find the most. Honestly, Landshark, I don't know. I was gonna say something, but I just figured I'd let it sit. I thought I had a stroke when I was reading that. What do I need brought out to the deep desert? Honestly, nothing nothing right now, Eurism. We're in the slow setup phase at this point in time, just trying to get the areas down. What's the good schematics this week? I mean, they are few and far between, Alex. There's a couple of decent ones, being the pincushion chest piece, and then, God, what was the other one that we were talking about? There was one more where it was like, that's decent, but even then it's nothing fantastic. E6 is the bomb this week. Zip, get out of my head, you motherfucker. Other people out here are already taking E6, aren't they? Yeah, pincushion's been all over the damn place, dude. So I wouldn't necessarily call it rare. But pincushion chest piece is not one that you see pop up all the time. There's another one that's actually decent this week as well. I just can't remember what it is. None of them are like, oh, this is what people are going to be fighting for this week. You know what I mean? You saw a worm sign while you were Bindu sprinting inside of the shield wall the other day, huh? Very interesting. Who the fuck went and put a claim right there? You greasy bastards. God, I hope that's far enough. Oh, we grabbed the big boy. I don't even have the other one on me, do I? Shit. Man, Pram, I just forgot that I'm on fumes. I'm glad you brought that up. I mean, how much on fumes are we really? Let's take a look here. Surely it's not that bad. Ah, 10%, that's plenty, dude. That's plenty. If we glide properly, I should easily be able to make it back. $12,000 meters? Jeez, that's far. Actually. %, easy, bro. As long as we run the infinite glide, we're gonna be fine. Pincushion chest on F6. Yeah, E6 is going to be our area of attack. It kind of lands us right in the middle of the deep desert, so when we roll out with assault ornithopters, it's left, right, or center, basically. Yeah, Zip, you bring up a good point. There is some control points over there. Excellent point, excellent point. Unfortunately, spice is worthless on this server aside from the residue. So I suppose if we need some residue, we could go farm those. Oh, actually, I'm glad you brought that up. Control points help out for specific tasks. Last week, we got absolutely dicked because we got the turn in completed sync chart task. Any idea as to how many points exactly we were getting per completed sync chart? 3 points per completed sync chart. Adam, somebody in our guild, did that for 4 hours straight. You want to know how many points he got? 6,000. That's disgusting, bro. That's disgusting, dude. So for that task specifically, the control point definitely helped us knock that tile out last week. D3 station is screwed. 5 hours, no loot. Man, it's doing that again. That one is there. So there are, you're right, the control points don't mean a whole lot. If you get like 10 or 15 of your faction to go out to a control point and claim it at the same time, it can start to make a difference, but realistically turning them in is always better. Yeah, so they do cost 1.5 thousand each, so it was a chunky amount of money that you had to spend. On top of that, it was a massive time sink. The D3 station is screwed up this week, Hump. A perfect day. So last week, the D4 station loot was not respawning. Took forever to respawn last week. That happens the same on this server as well. I wouldn't be surprised if in the next 30 minutes we're going to have 4 tiles opened up. Especially because it's another fight for the weapons vendor. See, we made it just fine. How much fuel we got left? I bet we've got at least 6. 9% fuel left. We used 0% fuel. We're just that damn good. I could fly all the way back there and then back again and then back and back again. We could do another 10 trips at that rate. Now, let us pull this out. Did I just fucking accidentally press the wrong button and forget that whole schematic? Oh my fucking god, I did. What the fuck, bro? Like, why is that even a fucking thing, dude? Well, I wish I could say that I had multiple of those saved up, but I do not. So, there goes fucking that schematic. Thankfully, I do enjoy building inside of these fucking games, so I don't mind starting over. I'm not happy about starting over. Is it nice that I don't have to worry about the terrain anymore? Yeah, sure. Fucking cool. Cool beans. Cool beans! Ah! 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 Okay, I'm feeling better. No, like, are you sure that you want to forget it? No, like, hey, dickhead, you're about to delete your schematic. None of that, huh? No? None of that? Not gonna give me any of that? Huh? You're just gonna fucking delete yourself, huh? Ah! Ah! Alright. Can you bribe houses right now? Yes, you absolutely can. Hot Rod reference? Did I just reference... Did I make a reference to a movie without knowing it? No, it's not him. It's not the staking unit that's the problem. On my Solido replicator here, while I was flying through the air, I held the X button, and it deleted what I had saved on the Solido replicator. This is now an empty replicator. It's got nothing on it. Oh, cool beans seen in Hot Rod. Interesting. Very interesting. You know, I have this problem where I watch television shows. Like, this happens with Bob's Burgers, actually, a lot. I'll watch Bob's Burgers, and they'll... You know the episodes in Bob's Burgers where they'll take turns telling stories, but their stories are realistically just like parodies of movies. I would say like 40% of the time, you could just tell me that that was a story that the writers of Bob's Burgers came up with, and I would believe you, because I have no frame of reference as to what movie they're parodying. And because of that, I'll see things in shows, and I will... I'll make reference to it in like a quip or like in something that I say, but it's in reference to the show rather than in reference to the original piece of work. I hope that makes sense. I hope I made that make sense. Yeah, dang, him is right. Dang is right. I'm absolutely gutted. Yeah, not too happy about that. Absolute frickin' bummer. But like I said, I like building inside of this game. I don't mind building. We'll slap something new up, and this I guess will be the start of the new capital. Right? Because we deleted the old one. Shit. So we're going to have to build up a new one. We'll build up a new capital. And now I won't have to worry about making sure that the build's going to fit with the terrain, because now we'll just put the build up in the same spot every week. Like, no big deal. On pillars, Rebel says. It'll be on pillars. No, I think we're going to end up skipping the pillars, because I'll be putting it in the same spot in the deep deserts. Shield wall terrain isn't changing week by week. Far out. That's who I wanted to hook up. Let me get you set up on one of these ornithopters. All right, far out. You now have access to this ornithopter right here in the bay. And you should be on perms to the base as well. Let me double check. Oh, you need just a ride? I can't carry you. I can't take you from siege to siege. Do you have an ornithopter at all? I can't take you into the world map at all. I don't think we've found a cave that has a blueprint yet. Somebody in Europe was saying that the cave's blueprints were on in a PvP zone. So one of the PvP zone caves might be the one with that. Nah, don't even worry about it, bro. I'll deconstruct this one and drop it off for you. Yeah, it's super dumb that you can't take somebody in the passenger seat and bring them over to your seat. It's freaking insane. Can't help but feel like, oh yeah, fuel. Fuck, I know we have gas around here somewhere. I just don't know where. Damn, dude. I don't know why I thought there would be some in there, but I was like, maybe, just maybe. No. There's one. Come on. Lucky number 7. Nope. Number 9. Nope. Nope. Alright, we can make one work. What siege are you on? Yeah, so Zip, apparently people are saying that it came out of PvP zone this week inside of one of the PvP caves. So if there is a good schematic that comes out of that, it'll be interesting to see what sort of PvP develops around that. Let's see. I'm thinking he said Tabber. He's in the Tabber siege. Fadger. He's in the Fajir siege. Oh, I suppose the friends list would have told me that. I suppose. Is it still Melange or did they change it to Solari? Are you talking about the center tile or Solari in order to bribe the people? I'm pretty sure it's still Melange, but that's just totally a guess. Where are you at over here far out? Are you on like the Haga Basin side? South Haga Basin side? There was loot inside of the C7 cave last week, Rebel, and it was the best in slot rapier in the game. The Halleck's pick. Got like, probably like at least 100 schematics spread throughout the entirety of the guild at this point in time. Shit. I know I've got like 10. Harkonnen's already taken 7 Landrad points on your server, huh? That's crazy. Patch just got re-announced on EU in 55 minutes. Oh my god, bro. These fucking idiots, bro. These fucking idiots, dude. These stupid idiots. Yep, looks like we're rolling right into an hour and a half of downtime. Good job, Funcom. That's what I'm thinking, Rebel. I got my spots claimed as well. Forget about it. I know, and it's not late enough in the week, Alex, that can cause a D6 debacle. Nobody's set anything up yet. Where you at, Far Out? Where be you at? Yeah, watch it be like an hour and a half downtime for like a patch notes of like 3 items like they did the other week. They were like, here's the patch notes. We did some stability fixes. You get back into the game and it's unstable as shit. Oh, I'm sure it is, Rebel. Definitely that close to the safe zone makes it a whole lot easier. Yeah, the items disappearing bug is coming back just in time for people to take all of their shit out to the deep desert in NA. Probably why they didn't apply the patch on the server maintenance in EU. Can you do anything with that huge ship, or is it just scenery? I believe it's just scenery. Are we in a party together? Oh, he's in a party. Thank you, Wings. They were just waiting for people to have to travel across. They let all of Europe get across, and they were like, forget you, NA. You're going down. Hello there. Hello, are you here? Are you over here? What about here? South of the hammer-looking rock. That's this thing, I believe. How far south do you guys think he is? This is little hut right here. Hello there. Is this your hut? Hello. I don't think it is. Oh, go back. Oh, go back. We had it. He's right here. This was his hut. I knew it. Definitely looks like a far out build. Maybe not. Maybe he's back across the way. I'm not seeing him in here. Let me just peek in your window here for a second, sir. Yeah, we got an hour and a half downtime coming in, unfortunately. Here, perhaps? Just invite me to a party. It won't let me invite you to a... Oh, there we go. Hey, well, at least you managed to knock down a claim, driver. So it looks like the timing actually worked out pretty decent for you. Aside from being able to set anything up. Oh, look, we were close. We were so close! Is it an update? Yes. As to what's coming in the update, we never know until after the actual update. Here you are, my friend, here you are. I believe that's everything. There should be the full Ornithopter and some gas and even a welding torch to put it all together, so. Let me double check. Alrighty, my friend. Good luck. Let me know if you need anything. Let me know if you need anything else. Let's ride. We got about 30 minutes to go. Try and place down the assault Ornithopter bay, I suppose. Spotlights inside of the, oh, I suppose he should watch out for spotlights, that's for sure. Once I'm inside of the Ornithopter, they can't touch me. Oh, very, very nice, driver. Well, you drive safe out there. You take it easy. Uh-oh, you think he got caught? I didn't hear the sound. I didn't have my headset on. Let's fly back out and make sure he didn't get taken down. These Sardaukar can be frickin' brutal, man. Even if you could ag, it wouldn't make a difference because it's just some Chinese bot farm. So the players would just get banned and then it wouldn't even matter. Hey, you guys think you can just fucking be mean to my friend? I don't think so. That's not very nice. Don't worry, I'm here, I'm here. Fuck these guys. Hey-ya! Hoo-ah! The chat had your back, because I did not have my headset on. That was totally my fault. We left him hanging, bro. We left him hanging. Lucid! Skydive coming in. Dropping that follow on Twitch. Welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Alright, now let's ride. Let's ride. I'm glad we decided to go back. Realistically, I don't even know if his base is in that area. I think he's trying to get off of this siege over into the leg siege where we're mainly located. Very, very nice, Juxt. The fastest land claimer in the deep desert. Juxt over here, none faster. Here I am deleting the grand schematic that I had planned on building up and building out. Just completely deleted the shit out of it because I'm an idiot. Now look at us. We're having to rebuild. It won't even look the same. Notorious! Good to see you, man. Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. We're doing good around here. You thought to check how much Melange sells for on your server yesterday for shits and giggles? It sells for 500. Ooh. It's not even because of dupes. It's because the market's almost empty, huh? They can't even get anybody to pick up the Melange for 500 a piece, huh? That's crazy. Bro, you make more money just selling tier 5 radiation suits at that point in time. You might as well hold on to the Melange. That's crazy. $7,000 on a non-hyperinflated server is reasonable for Melange. All right. Let's take this one out, I suppose. Bro, that seems like some crazy-ass hyperinflation, Sonny. Even on this server, Melange was maximum like 25,000, 30,000 a piece. But the dupes on this server have been hitting so hard. Silicone blocks is probably a killer market to corner right now. I forget who was talking about it. I think it was Juxed on their EU server. But somebody on a server has silicone blocks that they're selling for ridiculous amounts. It was Juxed. He bought for 50,000, sold 1.5 mil. Yeah, 50,000 for a stack of 500, which is now selling for 1.5 mil for a stack of 500, which is a crazy return on investment. That's like definitely Nancy Pelosi levels of insiding that Juxed just pulled off there. He fucking saw that shit coming. Yeah, don't tell the dupers that Melange is going for that much on your server, bro, because they'll come in waves. Realistically, I think the dupers in these Chinese bot farms are all relegating themselves to servers that have high pop, because that's where they can sell the most in their real money trading, real world trading shit. Yeah, that's definitely the hyperinflation for you, Sonny. It's on this server as well, really bad. All right, we're going to keep in line with the same layout that we did for the original guild base, which was having it set out in this, like, almost starship format with the tile in the center, one on each side, and then backwards on each side. This kind of looks like one of those old starships in the old shooting arcade games or whatever. 12,000 meters this way now. I mean, Notorious, that's like, I feel you on that. On my DoGap server, basically nothing sells because there's nobody using the market. Pram, I couldn't agree more. The starter car over in that gap, it's like a very annoying random event that can happen. Super frustrating. 8,200 a piece the other day, now down to 6,800. Damn. Somebody on this server driver picked up a melange for 1,100 a piece. And we're on a hyperinflated server. Any secrets in the caves this week? Not that we've been able to find so far, Ag. Somebody on the European server said that the cave that has a chest inside of it is inside of a PvP zone. I just don't know what cave. Oh, fuck. I don't know if you guys see what's happening to our ping here. Oh, fuck, dude. That's not good. Oh, dear God. The server shouldn't be down for an update yet. Bruh, did the update just happen? Fucking hell, dude. It's not 12 UTC. And it's gone. Rocksteady, they've actually been decent about the disconnects and losing the Ornithopters. I haven't been losing my Ornithopters to disconnects very often. No, I'm like, I'm lagged out of my game right now. Like, realistically, I probably should close down Dune and reopen it back up. That's what we're gonna do. Close her down. Your ping spiked, but you can fly again? That's good. I'm glad not everybody just got wiped by that. If I had to place my bets on it, I'd say the Ornithopter's fine. So previously, when you would disconnect from the game, OMC, the Ornithopter would fly off in the distance, and then if you checked your Communinet, it would say that the Ornithopter got eaten by the worm. Bro, the game's not running, though, so why don't we just go ahead and open that up, Steam, please? Yeah, it's not running, though, so let's go ahead and go to the library where it says it's not running, and I'll hit play from there. Is that going to work? Okay, yeah, that worked. Thanks, Steam. Get your shit together. Here comes the pain I was referencing earlier. Eurism called it. I mean, why use your MK5? Just take your MK6 out, and then when it ends up getting disappeared, you can put in a note and you can say, hey, I lost my carrier Ornithopter, which was carrying my MK6. Notorious, there's only been one time that I've logged in and had it to where my Ornithopter said it got eaten by the worm. Other than that, every other time it's been fairly good at keeping my Ornithopter close. That's what I'm saying. If I had to place my bet, we're just going to spawn in next to our Ornithopter on the ground somewhere. Hopefully not on quicksand, because if we're on quicksand, we're fucked. Oh no, that's freaking ridiculous, Notorious. That's absurd, man. Yeah, when I lost my Ornithopter to the worm, I was stuck out in the deep desert, but thankfully I was close enough to land that I could go get on land, and that's when I had the frame of mind in order to respawn myself so I didn't have to die to the worm. All right. Place your bets. Place your bets. My guess is we're right next to the Ornithopter. Oh, fuck, dude. This is worst case scenario right here. Okay, somehow we got in, and we got up. Alright, hell yeah, bro. Hell yeah! I knew we were fine. I'm surprised that quicksand didn't glitch us out there. It just has to disconnect you over top of quicksand, doesn't it? It's like there's one line of quicksand going through this place, and of all the spots for it to disconnect me, it had to be on the quicksand. Don't jinx it before I get to the base. Good point. Excellent point. Server's down in 30 minutes. Yeah, we got 29 minutes and the server's going down. Can the worms hurt downed bases? The worms can hurt even shielded bases, can't they? If the worm can hit the base, it'll eat the base. I'm not positive on that, though. Man, you would think quicksand does seem to be the seam for these deep desert server transitions, but you think that they would choose something else or change that. Austin, when you say the worm kept eating it, how many times did he replace the base and then let the worm eat it? Like was this something he was just doing for fun or what? Fucking nailed it, bro. Bro, I hit confirm placement. Why didn't it place it, man? Fucking damn it. I didn't fly out here just to confirm that it could be placed, bro. I flew out here to place the damn thing. Whatever. At the very least, we confirmed it can be placed, so we know it can go there. Don't press X, yeah. Honestly, at least Prem with that build right there, that's like a... That's a no-effort build. With this guild base, or this, I guess you could call it a guild base, this guild capital city that we're going to be developing over the next few weeks here, week by week, adding to it out in the deep desert, that's a little bit more of a high effort build. I'm a little bit more gutted that we lost that thing. I'm a little fucking upset. I think he kept thinking the game was bugging out. Bro, every time I log on, the corner of my base is gone. Finally, he's online one day as the worm just comes flying up, eating the base. Oh my gosh, dude. You're trying to kite the worms at this point because this dude's comb shelter sub-fief preventing you from expanding your base? Man. I tried having a worm hit a base that was shielded down one time, but it was just in the safe zone. I'm gonna go out. We're gonna work our way over to... I need to go grab my assault ornithopter while I can. And we are gonna work our way back to the production base and start laying down the foundations for that. The quicksand is the boundary marker that is safe. No worm aggro there. It's the safest place to be placed. I mean, I suppose, especially considering the fact that the quicksand in the deep desert doesn't function like quicksand. You're onto something there, Minnie. I didn't realize that you got no worm aggro on the quicksand, but that's because I'm not spending a whole lot of time walking on quicksand. Just got done playing Raft, so we might have thought it was the shark, like the shark mechanic. I've never played Raft, so I'm not certain what you mean by that. What's coming in this update? Dark, good to see you. I hope you're doing well. We don't know. They never tell us what's coming in the update until after the update's live. They wait until after the update is live to push the patch notes. Dark coming in, resubscribing with Prime. You're an absolute madman. We appreciate you. And you know what that means, ladies and gentlemen. We might be 2,000 meters out from the base, but that means we've got plenty of time to drop the base, huh? How you guys like that one? Gotta shake them hips, get them nice and loose as a goose. Oh, the timing on that was perfect, perfectly timed. We got that goose flying in. Dark coming in and dropping the sub again. We appreciate you. We ran into the wall. Uh-oh, did I say goose? I meant geese. And you know what I was thinking? Did I just accidentally cut that early? We cut it early. Oh no, you know what I was thinking with this? We might have to add a goose count up to like up on the bottom left-hand corner of the screen. It'll be a goose counter. Every time we've got to do the dance in the live stream, we'll count 2 goose into the counter. And eventually we'll have created a gander of geese. The shark mechanic on Raft attacks your raft like every 10 minutes or so. Oh, gotcha. So he was like, everybody's having to deal with this worm attacking their base. It's not just me. It was just him. We appreciate you, though, Dark. We hope you're doing well. Unfortunately, these patch notes don't get dropped until after the update. I don't think that they've even given us any hint as to what this is meant to be. It's not your typical midweek Tuesday update either. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of happening earlier than usual. And yesterday, California had a downtime. The LA servers had a downtime, which lasted 2.5 hours. So it makes me wonder if it's possibly something like that. Where the fuck is my assault ornithopter? The assault ornithopter is gone. Bruh, are you fucking kidding me, dude? Hey, buddy, you seen an assault ornithopter laying around over here somewhere? No? Alright. Well, watch out. You keep your eye on that scout ornithopter right there. It might disappear on you out of nowhere. There you go. There you go. Did I take the assault back to the Haga Basin? I don't think I did. Man, Ultra, that frickin' sucks. That was kind of the same thing I had going on in Dew Gap, and I just convinced myself that they're not going to come out with character transfers anytime soon. Nothing. I was low on fuel in my scout ornithopter. Very peculiar. Yeah, dude, we just deadass had an assault ornithopter deleted. Like, what the fuck, dude? Watch where you're parking here. It's just gone. She gone. You read that someone said the server transfers would come before the first big expansion. If they came out with server transfers, they're literally just gonna, all these servers that are dying off are just gonna die off even faster. Pull out my tool. Do I have the same number of vehicles? I will check here in the Haga Basin. It's not that big of a deal. I would assume they have to do some sort of paid transfer, Dark, because apparently inside of Conan Exiles, they did character transfers the first time, and it was such a buggy mess that they shut it down immediately. And then when they pulled out character transfers for the second time, it was such a buggy mess that they shut it down immediately, and then they just never allowed character transfers again. But I've never played Conan, so I have no firsthand experience with that. Honestly, I don't know about any sort of like cosmetics store. Check the notes. What notes? We're Atreides. Desert reclaimed that assault? Yeah, it took that one straight on back from me, didn't it? Yeah, it's not fucking here. It's not here. Sorry, there wasn't really a whole lot inside of the inventory of that to be worried about. No big deal. I mean, that's entirely possible. I mean, I'm assuming it's got to be somewhere. Okay. Well, this is interesting, ladies and gentlemen. Are you guys seeing this? This is the Assault Ornithopter inventory that we filled up. Did I fucking park this Assault Ornithopter back at this base? Is that it right there? That's it right there. I'm gonna need somebody to rewind in the stream to when I was coming to hook up, How did it get teleported back to the Haga Basin? Yeah, this is the full tier 6. What the hell, dude? I'm assuming that when I came to give Far Out his Ornithopter that I brought this back. Honestly, I haven't the frickin' slightest idea. We found it. The mystery's been solved, though, huh? Yeah, Harmony's definitely the spot to be, Noel. Definitely the spot to be. Sometimes it puts it back in the base. Maybe someone rescued it. I'm the only one who has access to this. Nobody can fly it. "11 minutes. I didn't even get time to build because of this whole Assault Ornithopter disappearing act that it pulled on me. Yes, I did bring it back. All right, Pram. Pram solved the mystery. It wasn't a disappearing act. I'm not a great illusionist who managed to disappear an entire Assault Ornithopter before your very eyes. Everything was staged. Oh yeah, the scout didn't have fuel. Okay. Yes, it's all checking out now. Now it's all making sense. I did bring it back, Minnie. Huge. Absolutely huge. Mystery solved. At least they actually let you re-roll today, Ultra, because yesterday J-Rob was not able to re-roll right away. Anyone know a fix to the bug where even naked you have weight in your inventory? And it's invisible salvaged metal that's in the queue somewhere from when you crafted darts? What? I've never heard of that, but maybe if you go into this, can you cancel it out of the queue? That's crazy. I've never heard of that bug. And I wouldn't have the slightest idea how to fix it. Okay, we're going to follow the same rule that we did with the other base to kind of make it easier to place. Because as you see, I'm right next to the edge of the land claim, which means I'm going to need to lay this out perfectly every single week. So to give us just a little bit of wiggle room, we're going to pull it at least one tile off of that square. What's going to happen? Is it just going to let me build here? No, it won't. Okay. Also, just to make sure all of this connects with each other, we are going to lay out the foundation. This is not how the foundation is going to look, but just to make sure all of the building pieces connect to each other and are coming off of the same grid, this is how we're going to run it. Nine minutes. Huge. That should directly line up with that. Huge. All right, big. Are we going to be able to get all of this laid down before the downtime? I doubt it. But perhaps. Oh, we don't ever do forward operating bases in under 10 minutes around here, Pram. We're 7-hour forward operating bases type people around here. We go big or we go home. And we don't go home. This is just the start, too. Technically, this build that we're working on right now, week by week, is going to level up, if you will. We're going to add additions to it, slap it down on a couple Solido replicators. Obviously, a couple of them, so we don't run into what happened this week, where we delete the whole fucking thing. And week by week, it'll get bigger and bigger, and then eventually we'll bring it out into the Haga Basin, and we'll make it the guild capital. We'll make it the guild capital of the guild city. Oh, next content idea. Forward operating base in under 10 minutes because we're about out of time for the update. I got you now. I got you. I'll get there. Sometimes it takes me a minute or two to get there, but we get there. We'll figure it out. What do you mean insufficient stability? What the fuck do you mean insufficient stability? There you go. 2 and then 1 more. Come on now. Come on now, you can get there. Alright, big. Servers down? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We didn't quite get the whole outline finished. But damn, this is gonna be a big-ass build, bro. It's definitely gonna be something that has to level up week by week. I'm not trying to build inside of the rocks, but with here specifically, it wouldn't let me build. I couldn't even build a foundation here, so I could place one above it. So currently, right now, we're just laying out the outline, and this is not what the final outline of the base is going to look like. I just want to know where the edge of where I can build can be, to where I'm not going to be right up on this freaking wall, so we should be able to place this inside of the claims easily without having to worry about just barely creeping out of the claim on one side or the other. Let's get this bad boy protected, huh? Drink water. Water is for fish. It's for fish, Pram. But out here in the desert, you gotta act like a fish. Otherwise, you're gonna run out of water. So good call. Good call. Oh, I bet you I will, 2020. I bet you I will. We'll be able to place it on the ground every single week. I bet you. Why? Because it's going right here every single week. This is where it's going. This is its spot. When we move it into the Haga Basin, that might be a different story. Come at me then after we move it into the Haga Basin, and we'll see if we're able to transfer it or not. But yeah, the Solido Replicator is a big, fat pain in the ass. The main problem that I've had with it is because I build too close to these edge walls. It doesn't give me any wiggle room to finagle the base into the right spot. So giving myself one clip off of the wall, we should be fine. We should be fine. Drink the stank. Yes, we got to get a still suit on so we can drink the stank. I got fucking jebaited. The server's not down yet. You bunch of jebaiters. It's going to be like another 2 minutes too. Watch. Quickly. Okay, don't know why I had to do it that way, but we did. Hell yeah, bro. Okay. That's all I wanted to do, is to make sure that all of these are going to be connected on the same grid line here. So I don't have to worry about any of the base pieces not connecting together. Why? Why would you do that, they might ask. What the hell is this? What the hell in hell is this? We've lost foundations somehow. I don't even know how that was possible, but it's still lined up. I know. Longest 10 minutes of my life. It should be cutting off, like, literally any second now. Nice, dude. Oh, we've been disconnected. I was like, it will not let me out of my assault ornithopter. I'm not too worried about it, driver, if it takes a little bit of storm damage while we're down. And if I take a little damage from whatever, it's not that big of a deal. I'll be back. Here we go. Here we go. We got an hour and a half of a downtime. Absolutely freaking brutal, man. Definitely not what you want to see. Let's see if anything's being said on the Discord here. One hour? Did they knock it down to 1 hour? It's still expected to be 1.5 hours. Did I say 1 hour? I meant 1.5. My bad. The servers will be down for approximately 90 minutes, but they're going to bring them back as soon as possible. Could that be more time? If you ask Red, he's going to say yes. It was 2.5 hours yesterday. Could that be less time? Possibly. Especially depending on what exactly they're pushing out into the game. Are they finally nipping in the butt the duplication? Maybe. Hopefully. We can hope. We can only hope, ladies and gentlemen. But an hour and a half is going to put us well over time here. We are going to end the stream, ladies and gentlemen, rather than, hey, we just got a, oh, no, we didn't. I'm like way behind in the stream. I'm like watching the stream on the dashboard that's like an hour behind, and I'm like, hey, it just said somebody followed. Who followed? Yeah, we're gonna end the stream here, ladies and gentlemen, rather than hanging out for the entirety of this downtime and then calling the stream almost immediately after the downtime. We're gonna call it here. If there's any sort of substantial patch notes that come out from this, keep an eye out on the YouTube channel. I'll be sure to make a video covering it. If you're inside of the guild and you need to get a hold of me throughout the day, hit me up on Discord and or through the guild chat. I'll have that opened up. Tomorrow, we're going live again, and we're going to be diving into the deep desert, hopefully putting our Assault Ornithopter Bay to some good use, or at least setting it up, and hopefully we'll have the functioning production facility for the ARO set up as well. A lot of setup going on into today, and then tomorrow, hopefully we're getting into some of that dirty business out here in the deep desert. I appreciate everybody stopping by today. It was an absolutely freaking insane day over on Twitch. We got a ridiculous amount of concurrent viewers. We definitely appreciate that. Nerd Smash came in and rated us with 15 viewers right at the start of the stream. Freaking insane. Followed by Ganking Isn't PvP dropping a sub. Then we had Bullhorn coming in, dropping a resub. Reiko subbing and dropping 3 community subs, man. Absolutely freaking insane. Red the Beard came in, dropped a sub. Noblemon dropped a sub. It was insane over on YouTube today. Karsov coming in with the Prime. And then finally, Dark Mood resubscribing for the 2nd month in a row. Absolutely freaking legendary. Speaking of which, on YouTube, we had just as good of a time. Dima at the very start of the stream sending 10 gifted memberships, as well as a $5 super chat. An absolute legend. And then Eurism, about halfway through the stream, dropping a Canadian tenner on us. Absolutely freaking insane. We appreciate you guys. We genuinely do. And yeah, let's go ahead. Last thing I want to do, shout out the top 10 fans on YouTube. We can't help it. If YouTube's going to give me a top 10, we're going to shout out the top 10. And number 1 is Eurism coming in, followed by him. Number 3's Dima, followed by Kutch at number 4. J-Rob, number 5. Naruto coming in at number 6. Landshark, 7. Followed by Patriot Mode, Adam, and Droid at 8, 9, and 10. We appreciate you guys. You guys are absolutely freaking insane. We'll be live tomorrow again, right around the same time, running into the same time. But other than that, I hope you guys all have an amazing day. I'm out.